perspective, and Africa, as we know today, has one of the largest concentration of mobile technology. So Africans are not strangers to technology. You've seen that in Egypt. You've seen that, as we were told recently, that the richest man on earth who ever existed actually came from West Africa. So, but the most important thing is that Africans right now, or Africa, the African continent, can make use of the innovation that comes with the mobile technology that we have so much embraced. And this is the age that Africa cannot be said to be behind other continents in terms of embrace of technology.
Saharatv.
This is who we are.
Everything African.
Saharatv. 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 Keep watching Sahara.
A very good day to you, wherever you are, and welcome to yet another edition of your favorite Saturday live show on Saharatv. My name is Mohammed Musa.
And my name is Neoma Okori. Let's take a quick look at some of our headlines on our sister platform, www.saharareporters.com, Africa's most authoritative citizen journalism outlet.
Former Benue State First Lady raids liaison office in Abuja, carts away 100 million naira in property.
Governor Al-Rufai partners with Budget IT with plans to increase government transparency.
Bielsa PDP in crisis in aftermath of 9 high-profile expulsions.
For the details, head to saharareporters.com. Now, let's take a quick look at some of African news updates. At least 30 people have been killed after gunmen attacked an African Union military base in southern Somalia. Witnesses say a suicide bomber drove into the main gates of the base in Ligo, among the main road connecting the capital Mogadishu and the city of Baidoa. The militant Islamist group Al-Shabaab says its fighters have taken control of the base, but this has not been confirmed.
An Islamic court has sentenced 9 people to death for insulting the Prophet Muhammad in the northern Nigerian city of Kano. The accused, who were all Muslims, had pleaded guilty. The head of Kano's religious police, Aminu Ibrahim Daura, told the press. The trial was speedily done in secret after a section of the court was burnt down by angry protesters last month. It is not known if they will appeal the sentence. The alleged offense was committed last month at a religious gathering in honor of Sheikh Ibrahim Niasse, the Senegalese founder of the Tijaniya sect, which has a large following across West Africa. The 8 men and women were reported to have said that the Niasse was bigger than the Prophet Muhammad, triggering unrest.
One of Burundi's vice presidents has fled the country, saying he felt threatened after opposing President Pierre Nkurunziza's third-term bid. Burundi has seen months of turmoil since Mr. Nkurunziza and announced that he would be running for office again in July's election. Gervais Rufukiri told the press that a third term for the president would be unconstitutional. A government spokesperson denied that Mr. Rukufuru has been threatened. There are also reports that the Speaker of Burundi's National Assembly, P, has left for Belgium, citing medical reasons. He has also criticized the Nkurunziza's bid for a third term. And those are your headlines. On to the show for today.
Let's start from Ghana. Kwao Kessie is a famous hip-life artist from that country. A few months ago, he was in the news after he was nabbed by police for allegedly smoking marijuana in public.
Wow.
Yeah. Kwao comes on the show to share that experience as well as his music with us.
Still in Ghana, a well-known slum and famously nicknamed Sodom and Gomorrah has demolished after government moved in to try to solve the perennial flooding problem in the capital, Accra. Residents took to the streets protesting their rights to settlement, but Ghanaians seem divided on the matter. While some support the call for resettlement and compensation for the affected folk, others are of the opinion that they encroached on the land and should not be rewarded for wrongdoing. Francis Aban, a senior broadcast journalist with the multimedia group who covered the exercise, joins us to throw more light.
And in neighboring Togo, there were rumors in the course of the week that to the effect that President Faure Gnassingbe was probably dead after not being seen in public for some days. A few days ago, however, he resurfaced, putting that rumor to rest. Pundits have varied interpretations to this unexplained absence. Here at Saharatv, we have invited Togolese activist and blogger Farida Naburema to look into the matter with us.
We fly across the continent to Zimbabwe, where we look at various issues. Thomas Mafumo is a Zimbabwean music icon. He'll be on our show to chaperone us through it.
And yesterday, the Supreme Court of the United States of America ruled in favor of a lawsuit seeking gay marriage rights. The news was received on the continent of Africa differently, with some hailing the decision while others expressing concern about a possible spillover effect in Africa. On the show today, we will be speaking with David Mahati, a member of the Ugandan parliament who drafted the country's anti-gay bill. He will be on the show with Michael Igodala, a New York-based gay rights activist.
And on our inspiration segment, we go once again to Ghana to tell the story of Kafu Adza, a banker who left her lucrative job to start a catering service serving the locally Deglisi Wakai in a contemporary fashion. She says she never regrets leaving banking for selling Waki. Catch the full story on the show as we speak with her.
We will then turn the radar onto Nigeria, bringing you the latest stories. There are reports of extrajudicial killings involving army personnel who are allegedly under the thumb of drug and crime bosses. Let's speak to a whistleblower who will give us the fine details.
Femi Adesina speaks for President Muhammadu Buhari. He's also a guest on our show today to speak on the president's work in office so far, and we'll also take some of our pressing questions. Make a date for that one.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission of Nigeria is a body charged with serving as a watchdog and prosecuting crimes of a financial nature. The commission has had its ups and downs under different regimes. What is the watchdog organization going to look like under President Muhammadu Buhari against the backdrop of his promise to fight corruption? Festus Keyamo is an attorney who has worked with and continues to work with EFCC and will be here to speak on the subject.
Then we move on to another corruption-related story where the chairman of the Civil Society Network Against Corruption joins. That is also on our show today, and you do not want to miss that one.
Our keynote interview today is with Imo State Governor Rochas Okorocha. Governor Okorocha will speak on the constitution of the new government, including governors and senators and how they are positioned to bring about the change that Nigeria so badly calls for. You can trust all the salient questions you want to be asked as he comes on our show today.
We also have our shows, Keeping It Real with Adiola, the Dr. Damages Show, The Gist with Toysy Phillips, and The Nia Nike Show. Our in-house satirists and talents will make your day. Make sure you catch them.
We will also bring you sports updates. Some months ago, Ghana made news for the wrong reasons as players of the national football team, the Black Stars, refused to play their game against Portugal in the World Cup unless they were paid their bonuses. The government flew in millions of dollars to placate the players, but in the aftermath called for a probe in the whole campaign. The report was released last week, and contents make for interesting read. Sports analyst and coach Nana Kweku Agyemang will be our guest on the show, and we seek to break down the report. We will also look at some other sports stories.
On to our questions of the day. Our first question is, what is your reaction to the legalization of same-sex marriage by the Supreme Court in the United States?
And our second question of the day, what's your reaction to President Muhammadu Buhari's dissolving the board of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation?
Send your reactions to all of our social media outlets, and also join us on our callback segments comprising of the phone-in bite with Adiola and the Skype bit with Kwesi Bako, sitting in for Rudolph Okonkwo.
Follow us on Twitter at SaharaTV1 with the hashtag SaharaTV. We are also on Facebook at SaharaTV.
And stay with us. We are right back with the show right after this video of Nigerian lawmakers slugging it out on Congress. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Saharatv, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Saharatv, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalan, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Saharatv, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Saharatv. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Saharatv, Everything Africa.
Welcome back to Saharatv viewers. My name is Fatima Sese, and right now I am sitting with Mr. Abodam himself, Mr. Kwankese, who is visiting us straight from Ghana. Thank you so much for joining us today.
It's a pleasure, you know.
So,
thanks for having me.
No, definitely. So how are you finding New York City?
It's popping, you know, the sun is out there, you know, summer has really started and I'm feeling it.
And the babes are out.
Yeah.
I'm sure you like that.
Everybody looking hot, including yourself, you know.
Why, thank you. So tell me, I was just watching your video with Saharatv actually, and I really like it, and you give such deliverance. What would you describe your music as?
I describe my music, first it's hip life, and you know, I believe I do hip hop, but in my local, in my Ghanaian language. But we call it hip life back home. So I do hip life and I do Afro rap. And I will classify my kind of music as hardcore, you know, strictly for the street. And I call it mad hip hop. You know?
Yeah, that's what. Speaking of that hand gesture, like what does it mean?
This simply means abodam. Abodam in other words, madness. You know, yeah. But mine, I describe my madness as beautiful, so I call it the beautiful madness.
That's lovely. Yeah. So, what inspired you to get into the music industry?
You know, I was born with music. You know, because my dad used to sing in the church choir. You know, my mom, you know, used to sing in the church. Okay. So way back from school, I started doing this music thing, like a hobby. You know, my friends would play beats on the table in class. Okay. And I would be doing the rap. Oh. And when I finished high school, I decided to make it, you know, as a job, you know, commercial. So I commercialized myself. And
okay, and you're doing a great job. So how was it like working with Saharatv?
Working with Saharatv it's a great experience. Saharatv has been my friend from way back 2004. Okay. Yeah. When we started, when my first song came out, when I started going on radio, Saharatv was doing the same, but he was kind of underground. You know, we got the chance to to hit out there from 2004.
Okay.
But he was working, and he also came in the scene like a couple of years after I came out. And we've been good friends way before we came out.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's my friend, and I do feature on my songs too. So that's how it works.
Speaking of features, there's this person, Ball J, that you feature on your song. Is it Baller J or Ball J?
Ball J.
Ball J.
Yeah.
Yes. He gives deliverance as well.
Yeah.
So how is it? How did you guys come about working on your song like Lover Lover?
Ball J is a music producer.
Okay.
You know, he's produced a lot of my hits, you know. And he started rapping way back. You know, he raps in English.
Exactly.
And in Ghana, back then the English rappers were not that much commercialized. So the likes of Ball J, you know, did a lot of production. You know, they always be behind the songs. He's been producing, but when he heard that beat, you know, that beat was produced by Coptic. He's a Grammy producer. He lives in New York. He's from Brooklyn.
Okay.
He did the beat, Mr. Lover Lover. When Ball J heard the beat, he was like,
yeah, it's
yeah,
madness.
I want to jump on this.
I will down.
So I gave him the chance, and you know, he spoiled it. Like, he killed it.
Okay. So besides those two artists, what other artists do you look forward to working with?
Actually, I've worked with top-notch artists. You know, I've worked with Wyclef Jean. I worked with Memphis Bleak.
I love Memphis Bleak.
Yeah, I worked with Two-Face Idibia, and I've worked with Brymo. So this is not something new. I've worked with a whole lot of top-notch artists, and I think it's always a good experience when you leave your comfort zone, you know, to collaborate with somebody else who is also doing it in his comfort zone. You people come together, you bring a whole different thing, and that's what, you know, I think that defines music. Two cultures coming together to make a hit and make a great song, and I think that's something that I always look up to.
Exactly. So what challenges as an artist have you faced, or do you continue to face to this day?
Wow, challenges. Yo, we face challenges coming from Ghana, and as an artist from Ghana, you know, we face a lot of challenges. One, the radio, promotion-wise, you know, these days when our DJs would demand payola, you pay before they play your songs. It's not easy to promote your songs out there. You know, these times when they play a lot of foreign songs than ours, you know, these are the challenges. You do music, good music, people dance to it, nobody buys it, they download it for free.
Yeah.
You know, you don't get your royalties, your copyright is being infringed on. These are the challenges that we face from our part of the world in what we do. And I think that's the main challenges that I face.
Wow, that's horrible. So, for someone looking to get into the music industry, what would you say to them? Especially like, you know, young artists back home.
If you are a young artist and you are coming out, my biggest advice is try to stay original, you know, be yourself. You know, photocopies don't last. So be yourself.
True.
And with determination and hard work, you can get there. It's time. When it's your time, nobody can take it from you. Yeah.
Well said. So I'm going to switch gears. A couple of months ago, you were arrested for smoking marijuana in public, I believe. So do you want to shed light on that incident?
The story as it pertains in the newspapers and in the media, it's not like that. You know,
okay.
You know, I'm a responsible man, you know, and I will not go and stand in public where everybody is looking at me and light a spliff and smoke.
Okay.
You know, but the media is painting painting the story like I was standing in front of thousands of people and just smoking in front of them.
Okay.
It wasn't like that.
Okay.
You know,
so what really happened?
after
Take
a
us to that
performance,
day.
after a great performance
Mhm.
on that night, me and my friends decided to go sit somewhere, have a drink, and just, you know, talk about the show and, you know, how it went. You know, we were sitting there. There was somebody who saw us doing our own thing in our corner.
Oh.
And thinking he has some powers, he called police to come and ransack us and paint the story that, he was standing in public and smoking. It wasn't like that. I'm a responsible man. I know where I can smoke and enjoy my spirit peacefully. You know, so
Okay.
I believe the media always wants to sell, and they will publish a story in a way that will look, you know, attractive, that will
Of
attract
course.
the audience. And I think that's how they painted the story, but it wasn't like that.
Okay, so it's funny because Kwesi, he's also from Ghana here in Sahara, and he also interviewed an artist, Black Rasta, over the weekend, who mentioned that politicians in office, they also smoke and they haven't gone like, you know, a day without smoking. Or what do you have to say about that?
To me, I think in every position that you find yourself, there are some people who smoke. Yeah, we have doctors who smoke. We have lawyers who smoke. We have politicians
Who
who
smoke.
smoke. Some that I know.
Oh.
You know, we have ministers who smoke. We have teachers who smoke. We have actors who smoke. We have actresses who smoke. We have musicians
Who
who
smoke?
smoke, DJs, presenters. So in every corner that you go, there's somebody who smokes. So if all these people smoke and they are hiding somewhere to do it, you know, and you come and make one person a scapegoat, you think somebody goes to smoke a spliff and you jail the person 10 years, 5 years. That is wickedness. Meanwhile, you are jailing the person, some of your people in that position
They're
smoke.
smoking.
So if you do that, I think it's a bigger, it's the biggest part of hypocrisy that you are playing. And secondly, it takes a wicked person to do that, to jail somebody or arrest somebody for something that he does and thinks the person is doing it too, and he has the power, so I have to arrest this person.
Yeah,
That is
that's a
wickedness.
hypocrite.
That is hypocrisy, and that's what in our part of the world, in Ghana, that's so huge. Hypocrisy is very big, and to me, I think, you know, the best thing we can do is, you know, legalize this thing, because you can't stop the
You
people
just brought
who
me to my next question, but
you
continue.
you can't stop the people who does it. A lot of people do it, and if you can't stop them, the best thing is to legalize it and tax them, so that you can make something out of them for doing that. But if you do it, I do it, and you arrest me and jail me, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, that brought me to my next question about the legalization of marijuana in Ghana. So what else do you have to say about that?
I second it.
He's like,
You know, listen. There's a lot of marijuana in Africa than in Amsterdam, in Holland, than in America. But how come in some parts of America it's legalized? You know, in some parts of Europe it's legalized. And where the thing is coming from is restricted. And some people get jailed 10 years, my sister. You know, if I'm your brother and I go to buy, let's say, a dime of weed, and a policeman chases me, arrests me, and jail me 10 years, 5 years. Has the country been so fair with his own people? It doesn't make sense. And I think it's time Africa realize that we are bigger than this kind of things. You know, this is something that people like, and you can't stop them from doing it. So you have to protect them.
Not just in Africa, everywhere.
Everywhere. You have
People are smoking.
People are smoking. And the best thing you can do for these people is to protect them.
Okay.
Not to jail them.
Gotcha.
And chase them in the bushes. Yeah.
Oh gosh. So what projects are you currently working on?
I'm currently working on my my new album. The title is Forever.
Okay.
And we're also working on the Best of Kwakese, which is a compilation of all my hit songs from 2004 till date. And that idea came when I came to New York.
Okay.
And my fans wants to hear my music. I decided to, you know, put all the hits together and give it to them. So currently, as I'm sitting here with you, the Best of Kwakese album will be released, volume 1, because it will be coming in volumes. So I have the first volume 1 coming out probably by this weekend.
Oh.
And I hope everybody can go out there and grab a copy. You can get it from all the African shops. You can get it on the internet. And,
Definitely.
Yeah.
On iTunes? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be on iTunes.
Great. So,
yeah.
What's next?
Next, you know, release more songs, do more videos. Yeah, my album release, planning an album release in New York later this year.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is, we're still working. The work is always in progress and we can't stop it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So lastly, I just want to ask you about the current Ghanaian president, Mahama. And I know your elections are next year. What comments do you have to say about him in power right now and what you hope for in the coming elections?
The president, I think he's doing his work. You know, we just have to give him some room to improve.
Okay.
But he has 1 year, and you know, elections will be back on. And you know, to me, I don't do much of politics.
Okay.
So I can't say this person should win, this person should win.
Okay.
Whoever comes to power, there's one thing that I want, that Ghana can be a better place. You know, I want people who can think about a country and build a great nation. So whoever comes to power and has that idea, I support them.
Okay, great. So, do you mind spitting something for us real quick before you leave?
No. Well, Ben, me bako pe 1, numero 1. Me style neken, beshe size 0. Wofa kwa beye, Ghana to Cairo. Me fancy je, brabeshe Ohio. Maji bam naso, mashe tawoto. Amanone, Ghana kutita medo. Hey, mabodam naso. Me leta obo, what me ye nitri, ye denya mi wokobo, fe me Yakubu, me papa ye audu, me le yamutu, over time a shetu, catch aliu, me ye kap badufu, what? From Ghana to London to Nigeria to German to Ouagadougou, Auche frère me Yakubu, frère mon frère me Yakubu, or frère me Yakubu, me papa ye, yo, this is Kwakese, abadam.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Welcome.
Thank
It's
you.
a pleasure.
There you have it, viewers. Mr. Abodam himself. Stay tuned.
And we play Puppet Master.
and reproduce and fill the world. That's the purpose for marriage. That's the primary purpose for marriage. Anybody who wants to not to believe in that, they have the right not to believe in that. But I don't think we can change the Holy Book. You can change something else. You can change the laws, but you can't change the Quran. You can't change the Bible. So you either believe in it or you believe in what you are doing.
Okay, Michael.
When it comes really the Bible, we cannot urge on that. It is. It's written, and we're not going to change the Bible.
Okay, Michael, do you want to react to this?
What was the question? Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Well, the question really is about people who also claim to be Christians and also gay, whose rights need to be protected under the constitution of any country. David thinks that what's written in the book cannot be changed. We should strictly go according to the book, which I hear him refer to as the Bible and the Quran. What is your reaction?
I think, what I would say is, I don't detest my life based on the book that was written by man 2,000 years ago, how many years ago. I detest by what my heart tells me is true. I detest by what God I feel is right, and I feel that it's natural, and people should be able to lead their life. So I wouldn't say people who claim to be Christians. I'm a Christian. I don't claim to be Christian. I'm a Christian, and I believe in God. I believe that Jesus died for me, and I believe in his teachings. But I don't just believe so much on what was written by some book 2,000 years ago. And life is changing. We all are changing. Let me ask, if you ask you some question, did Jesus think that there will be iPhone today? But we all are using iPhones. We are using internet. But it wasn't written in the Bible that we could use it. People are wearing trousers. So why are we changing that? In the same Bible says we shouldn't be wearing trousers, or slaves should be allowed. People should be allowed to kill their slave because it's what the Bible says. So why should we be adhering to that because that was what the Bible says?
Okay, David, do you think this decision by the U.S. Supreme Court is a threat to Africa in any way? You have said at a point that aid cuts from the donor nations is a small price to pay for still upholding anti-gay laws. How are these two even connected? Do you think Africa stands a risk of being influenced by this decision?
Well, as we say, the United States of America is a sovereign state. Uganda is a sovereign state. They have made a decision. The judicial has made a decision. I wish they had ruled in the opposite, but they have ruled that way. I don't think that will influence the African people. The African people are very solid and strong on these issues, and they have always said that we hold two different views on this issue. Some Americans, and I might say that not the majority, because I know the majority of Americans believe in the institution of family. But I don't think the decision in America will influence the beliefs, the cultures of the African people.
Okay, finally, Michael.
Those who think that those families that think that they are persecuted or they are welcome to the African continent.
Michael, final words. What is your final words on this decision? How do you feel?
Again, I think it's not the end for the fight for what we believe in. We believe that humans should be allowed to love who they love, to be with who they think makes them happy, and I think that the fight hasn't ended. Yes, we've won in the U.S., but we have work to do in Uganda, in Nigeria, in Cameroon, in other countries where people like David Bahati continue to stigmatize against people for being who they are, for loving who they want to love. So we have a lot of work to do, and we will not rest. We will not rest until we see where everyone is allowed to be who they are. Most of these countries, people are not asking for marriages. People are just asking to live their lives the way they think they can live it, the way they can freely walk in the street without being attacked. So the fight is not done. Yes, we've won the U.S., but then our attention is now turned to international countries like Uganda and Nigeria.
Okay. David, if Michael was living in Uganda today, what would happen to him?
If you are?
If Michael Igadoro was living in Uganda today, what is likely to happen to him?
No, I have a strong suspicion that Michael probably is saying what he's saying because he's saying what he's saying because of the expression he's in, not because of the belief. And I don't think people like that would have any problem in Uganda. I know we have a number of people who are in human rights and they are in NGOs, they are raising some money for a living, they say a number of things. And I find that Michael probably is in that category. I don't think as an African he believes in what he's saying.
Excuse me, sorry. I'm an African man, and I believe in what I'm saying. And I'm not doing the job I'm doing because of any kind of money or any kind of favor. If you must know, I don't do what I because I'm a gay man also. And what people like you does affects every one of us. And that's what I stand. That's what I live for. You know, I don't do it because of any kind of favor or any kind of money. In fact, I have been to Uganda and I'll continue to go to Uganda until I see the changes that we all want to see in this world, that where people can freely live their lives, regardless of who they are, regardless of who they love. For people like you who are Christian fanatics, who believe that the Bible says that, Bible says this, but you can still go ahead and marry 10 wives, you can go ahead and marry 15 wives, and go ahead and be corrupt, be part of the corrupt government. But the Bible doesn't say that. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I want you to finish what you're saying, but I want to stay on track, Michael.
You shouldn't say that I'm doing what I'm doing because of some kind of favor. That's an insult. I don't do what I do because people are being killed for this cause. David Carter was killed in Uganda because of what he believed in. That was in Uganda. So people risk their lives for this, not because of any kind of favor or any kind of money or any kind of thing. I'm doing what I'm doing because I'm an African man, and I believe that I am not unnatural.
Let's give David a reaction. Let's give David a reaction, Michael. Let's give David a reaction.
Hello?
Yes, David, go ahead.
Yes, I'm saying Mike has a lot to do in Nigeria because I know Nigeria is solid on this issue. And clearly, for sure, Michael, you know what I'm talking about. You know what is deep in your heart as an African man.
Excuse me, you don't know my heart. Sorry, Mr.
Michael,
with all due respect,
make the point,
no,
please.
Stop saying you know what is deep in my heart. Just stop saying that. You don't know what is deep in my heart. You don't know my heart. You don't know what my heart says. So don't stop saying you.
Michael,
you have
Michael, please let him make the point and then come back and make a point. I'll give you an extra minute to do so. Go ahead, David.
Yes, yeah. So, but the point is that no one is persecuted here in Uganda. We only believe in the institution of marriage, and we try to, as much as we can do, to protect it. We are not persecuting anybody. We're a peaceful country, and we're a sovereign nation. We respect what other countries do. If the American judiciary has decided to do that, we have nothing that we can do to change it, only to stand in solidarity and prayer with those millions of Americans who still believe in the institution of family and marriage.
Okay.
And also to know that God is on their side.
All right. Thank you very much. Michael, 30 seconds.
Yeah, what I'm going to say is Uganda needs that prayer more than the U.S. needs it. Please give your prayer to Uganda. Uganda and Africa needs that prayer very well more than America needs it right now. So pray for Uganda very much. Pray for good governance. Pray for good roads. Pray for people like you to be removed from the government. Pray for that. Africa needs that prayer more than Nigeria needs it or more than America needs it. That's what I'm just going to say.
Thank you very much. David Bahati, Member of Parliament in Uganda. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Really appreciate. Also, thank you, human rights activist, Nigerian human rights activist, Michael Igadoro.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Saharatv TV, stay tuned. There is more coming on this show.
Welcome to the show. This is Fatima Sese from Saharatv TV, and today the Supreme Court has ruled that gay marriage is legal in all 50 states. Saharatv TV is taking it to the streets to see what New Yorkers have to say about it. Take a look.
I mean, I'm not judging no one. Jesus said when he was here on earth, I came to the world not to condemn no one, but to save what was lost. If you are gay or lesbian, he love you no matter what.
In the world is not gay. You understand me? I mean, there are people still out there in different parts of the world who are still like reproducing. So I don't think it will slow down in any way.
So you've heard about the Supreme Court decision. What are your thoughts?
Honestly, I think it's great. Like, you can go anywhere and get married now.
I think it's wonderful. I think everybody should be equal.
I say love is love. Love is always going to be love. Be happy with, whoever you with.
I can't believe it actually happened. It's historic. It's mind-blowing. It's awesome. I'm so happy for all my friends who have been in solid, committed relationships for decades.
Well, honestly, I don't think I don't think that's the right way to live. It kind of messes up the imbalance of human life and things of that sort, as far as production, as far as making babies and stuff like that. And I don't know. It's just my opinion is a little different.
I think it's something that God should handle.
Oh, you say you have friends who are, gay or in gay marriages. Do they go through struggles? What struggles do they go through?
Well, before that, if their loved one was in the hospital dying, or, they had no rights to see them. If their loved one died, sometimes the family of the loved one would get everything, and the person would be put out on the street.
Never thought it would happen in my lifetime. That all of our states would recognize it. I thought it was going to be a state-by-state issue for forever. I myself am widowed. My husband died 4 years ago. We actually got married in 2008 in Boston when we found out that it was going to be recognized here. But there's still a lot of things that need to be worked on as far as equality, as far as all benefits are concerned, and I was just talking to Greg about that at lunch.
Okay, because some are saying that if everybody's gay, where are kids gonna come from?
You're just legalizing something that they didn't have the opportunity to, visit their loved one in the hospital. It has nothing to do with reproduction. People are still gonna adopt or have their own babies.
I think this is just about equality. I think it's about time, and I'm so glad it's happened.
We had a choice for women, and we had Roe versus Wade. The population didn't deplete when women started having abortions legally. You have to think of it that way.
Okay.
Right? Sometimes legal precedence doesn't change the whole society's conditioning.
But, I mean, that should have been happening a long time ago, like maybe 10 years ago, honestly. Like, okay. I mean, who isn't gay nowadays?
Are you?
Duh.
I think that's kind of broad to think that everybody would be gay, and as a world is so diverse as ours is. I don't really believe that.
Okay.
So if they've been able to push the agenda forward and they've legalized it now, that's cool, and I want to see that maybe in the future other stuff will be legalized too, like marijuana, so everybody will be happy. How about that?
So there you have it, viewers. Like Obama said today on his speech, love is love. What are your thoughts? Bye.
I say roll it, shake it, African mama roll it. Oh yeah, wine to the left and wine to the right. Dance like you be zombie. Hi, bonjour, je m'appelle Museba. My name is Museba. Keep watching Saharatv TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, it's your boy, Mr. Lumentin, aka Mr. Naughty, and you're watching Saharatv TV, Everything Africa, and keep it locked.
She's Skiba, she baddest. Luke she's here, and you guys are watching Saharatv TV, Everything Africa.
Trust Sahara to give you all the scoop. Stay tuned. It's Niniola.
I go by the name of Jesse Jags, rapping Chocolate City. That's what it is, right? Shout out to Saharatv TV. I'm the biggest fan of Saharatv TV. We need to talk. Yeah.
My name is Femi Anikula Pokuti, and you are watching Saharatv TV. Don't stop watching. Arararara. Stop.
Hi viewers, viewers, welcome back. My name is Toyosi Phillips. Away from politics for a moment, let's talk inspiration. You're welcome to the inspiration segment. Joining us all the way from Accra, Ghana is Kafui Aja. She had a lucrative job with a bank in Ghana, but decided to quit the job and follow her passion, basically. And she started a company called Cookout Ghana. Like I said, she's joining us from Ghana to talk about this decision and how it has changed her life. Welcome to the show, Kafui.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so what led to this change in career?
I think it's fascinating, like you said earlier. I love to cook and I love to see people eat good food, and I couldn't just stay in the bank as a doctor. I couldn't do that. I had to just follow my passion, my dream of feeding the world with healthy and great, delicious meals. That was actually what drove me out to follow my dream.
Right. Had cooking always been a passion for you?
Yes, cooking has always been my passion. I would save every penny I have, buy anything that you cook, any cookware, and I would spend all my money, pay for all cable TVs just to watch recipes, all my books, all my favorite books.
Wow. Wow, that's interesting. So I want to know, was there a lull, was there a gap between when you resigned and when you set up the business?
No, I didn't, because I knew exactly what I was going to do, what I was going into. So whilst in the bank, I was setting up Cookout Ghana. So I had my office space, I had my school, I'd already even employed people that would be helping me cook before I left. So immediately, I left the bank in August, and I started to cook house right in September. I just did a month to rest, and then went back to site and have my vision, my vision, and all my practice. I didn't really have any time to
Right. So that means that while you were in the bank, you were already figuring out what you wanted to do and the next step for you.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
yes. I had it all figured out. It wasn't like I left the bank and I didn't have anything to do, and I had it all figured out before I left the bank.
Okay. So let's talk about Cookout Ghana. What is it about? Or what is it?
Okay, Cookout Ghana is an indigenous cooking house, and we have this fusion of contemporary and continental dishes. And what we do is that we take every Ghanaian dish and remodel it to make it more attractive and more even delicious than what is going to be. Like what we have now is Wache. Wache is our practice program. We're running Wache for the next 1 year. And Wache is indigenous Ghanaian meal, which is from black-eyed beans and rice. And it's very healthy as well. We have it with egg, we have it with black pepper, which is we call it stock. Have it with dairy, anything which is Ghanaian. That's what Cookout actually means. That's what Cookout is actually for. And what happens is that we make the Wache in a way that it appeals to everybody. Be it a village, somebody in the village, or be it somebody in the city. So you get to see Cookout Wache in leaf. They are native leaf, and it's in a pack. Which means that somebody who doesn't want to really the traditional look of it, they also appreciate what Cookhouse is making. And somebody who wants to have a traditional feel of it also gets this washing of it.
Great. And how has the response to the business been?
It's going very, very well. It's very, very heavy business. Like I keep saying, entrepreneurship is not about glamour. Entrepreneurship is about fasting, it's about sacrifice, it's about skill, it's about tenacity.
Hard work.
Hard work and a lot of sacrifice. It's a lot of sacrifice.
Yeah.
So it's been wonderful. It's been, I would say that we had our own challenges, but it's been wonderful.
Right. Okay, so I saw this hashtag Wache on Wheels.
Yes.
What's that about?
Yes. What we're trying to do is that a typical Ghanaian is so much into his work, don't have time to go out to eat, so they end up eating junk. So what I came up with is, okay, if you cannot get out of your office, why won't I bring the food to you in your office? Everyone, traditionally, what it is told by old women and by some data side and something, that's what we do. But here's the case, the same what it is brought to you into your office on wheels. So what I do is an online delivery system where you send us an email or you place a call or through WhatsApp, and our dispatch team brings the food right in your office within record time.
All right.
That is us. That's what we are doing.
That's amazing.
Yes, and we have the other one, which is always practically the same wate, but it's a wate buffet, where wate is where you eat as much as you want to eat in the same wate, and then it comes with a lot of accompaniment. We try to just make it a little bit confidential, but then, and from local dishes, when you try to take away the originality in the taste, so we try to keep the originality of the wate itself, but people get to eat as much as they want to. And when it comes to the friends, what we try to do by itself is promoting communal eating and bonding. And I'm a young person, and I love networking because entrepreneurship thrives a lot on networking.
Yes.
So I use that opportunity for other entrepreneurs to network, form synergies, and do a lot of businesses from my work business.
Right. Okay, so what do you have to say to someone who is stuck in a job that the person does not really like, has no sense of fulfillment? How do you encourage such a person to leave and set out to do what they want to do? Yeah, it's easy. It's easy to say get out. It's easy to say get out. But are there steps the person should take?
You know what? I keep saying that when you're scared of the unknown, you would always live with that fear, and you would always do something you don't wish to do. When you work for somebody, you are helping build that system. It is not your dream. So if you feel you have a passion, get out. Get out and go. Face the world. It is not going to be true. It is never ever true that it is worth it. It pays off. But even before you get out, in as much as something is driving you, it also will prepare very well. Because it is very frustrating when you get out of the well, without saying so much that I had a lot of privileges. But it is very frustrating to get out of your business and you can't even figure out what you want to do.
Yeah.
You always have your strategies in place. Excellent. Should always be in place.
So there should be a strategy before they leave.
Before you leave. You can't, if you just wake up today and say, okay, I'm leaving Chase Bank. Oh, okay, fine, you've left. So what's next? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You need to have that, okay, when I leave this place, I'm going to be doing this, and this is how I'm going to be executing it. You make room for your downfall, and then make room for where you can bounce back quickly. And, you should always have this life in a track. That's very, 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 very important.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
How can people connect with you on social media?
My name is Papi Aja, the same Papi Aja on social media. It's AFUIADZJA, or you go to our house page, or we have hashtag Swati Wednesday, and all that. You can contact me. But just go on Facebook and send a request or follow my page, Papi Aja. I'm an entrepreneur. That will come back and click on Ghana, and then just follow me.
Okay. And is there a website? How do they reach you if they want to place orders, especially for the Watchy on Wheels?
Yes, we have cookouts cookhouse.com.facebook, and then we have our contact as well. Most of them order via our Ghanaian number 0643211085, and but most often people send personal messages because I don't normally handle my things. People send personal messages to my inbox, and then we follow up on it, or they send to Cookhouse Ghana page.
Great, great. Final question. Do you do international deliveries? Can you send something to us in New York?
We can send to you in New York, but I don't have all the salad with it because of the preparation period.
Right, okay.
So having water on wheels in New York, that's the next thing to do.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing. You are doing a great job, and we thank you for inspiring us today.
You're welcome.
Yes, and that was Kafiri Aja.
Hello, Kafui.
From Ghana, Accra,
Hello.
Inspiring us.
Hello, hi.
I have to do the end again. And that was Kafui Aja all the way from Accra, Ghana. It doesn't get better than actually doing something you're passionate about doing. And we hope you take a cue from her and follow your dreams, chase your dreams. Like I always say, you can be everything you want to be. Stick around, viewers. We have a great show lined up for you.
Hey, beautiful Saharatv. Yo, man, my name is DTM. Now you're watching Saharatv. Big up.
My name is Dak Joby. You are watching Saharatv. Everything Africa.
And Saharatv came here to give me an opportunity to say hello to all my fans and to say that I love you. But on the behalf of Rent is Too Damn High Party, and I thank Sahara Reporter.tv for giving me the opportunity to be myself. Once again, we love you. I love you forever. Rent is too damn high.
This your boy Smokey Suarez. I'm at the Gramercy Theater. We on Saharatv. Make sure y'all keep supporting it. Saharatv, the #1 station in the nation. Holla at your boy Smokey Suarez. Peace.
Hi, my name is Ishmael Bear. I'm from Sierra Leone and an author, and you're watching Saharatv, Everything Africa. Peace.
We are Mother Africa. You're watching Saharatv, Everything Africa.
My name is Stanley.
My name is Aluchi.
You're watching Saharatv.
Everything Africa.
Watching Africa.
Peace for the people who are God. Yekba for the ones not yet born. Oh, for the people who are for the people. Peace for the people who are gone. Yekba for the ones not yet born. Whoa, for the people who are for the people. I cry when I see that I am born. I live when I see what I have to do. Cause life is all about all you sitting and looking at me. Just take one step at a time. Cause if you jump, you will never believe the thorns of life that my wanting and waiting for me and you. The bigger but I say, I want to run away. Run away, run away, run away. Where did I see go? Run away, run away, run away. Where did I see go? Peace for the people who are gone. Yekba for the ones not yet born. Whoa, for the people who are for the people. I cry when I see that I am born. I live when I see what I have to do. sitting there looking at me. Just take one step at a time, cause if you jump, you will never believe the thorns of life. Am I wanting and waiting for me and you? They make it better say, I want to run away. Run away, run away, run away. Where they just go. Run away, run away, run away. Where they just go. Never
One thing I want to assure them.
Yeah, man.
Yes, man. Even though
Yes,
the World
indeed.
Cup is not until when,
20, whenever it is,
18.
we're still here with Sahara Sports 101 live on Sahara TV.
Yep.
You're welcome to this edition, and we are going to look at three major issues for this edition. First of all, we're looking at the drafting of Jalil Okafor,
Yes.
Who's of Nigerian descent, and we will also speak about Black Stars captain Asamoah Gyan's alleged sodomy and rape charge, and end the show with the white paper or the report on the Black Stars fiasco appearance at the World Cup. Yeah. We welcome our guests. First of all, I'm here with Olu Faloye,
of course, man.
Extraordinaire, Humble Prince.
Thank you very
Myself, my name is Kwesi Esuan Bakun.
Yep.
And we have on the line joining us our analyst and coach, Nana Kweku Agyemang, joining us straight from Accra, Ghana. You're welcome to Sahara TV, Nana Agyemang.
Thank you very much, sir. And, greetings to all your viewers.
Thank you, Nana, and sorry for taking you away from the game. You are at a game, and we had to snatch you for a few minutes.
Yes.
We really appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, sorry, I just want to say I hope Nana is in a good mood, though, today.
He is, I can tell. Nana is fasting, so he's normally in a good mood when he's fasting, right,
Great.
Nana?
Good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, so let's start with the drafting story. I'll let you take that away. Take us away on that.
Jalil Okafor played for Duke. Duke were just the NCAA champions. They recently completed tournament, so that's a good thing. 19-year-old, very athletic, is really good in the post, so I definitely thought it was a good pick. A lot of the pundits were saying he was like the best pick in the draft anyway, like one of the best picks available. So I think the Philadelphia 76ers did a good job. And also, they have, people were saying that why would the 76ers draft him? Because they had other big men, because he's a big man. He stands at about, I think, about 6'9", almost 7 foot, but he's very athletic and he's very good. I was just looking at his stats. He had about 9 rebounds a game and about 18 points a game, so which is good. So it's left to be seen how effective he's going to be when he comes into the NBA.
There's all this buzz about him being drafted and all of that. How big is it? How big is it for one to be drafted like that?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, once you go in the top 5, I mean, that automatically equates to money. So, but I think he's going to, being that he was drafted that high, obviously talks about his skill level. So I think he's going to come in, make an impact. The 76ers are right now, they're rebuilding. They weren't, they're not too good right now. But hopefully they could build a team around him, and, that would be good for the team to be, for him to be successful. But I think he's a very talented guy. He's had tutelage under Coach Krzyzewski, who's one of the best, Mike Krzyzewski, one of the best coaches in college. And like I said, he's a 2015 NCAA champion. He has that under his belt. So he needs to come into the NBA, make an impact, and just hopefully he will leave the women alone with all that money.
I don't know how that comes in. But anyway, Nana, you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'm not an NBA man as such, but I've heard the news, and it's good news. Anyway, African Americans are the biggest stars in the NBA anyway, so it's not so much of a big surprise to me. I know that drafting is such a big thing, not only for NBA, but for NFL as well. I mean, it's a big thing over in the States. It's a bit different here, but obviously welcome news. As my colleague has said, the guy's a young guy, very athletic. He's done himself the world of good by justifying his inclusion, and basically I wish him all the best. And he should take that advice. I mean, even though we laugh about it, a little later on we're going to discuss something that's taking place here in Ghana. I think it's very important for our sports personalities to understand, their status, who they really are. And so the advice about, restraining oneself from, the multitude of girls that will flock around you is actually quite serious, because this is how careers are lost in the long run. So even though we scoff about it, quite serious really, but I wish him all the best.
Well noted. Unfortunately, though, I hear he does not identify as Nigerian.
So can you really blame him for that, though? I think, his parents...
No, of course. His
parents, right. Most of kids that were born here, I think it's up to their parents to kind of instill that Nigerian culture in them.
And even then, if they were born here, on paper, they are American, so they of course have the choice. But a lot of people get a lot of acclaim for choosing to play for their country of origin, as in their native
but I think
lands.
He's still Nigerian by culture, though. We have to kind of... we can't
I would say it's Nigerian by name. I don't see anything else. But anyways, let's move to the next topic. Nana, this week or so, Captain Asamoah Gyan was in the news for all the wrong reasons. Take us away on that, Nana.
Well, I'm quite disappointed. A lot of flack has been delivered in the direction of the woman, but I'm quite disappointed with Asamoah because, once again, it's this issue. You're a superstar. You're a role model. You are somebody who lots of people, millions of people probably look up to and want to emulate. And he's got himself involved in another scandal, which I think that, he could do without. It's no good. And, when you look at the fact that he is the captain of the biggest brand in Ghana, then, it's also led to some people saying that perhaps he shouldn't be the captain and lots of different things. I think, in all honesty, I don't believe that he did commit any rape and that there was any sodomy, because he has come out very quickly to say he's had consensual sex, and we all accept that. And I think, the fact that he's a millionaire and, this woman sees it as a good opportunity to, milk a fat cow, so to speak. She wants to take it, another step further. Apparently, she's pregnant. He's given her some money for prenatal treatments already, and he's already declared that if she does deliver and it is his baby, pending a DNA test, that he will do everything that a father should do, which is fine. But he didn't need to get himself in this position. I mean, I've been young before. I've done what he's done, and thankfully it's never come to this. But I mean, he's got to look at his status. He's got to weigh things up. He's got to understand that he's not just an ordinary human being. He's not just your normal John Glob. And because of that, he's got to be a bit more circumspect with what he does.
Yeah. Let me ask your opinion, Humble Prince, before I ask Nana my next question. What do you think of all this?
Honestly, well, I think we should make it clear, though, that he hasn't really been charged. I think it's just an investigation going on. But either way, I think it's still a huge blemish, not just for the team and himself, but honestly for the country, because he's the face of that country and he's the face of the team. So I think it's I'm kind of disappointed in his conduct for him to even put himself in that predicament.
How did he put himself there, though? I don't get it when we say he put himself there. Honestly, personally, and maybe you or Nana can tell me different, but he's a human being. He has the right to love somebody and have consensual sex with them, if you will. And this happened only for this lady to turn back and try to make it an issue against him. What did he do wrong?
But again, what comes into play is my word against yours. Who do we believe at this point? I
think common sense tells us that there was a sexual affair, and then it was consensual. If you ask me, I think
we have to give the girl.
I was talking to somebody off screen, and they mentioned that the woman claimed that she had a video recording of the affair.
Right.
How do you even set up a video to record you being raped? How does that happen? Were you expecting to be raped? No. There's certain questions. But let me ask Nana, where exactly did someone go wrong on this?
I mean, look, he met her for the first time. They decided to have an intimate relationship. He went back to her flat. I think he went wrong because he didn't protect himself, because had he protected himself, then there would be no issue of a child and stuff like that. And
Nana, are you talking about condoms here?
Yes, of course. I mean, this is a man who has done a video saying protect the goal. Use a condom, abstain, blah,
I was
blah,
waiting for it to come, Nana.
No, seriously. But before the World Cup, the AIDS Commission were doing a campaign called Protect the Goal. I even did a video, which was played. It was an advert played on all the local television networks, and we talked about protecting yourself by using condoms, or abstaining, or being faithful to your partner. I mean, his video was the first. He did it with Jordan Ayew. It was the first. It's on a Facebook page. It's on Protect the Gold Facebook page. You can have a look at it. So you would have expected that, on the basis that you were even involved in that, you would have used a condom.
He would take his own advice. He did not do that.
Right.
The sex tape didn't turn out to be anything. It was 50 seconds of this girl dancing on her bed to quite seductive music, if you like.
Was there someone in the video at all?
I've seen the video.
Was there someone in the video?
No, not at all. It's just the girl dancing on her bed seductively.
Okay.
To a track of Shaka Wally talking about various things, sexual issues.
I see.
So he's not in the video at all. But I mean, the fact that he's gone there, he's not protected himself. Now there's a pregnancy. He doubts it might be his, but in the meantime, he's still forking out the money. She says she wants a housemaid. She wants a furnished apartment, and $1,000 a month or something like that. I mean, when you put yourself in that type of position, as a superstar, because he is a superstar,
Yeah.
then, you know, girls will try and take advantage. And the last thing you want, even if the charge cannot be preferred, even if no case is going to come out of it at the end of the day,
Okay.
if
Now let me ask
that
you.
you've raped her and sodomized her.
Let me ask you about repercussions here. Is someone likely to lose any deals, contracts, endorsements, any of these as a result? Do you see that happening?
Well, I doubt it. I mean, this is the United States. I mean, that golfer, what's his name again?
Tiger Woods?
Forgot his name. The top black golfer there.
Tiger Woods.
Yeah, Tiger. When Tiger had that affair and he crashed his car and he was with another woman and whatnot, you know, they soon withdrew everything. But this is Ghana. This is a bit different. Asamoah is actually an ambassador for Ghana itself, the tourist ambassador for Ghana. But he's never done anything in that capacity. So I mean, people have even forgotten anyway. So I don't think anything is going to happen. I don't think any sponsorships that he has will fall off. I don't think it will affect the Ghana Black Stars as a whole because he's captain. Because we're not up to that mark yet. We're not quite there.
Okay.
So I don't think there's going to be any repercussions at all.
All right.
I think it's somewhat of a distraction. I mean, we should also bear in mind that there's a possibility that he's being blackmailed. But as superstar athletes and you make all this money, that's what I'm saying. You know, you have to compose yourself and make the right decisions. The same thing happened to Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant came out and said, you know what, I didn't rape this girl. We did have consensual sex, but, you know, sometimes some of these women need to take advantage. But, you know, when it comes to rape cases, they're very sensitive. So, you know, you really have to watch your words and you'd have to give the woman at least the benefit of the doubt.
I cannot easily give the benefit of the doubt in this case when it's obvious that the girl is trying to blackmail. I think the girl is trying to blackmail.
Yeah, when did it happen? Like in February, right?
I think
it happened like months ago. And why is it just?
I think it's very based on the part of the girl. That's just my opinion. Okay. Investigations still continue, but I'm here and I can offer an opinion. Definitely. Okay, so let's move on to our flagship discussion topic for the day: the World Cup report on the Ghana Black Stars and the horrendous appearance at the World Cup. So much is coming out of that report. It's amazing.
And the money spent. How much did they give a ball boy?
It's incredible.
100,000?
Let's get the details from Nana Kwekwajima. Nana?
I want to be a ball boy in the next World Cup for Ghana, man. $100,000.
100,000? Hell yeah.
It was 100,000. I want to be the ball boy for the next African Cup of Nations. No, but on a serious note, the Ghana Football Association have come out to rebuke this issue of the ball boy because he is in fact the equipment and officer, and his role is quite expensive. I mean, he hangs up the kits in the training rooms, gets the boys boots, he collects attires from their room and stuff like that. He does quite a bit. But the fact of the matter is that 100,000, which is the same appearance fee as the players, as the psychologists, the doctors, and the coaches, it's a bit outrageous, to be perfectly honest with you. The GFA have put out a statement saying that I can't actually, but yes, sir. Yeah, so they've said that. Sorry about that. Where I am, I'm disturbing the president of the Republic of Ghana is coming.
Oh.
Yeah. One moment.
That's fine. So Nana, let's give us a signal when you're ready.
Yeah.
And while Nana is trying to reposition, give me your thoughts on that.
I mean, that's just outrageous, man. I mean, the ball boy got as much money as some of the players, if I'm not mistaken, and everything. And obviously, there's. Can we say that's corruption?
I mean,
or mismanagement?
What's the difference? What's the difference? It's one thing mismanaging funds out of incompetence, which in itself is.
But this
bad
was
enough.
Intentional.
And then it's one thing mismanaging out of barefaced intent, corruption.
Yeah,
that's
right.
I don't see much difference. Are you there, Nana?
I'm back now. Yeah,
good.
The president and all that was coming, so I've had to shift it because I've just used his presidential tweet to
Let me
do the interview.
All right.
Yeah,
So finish what you were saying,
so I
Nana.
was saying,
Let Nana finish, and then we'll get to you.
Officer, and the GF have come out and they've made a statement about it because they felt that there was a bit of an ulterior motive by the commissioners who described him as a ball boy when really he's an appointment officer. So they put out a statement on the Ghana Football Association website. There's been other things as well. I mean, there's a total of $1,285,000 US that is unaccounted for. There's just no interest, there's no receipts, there's no invoices, there's no nothing. The minister for the youth and sports then, Honourable Elvis Ankara, he's been surcharged. He's been told to pay 31,000, and in the report as well, the president of the Ghana Football Association was recommended that he should pay back 412,000, but the government have rejected this and they decided to call the BNI instead for further investigations. Look of bemusement on my face as I say that, but nonetheless, this is what has happened. The definition of management and the definition of coefficient, which was placed before the commission, has been rejected because the president said that although the money earmark, which was 577,000, was supposed to go to 7 people, one of whom who had been deceased for 2 years. In fact, they only took 165,000 and then distributed 412,000 to people in the ministries and beyond, they said. So apparently, this is what the BNI is going to investigate. There is so much. I don't think your program is long enough to really to go through it, but there's such anomalies, and to be honest with you, a lot of the discerning public don't believe that anything is going to come from the report. A lot of people are a bit disillusioned, a lot of people don't think anything is going to happen.
That's actually going to be my next question to you, Nana, but let me hear Humble Prince's thoughts on this. You had something to say, right?
No, I just want to say real thing. I also like to get your thoughts in it, but for the way Ghana performed in the 2010 World Cup, people were expecting more in the 2014 World Cup, and for them to have such a dismal showing, and they come to find out what was the reason behind that. It seems like the players were more interested in money than actually performing. They had to fly out to $3 million for them to... Yeah, go ahead.
But see, this brings... So you wanted to hear my thoughts on it.
Yeah.
I'm only offering my thoughts reacting to what you just said.
Yes.
The players, I've always blamed the players. You know my style.
Of course.
From day one, sitting right on this set.
Yes.
My position was that the players were to blame. But right now, looking at it in retrospect, if the players were aware that the ball boy was collecting $100,000, same as them, for instance,
right.
If they knew about all these little bits and pieces of, deals and stuff going on,
okay, sweet.
Didn't they have...
Weren't they? So are you saying the actions are not justified now?
Wasn't it justified that they would at least complain? I don't like the way they did it, but now more is revealing, and then it's looking like we have to actually turn the radar in other directions to find out who really should take the blame for this.
Another thing, so a lot of those monies are still unaccounted for. They really can't explain, what went where. I mean, they spoke about a drummer that got about $6,000.
Yep.
I mean, for what?
So they're supposed to refund those monies according to what Nana is telling us.
Really?
My question though is, Nana, is that fair punishment or is that fair, whatever you want to call it, for these people? The embezzled money, it's criminal, isn't it? Hello, Nana?
Yeah, hello. I didn't even hear what you said. I've got a bit of a problem here. The British High Commissioner has been manhandled, and there's all hell breaking loose out here.
At the Accra Sports Stadium?
It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I've come into another VIP lounge, in the presidential lounge, and the president arrived. So I crept across here, and the British High Commissioner was coming through, and he's been manhandled by security. He didn't know who he was, and all hell is breaking loose. So I don't know anything what you're saying. I think I really even need to leave here.
Wow, That's interesting. Well, then we only have 2 more minutes on the show. So what we will do is that we will let you go for now, and then next week we'll dedicate more time into looking at the fine details of that report, because we definitely want to make sense of it before it becomes a Hollywood movie, for sure. Yes, we want to know the plot before someone else tells us the plot from a fictional point of view.
Yeah, and it's still going to be ongoing for, I mean, I think the report.
I believe so.
Definitely.
I believe so.
Yeah.
And Nana is at the Accra Sports Stadium, where former Black Stars captain Stephen Appiah has organized a superstar charity march.
Nice.
And I understand the British High Commissioner is there right now. The President of Ghana is there. And the British High Commissioner is being heckled by security. Sorry, sir. Good. Send your own security next time.
Yeah. But before you go, though, Kwesi, just real quick, I just wanted to find out. So are you saying for the abysmal performance that Ghana had in the 2014 World Cup? So now you're saying you blame the Ghana Football Association, or you blame the players?
No, I'm not saying I blame the Ghana Football Association only.
Okay.
Right. Okay. My stand is that no matter what, Ghanaians, whoever gets called to the Black Stars, should not even look at it as a right. It's a privilege. First of all, there are so many players in Ghana. You get the chance to be selected to represent the country.
Right.
When you are there, your primary goal is to make the people of Ghana happy
and proud
by playing well, scoring the goals, and bringing joy, so that they don't feel like their taxpayers' money is being wasted. To go there, hold the whole country to ransom, and then crash out the way you did.
Right.
There's no way I'm going to exonerate the players from all of this.
Thank you very much.
But what I'm saying is that I am now learning enough to see perhaps the remote causes of
why
this,
they behave like that.
And therefore we need to spread the net wider if we want to share the blame.
Okay, good. It's just something like, it seemed like they were more concerned with money than actually going there to perform. So that kind of made it like a distraction. Now that all this is coming out, it's just a huge.
It was very bad PR for the Black Stars.
It's just a huge mess.
It was terrible PR for the Black Stars. But on that note,
yes,
we will pick up on the report, the Jamafe report, and we will be talking about it next week with some other sports topics. See you next week.
Also
on Sahara Sports 101.
We have another. What do we have coming up?
We have coming up.
Yes.
Our star interview for this week.
Yep.
Our keynote interview is with Imo State Governor Rochas Okorocha.
Yeah.
And Omoyele Sowore will be in the seat to do that. Until next week, this is Sahara Sports 101. Keep love alive.
Yep.
Whatever it
takes.
takes.
Yep. Stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go shake it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, aka Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. I'm Declan Galvin. Sahara reporters in Sahara TV have been investigating disturbing reports coming out of the Okara area of Delta State. This week, a man by the name of Benson Odegebe was murdered in broad daylight by members of the Nigerian military's 19th Battalion stationed in the Koko military base in Okara. Benson was not only murdered during the daylight hours, He was also murdered in front of numerous witnesses and local residents. Sahara reporters and Sahara TV have learned that the gunman was a soldier named Lance Corporal Obina, and he was accompanied by several other soldiers during the unlawful killing, which included a man by the name of Captain Femi. It has also been learned that the extrajudicial murder was ordered by the commanding officer of the Koko military base, Lieutenant Colonel Aminu Umar. We are joined today by a witness to Benson's murder who can provide our viewers with an understanding of the events surrounding his death, as well as the conduct of the 19th Battalion in the Okara area. This witness has requested that we not share his identity to protect his life and the life of his family. Sahara TV has electronically altered his voice so that he cannot be targeted by the military or their agents. Sir, thank you very much for joining Sahara TV.
Thank you.
Now, we understand that you witnessed the death of Benson. Can you describe for our viewers the events and the shooting itself?
Oh, yes, I will. I was right there when the incident happened on the 3rd of June. I was just by the express there, by a mechanic workshop where there is a blockiness, where we started hearing gunshots. So we came out and we saw Mr. Benson driving very fast, but he had a blockade in the area of the block industry by the mechanic workshop. We saw that his windshield from the back were shattered with bullets that were earlier shot by a military van that was behind him. Immediately stopped. 4 military men came out of the vehicle. There is another one who we believe to be Captain Femi, who was with them, who was the person giving order at that moment. They beat him mercilessly. In fact, I don't know how to describe it because I don't have the right words to describe how he was treated. They treated him not as human, but like an animal. He was beaten to unconsciousness, and the guy commanding came up and said, the CO wants him dead, shoot him, kill him. And immediately, Obina shot him after several shots from others, shot him directly in his stomach. He was lying facing ground, they shot him, and the guy was lying down, lifeless, on the ground. They now ordered the witnesses to come and help them put the body in their van, which every witness refused, and they saw that the crowd was growing. They made calls. After the calls, 3 other military vans came in and they took the body and they drove away. Later, discovered that they took him to the nearby University Teaching Hospital mortuary. I think the University Teaching Hospital people can even testify to the van who brought Mr. Benson Ogerebe to the mortuary.
I see. There have been reports that some members of the military, there have been reports that the military have said that Benson and Lance Corporal Obina were in a scuffle over the Lance Corporal's weapon. Is that true?
How can it be true when somebody that his vehicle was shot at from behind, will the man be driving out when they make contact with the person? Can he be driving right through with the person he has not made contact with? He cannot. There was nothing of such.
There are also images received exclusively by Sahara reporters which shows that Benson's car was shot at. And you just described that you saw bullet holes in the windshield. What else can you tell us about the firing, about this chase that happened on the expressway and the initial shots at Benson's car?
Actually, before now, I think there are certain things you have to be told about. That before now, there has been a lot of setup against him by the military, because we think what the military wanted to do, they wanted Benson to be out of their way. it was a clear execution. So the fact that somebody wants to justify his execution, I don't understand. Benson Ogedegbe's case was a clear execution. It's not as if they wanted him arrested and maybe they have anything against him they want to investigate. Even if he was, I remember the soldiers arrested a gunman one time. They didn't execute him. Then somebody that has no weapon, nothing, had nothing, wasn't fighting them. Can one man fight 5 military officers, trained officers? And the king just coupled. They were shooting at him even before he stopped. They shattered his windscreen before he stopped. So if you want me to tell you the earlier story that has been going on for the last since on the 11th of May till this time, I can tell you that. So we know that it's a clear execution.
Mm-hmm. So related to that, when you mentioned going back to May 11th, but related to that, Sahara reporters and Sahara TV have learned that the Nigerian military, and in particular the 19th Battalion, are cooperating and even protecting criminal gangsters operating in the area. Can you confirm this to be true?
I never knew you already heard about that. That is very, very true. The 19th Battalion worked with a very notorious criminal that is wanted in Edo State, who moved down to Delta State. Though he's from our community, one of the villages they call Otumara. And since he came, he's been doing several, both pipeline and other crimes. And Benson Ogedegbe has always stand on his feet because he's known for his good work. You cannot compromise him when it comes to criminal matters. So seeing him as problem, I think that is why they wanted to get him out of the way. Earlier on, since May 11th to this time, the military has done several ways to get him. There was an occasion that they even had to come to the station. If you see some images sent to you, shows that the military van blocking the police station, facing the police station with SNT, having a lot of conversation with the police in over that they should hand over Benson Ogedegbe to them. Then the police told them, if you know you have something against this man, bring it. It is not your right to investigate. Just give us what you have against him so that we can investigate him. Or instead, the military confronted them, but the police stood their ground and refused. So when immediately they left the station, they went to ransack his house, arrested his elder son, and took the elder son to their concentration camp in Koko. If you want to confirm that, if you can send somebody quick to Koko now, you will see that there's a concentration camp in Koko. Except because of this noise that is going on, they will be dismantling it by now. I can get you witnesses who have been to the camp, their concentration camp. They will speak to you only if their identity will be concealed. So they took the son to their concentration camp. When the noise became too much, they now took the son and one other armed robber to the police headquarters in Asaba. And with a case file that they alleging Ogedegbe and his son to be armed robbers and Ogedegbe being a sponsor of the robbers. But unluckily for them, when they get to Asaba, the criminal, they said, told the police in Asaba, even right in the presence of the soldiers that brought in, that these people are lying against Ogedegbe's son and Ogedegbe, that he does not even know Ogedegbe's son or Ogedegbe before now. That it was the soldier who wrote a statement and forced him to sign. That he wrote his father's statement and he was beaten up. They tore the statement he wrote. He was beaten up and they forced him to sign the statement. That the signature on that on the statement the soldier brought with him was not his right signature because he was forced to do so. So after them, the soldiers in police headquarters in Asaba investigated the matter and declared Ogedebe and his son for any wrongdoing. And the other person who confessed to some other crime was charged to court.
So
was charged to court.
For our viewers who are not, so for our viewers who are not as specific, as knowledgeable about what's been going on, can you explain what the community is talking about in terms of where Benson and the military have begun to part ways, and when they began conflicting, and when the military began hunting Benson? What happened there?
The king even called the CEO, who is the Lieutenant Colonel Umar, to address this situation because he has his personal stake. He refused to listen. All he wanted was just to make sure he get him out of the way. Get him out of the way, and so that they can continue to perpetrate their evil deeds. You know, the only common thing we experience here is robbery, kidnap, and so many other things. Carpets. Recently, there was an issue that is even on now that the soldiers are compromising the police investigation about a robbery that the car was taken and was taken to Abuja. And several military ID cards was found inside the car when the issue was, when the police went. They refused to give up the evidence, and the suspect, the killed and the lied that is slumped.
I see.
And after I'm talking to you, they have refused to give the statement of the suspect to the Nigerian police command in Delta State to investigate this case.
I see. So I understand that you knew Benson and that you ended up knowing a great deal about him. What do you think our viewers should know about the man Benson?
Benson Ogedebe is a law-abiding citizen, indigene of Ogara. And Benson Ogedebe has been the only reason we could sleep with our eyes closed since he assumed as vigilante members and the leader of the vigilante group in Ogara. And as I talk to you, so many of the vigilante members have decided to resign because of this incident. Benson Ogedebe is a law-abiding citizen. He has stood for what is right. And as I talk to you, I know his name will remain in history for generations to come.
What is the Oghara community wanting to be done about this? What actions do you think need to be taken to restore the safety of your community?
The action that needs to be taken is one, for the soldiers to be investigated, mostly the CEO, the Captain Femi, Obina, and one sergeant and the other two guys that were involved in this killing, broad daylight killing, without mercy. They should be investigated, and the military should be called to back out of every civil matter that has to do with Iraq. What they do here, what the military do here is that they just drive when they get hungry, they arrest people and take to their concentration camp. If you don't have at least a minimum of 50,000, you will not get your person out. Nobody asks them questions. If you go there now, you see that they made uniform. Immediately they arrest you, they barb your head, and they give you a uniform to wear. And they put you in their concentration camp, they punish you, they use you like slaves. As a matter of fact, there's still slavery going on in Oghara, as I talk to you today.
Okay. Sir, I want to thank you.
We need the appropriate authorities to really look into this matter and put this colonel, this lieutenant colonel, and his boys to justice. If not, the government are turning over, or the 19th Battalion men will turn over to a lawless place, because if things are not done in the right way, it will turn the people of the society to lawless people. And that is what the 19th Battalion are doing. The king and people of the hierarchy has already written a press statement on this issue. And by his grace, he will get word of it.
Okay. I want to thank you so much for your time today and for taking the courage to speak with us today, despite you putting yourself at risk.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
I'm Declan Galvin. Thank you for watching Sahara TV. And please stay tuned for our ongoing investigation around the circumstances of Benson's murder, the conduct of the Nigerian military in this community.
Doro big boy. Doro world traveler.
That's me, babe.
How is your Miami vacation going?
Fine, babe. I'll be back next week and I've bought you a lot of things.
A lot of things. Well, I hope the designer bag you promised is included though. No excuse this time.
That $1,000 bag? Babe, that skipped my mind again. And unfortunately, I have left Miami.
Thing Africa.
What's up? My name is Bright A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Sahara TV, you're showing boy love, respect to all the area now. I'm on Joe.
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV. Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denka the First. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening them and in a good watch them. 5 and me I know they say but in a good watch.
Hi there, this is Oliver Mtukudzi from Zimbabwe and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hello, this is Eva Bacola Toby and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Mwah. I love my continent.
Hey, I'm Stella Damasis and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything African. I'm African, proudly so, Sahara TV.
What up, my people? You know how it's going down. It's the Golden Child of Africa, OBO, David O, and you're now watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. God bless. One.
Hi, y'all. This is Idia Asian, a Nigerian and Cameroonian model. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything African. Keep watching.
Ono nangu kwangwa mama yes sir.
Calling for compensation for the affected ones. Others are of the opinion that these occupants are occupying the place illegally and therefore deserve no compensation. Let's cross over to Ghana now to speak with Francis Aban, senior journalist with the Multimedia Group, who reported the demolition of Sodom and Gomorrah. You're welcome to Sahara TV, Francis. Hello, Francis.
Yes, hello.
Yes, you're welcome to Sahara TV, sir.
Thank you very much.
And thanks for your time, sir. So first of all, tell us, what did you see when you got to Sodom and Gomorrah? What was happening?
Well, so last Saturday at about 9 a.m. in the morning, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly moved their equipment, bulldozers, into the slum area of Sodom and Gomorrah. We've known for a long time that the AMA had said it year in, year out that they would demolish structures there. We heard last week that it would happen. The people there were not sure whether it would happen or not. The indication was that they would break structures within a 15-meter radius. But that Saturday morning, it turned out to be more than the radius they had anticipated. So it went from 50 to 300 meters of land close to the Koli Lagoon. What that meant was that over almost 400 structures, wooden structures, were pulled down. Properties in those buildings were all crushed. Thankfully, no casualties were recorded on Saturday, and so no life was lost, no injury. But after that happened, a lot of people were affected. And if you know Sodom and Gomorrah very well, it's a slum settlement. In a small shack, you have about 6 to 10 people living in that room. So close to 40,000 people have been displaced since this happened on Saturday. And so on Monday morning, when the discussion had started about what had happened at Sodom and Gomorrah, then we heard the news about some demonstration of sorts from the people who've been displaced heading towards the seat of government, the Flagstaff House. The youth were angry, clad in black and red, angry and protesting at what had happened in their community, saying they had traveled long distances to come live in Accra to find means of earning their keep. And unfortunately, they've been denied that. They were not given enough notice, and so they went on a rampage. They destroyed lots of properties in town. But for those who were displaced there at Sodom and Gomorrah, it was sad. You could see women and children sleeping in the open, didn't have anywhere to go. For those who had come from the northern parts of the country, they said it would take them about a week to organize themselves and even get the funds to go back to their villages. And so it's been difficult. Most of them sleep at the mercy of the weather, women and children. I met one guy who was 19 years old, Majid, his name. He just came from the north some 5 months before the demolition happened in search of a job and a better life. He's had to sleep in the open since Saturday. He left for Tamale about 2 days ago. He's gone back, reunited with family, but he says he's gone back to square one, and life will be very, very difficult for him moving forward.
Let me ask you, Francis, are you aware if enough or adequate notice was given to them? I know year in, year out, they're given some form of notice, and because the demolition never happens, they probably did not take it seriously. But do you know if they were actually given enough notice to move their stuff at least?
Well, the information we picked up as far back as last week, Monday, was that the AMA had gone there with a PA system and had announced that they would demolish some structures in the area. So for the structures to be affected, those living in were given notice. That's those within a 15-mile radius. What was the problem was that on that day of demolition, they increased the area for which they were demolishing. And so for those in the extra 250 meters, they had no clue, no idea that their structures will be affected. And so it came as a big surprise to them, and that was what actually sparked all the outrage.
Francis, you're saying that these structures were torn down on the spur of the moment. That's those outside of the 50-meter radius. They were torn down on the day of the demolition without any warning whatsoever?
No, they just moved in, told the people they were about to demolish their structures that morning. They had initially demarcated a certain radius of 50 meters, but they were increasing it considering the banks of the Koli Lagoon that had to be cleared to allow for the dredging to take place, and also for the waters that would come in when the rains set in.
All right. Okay, so let's move forward. We know that the primary issue is that the settlement is blocking a waterway, but we know that outside of Sodom and Gomorrah, there are other not so squalid settlements which also are located in waterways. Has the government given any indication that they're going to go ahead and demolish such structures as well?
Well, yes, the local government ministry as well as the Accra Metropolitan Assembly started the exercise of demolishing structures and waterways about 2 weeks ago after the June 3 fire and flood disaster that happened at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. So yes, they've been going around to certain areas to demolish structures, and they've indicated that Sodom and Gomorrah is just one of many areas that they will go to. We know a similar incident happened somewhere in Kwashiman about a week ago. Lots of structures were pulled down. The same is happening in all the settlements where the buildings or structures are found to be in the waterways. The only problem has been
I don't want to say, Chilo double, or you money to me go along. Hekumbi don't know, Nakosili, which and Abumonia Netino, then no silly along. It does so you move. Take out and see Biacanelino. Onya Chukugo Silagosi, not Chukunya, you go Chukunya on the music. As you must have rebellion. Brody, I come one way and not to see boy him of Babano. Emole Calubina. My king will load the baby on no name you one. Mamma. Equacolomoca Netino. If I did my loss, leave the poor. You want what you have on your nazon, or this Jacoban, man, no Brazil is your
Hello, welcome. You're welcome to Saharatv TV, reaching you live from New York City. My name is Omoyele Shore, and for those of you who have been following the political developments since elections ended on May 28th, there's presidential elections, and of course the inauguration of the new president on May 29th. I apologize. You see that there's been a lot of political developments, especially on the legislative side of business in Nigeria. Not much has happened on the executive side because President Muhammadu Buhari has not selected a government. He hasn't appointed people to positions, and there's a growing apprehension in the country that things are not moving as fast as possible. But most importantly, he made mention of the fact that he met an empty treasury. So we are having with us today Governor Rochas Okorocha of Imo State, who is one of the frontline governors, in fact, the only governor in the eastern part of Nigeria who got returned to office on the ticket of the All Progressives Congress, the APC. We have Governor Okorocha reaching us from Turkey today. So thank you so much for coming on our show, Governor Okorocha.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you.
Yes, so the first question, of course, is that the APC, your party, the All Progressives Congress, came up with a united front before the election. In fact, nothing like that in Nigeria's political history has ever been seen, where within a short period the party was formed and they went and defeated a party that has been in power for 16 years and a party that claims to be the most popular party on the continent of Africa. But a few weeks after that, your party seems to be falling apart. Explain to Nigerians why it seems that at the APC, the center can no longer hold.
Well, my friend, Omoyele, am I right?
Yes, Omoyele Shore is my last name. Yes.
First, let me thank you and Sahara reporters. You're doing a very great job, and we're quite happy that we have one of our own making so much impact in the media world. I want to congratulate you on that. But coming to the question you've just asked, you ended up so abruptly making me feel as if my party is in disarray. No, I disagree. The party is not in disarray at all. What you are witnessing is real democracy that is devoid of imposition. And so when people are allowed some level of free will to exercise their freedom, then most people misunderstand to be quarrels. I don't think our party is in disarray. I'm happy you noted that this party came into being as a result of an unusual emergence of a group of people and parties that came together to form a new political party, which is not common in our checkered political history. People would always feel that it is impossible to have parties come together. People doubted us. We came together. They never believed that we could have a presidential primaries devoid of rancor, a presidential primary that I was one of the participants. And that primaries went, and we all still came together much stronger than we were even before the primaries. No one gave us a chance that we're going to win an incumbent president, an incumbent federal government with all the forces of coercion, the military, the police, the army, the SSS, all these powers that be. No one could believe that an armless group could take over a government that control the
Governor, maybe I should quickly jump in there, because some of the governors from APC are actually calling for the resignation of the party chairman, John Oyegun, as we speak. The person who is the deputy Senate president is a member of the PDP, whereas he ought to have been a member of the National Assembly lower house, that is House of Representatives, was a boxing ground this last week. And these are your party members duking it out there.
But that's the point I'm making to you. I wanted to give you a little bit of background of where we're coming from.
Okay.
And it at which we came together, very various group of people, different parties, different interests. If I don't give you this background, then you might understand the answer I'm about to give you at the end of it all. But let me go straight to, since you're anxious of knowing what's going to happen at the National Assembly. As the chairman of the APC Governors Forum, we've met on this matter, several on how to resolve this seemingly disagreement and pocket of interest in the party. Let me mention to you that the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our dear President, is not a man that believes in imposition. So you don't see him play the normal role, traditional role, that any president or any governor would play when coming to the issues of electing the principal officers or presiding officers of the assembly, be it at the state level or at the national level. If you watch the President, Muhammad Buhari is not really bring himself imposing and say, I want this or that. And I think because of that, his neutrality that created what you see today as disagreement, or if you like, quarrels. That has happened because now it became an open field for anybody who feels he wants to contest. But to give you a background to that, the president had earlier said to everyone, let the National Assemblies take whoever they want, their leaders, select whoever they want. And that's the basis for this. And at a particular point, the party felt that in the principles of zoning and the equity, justice, and fairness, can we now begin to zone these offices so that everyone has at least to feel part of the nation in terms of what position one holds, which is still traditional with our politics. And I think that's where the angle the party came from. And when there were two struggles of two individuals, for instance, you have the Saharatv group and the Lawa group. Now, in the case of Saharatv group, when Saharatv group noticed that the party had conducted a mock primaries, which tend to favor his opponent, that is Lawal. Then Saharatv re-strategized, I think that was what people called disagreement, and started to negotiate with the PDP people. And in the course of negotiation, the PDP now have upper hand because PDP itself has 49 members of the Senate, and we have only 59. So the difference between APC and PDP is just only 10 senators, and who could move either way. So we didn't have that overwhelming majority at the Senate. So it was easier for Saharatv to have gone to the PDP to negotiate. What was important to him was to become the Senate president, as against Lawal becoming the Senate president. Now, Lawal relied on the 59 persons we have Now they have shared the 59 people, and Saiki had some, Lawal has some, and if any PDP candidate had come up to show interest, say for instance David Mark had wanted to run for this election, David Mark would have clearly become the Senate president, which would have been a taboo to our party. So it is a disagreement between these two parties and parties' inability to say to A, stop and you go, and allowing them to the tail end of the whole exercise to go for this contest that brought about this. And so we'll thank God that a PDP person is not a Senate president. Yes, I agree that Deputy Senate President is now PDP, but that is as a result of the negotiation which we did. Is that good for our party? No. Are we hot? Yes, we're hot. Do we feel bad? Yes, we do feel bad that a non-PDP member is a member of the is the Deputy Senate President. But the matter would have been worse if PDP had produced the Senate President. And again, that's what brought this back again to the issue of other principal officers, and we called for a meeting. And that was in my house just last week, and he's saying that now, the first mistake had been made, whether it is mistake or democracy, since it's not with the consent of the party, and it's not with the full endorsement of the governors, some of the governors, we thought as a family we should have resolved this matter than washing our dirty linens outside. That's what we call it. But thereafter, we all agree that, listen, since the mistake has been made, let's try to accommodate others on the principles of zoning. But you see, the National Assembly, again, has its way of doing things. It's just like what happened in the PDP era when Tambuwal emerged as a speaker. Not acceptable to the party, not the presidency. It's the same scenario that's playing out here. That when you get people of the National Assembly, the freedom they have, they're entirely on their own. So what we have worked here is lobbying, and I think our party did not do enough of the lobbying that we need to do to discuss these matters in-house. And coming to the party angle, speaking for the party also, the party structure, because of the way we rushed into election, we didn't have the organs of the party functional. We only have the National Working Committee working, which is about 20-something people. That's not enough to carry out the major decision of the party. So the NEC is not functioning, the caucus is not functioning, the board of trustees are not functioning. So because these arms of the party is not functioning, it became difficult for the party itself to take a decision and stamp its feet on an issue. I think that's what you see playing out. But that does not in any way put our party in disarray. It's just that we have allowed our men in the House to have the, what you call, unquote, absolute freedom in deciding who governed them.
Well, Governor, thank you for that background. Let's go straight now to your president, who is your party leader, President of Nigeria. It's almost a month after he took over power, and he's yet to form a government. And there's just absolute disillusionment within Nigerian society that he's too slow. He hasn't. We don't know who is his chief of staff, who is the SGF. We don't know who his ministers are. And as a matter of fact, people are saying maybe if he had some of these officials in place, the kind of crisis that you are facing now with the House would have been undertaken in a more diplomatic way. Considering that he would also have a PLO, a presidential liaison officer with the House who could have taken care of some of this problem. Can you explain to us and the Nigerian public why things are so slow, why there seems to be a lot of motion, no movement within the first 1 month of this government?
Well, what is your name?
Yes.
Let me say to you, every government has their style, and I think President Muhammad Buhari has his own style. But let you understand that the handover we had, that is from President Jonathan, President Buhari, was not the normal type of handover. And I'm aware, I'm speaking authoritatively as an insider of this government, to say that what you saw as handover were what is called an apparent handover, which does not reflect the actual practical realities of a proper handover. What I'm saying is that as the president stands as at last week or last 2 weeks, he has nothing before him to tell him what responsibilities, where the other government is coming from, and where he's taking over from. And then he decided to set up an 18-man committee. And this 18-man committee, because he wants to get it right, of seasoned professionals, people of different backgrounds, to come together and began to go almost on one-to-one basis, going to the various ministries, at least to extract information, to know how much do we even have as a nation? What are our responsibilities? What are the duties of the various ministries? Where do you stop? What do you do? Those informations were not there. I assure you, if the handover had been proper, by now all these people would have emerged. And you have to know what is there to know what caliber of persons or who should do what or what. So now, that is one of the major challenges I think Muhammad Buhari has as a person, as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I tell you something, the challenge he has, and I believe to a greater extent, I'm not speaking for him because I don't know, but I assume, is how do you balance on quote people that you feel that can do this job, and again, those that you have to satisfy the political sentiments of those who brought you to power. These are issues also that struggle.
Are you saying there that you have a godfather problem with Buhari, that, you know, there are people who brought him to power who are looking for their payday?
Oh, no, I'm not talking about godfather. I'm not talking about an individual. I'm talking about collective work for every Nigerian that played a role in that election, state by state. Okay. You have say categorically that governors will not send lists to him.
Yeah. So you don't have a nominee as a minister from Imo State to Buhari. That's what you're saying. And governors across the country will not enjoy those kind of privileges that used to be there.
No nominee for minister, but I believe that Mr. President should be able to ask me a question. This gentleman that is coming from your state, as he chooses somebody, what do you think? I think it's courtesy, and I believe he will do that. But I think he's looking beyond what we're looking at as a people. And as a leader, you must take decision. What I think he's doing is to make sure he gets it right. And it's better appointing ministers 1 month later and getting it right, or appointing ministers 2 days after and getting it wrong. Some people have suggested he should have removed the service chiefs. Now, where would he start from if he removed the service chiefs under the circumstances? Remember, it was not a normal handover. It was a handover that was never expected to be. So he has to be patient to work with at least the few service chiefs and some few people. Since the president dissolved the foreign ministers, I'm sure if the president never dissolved by constitution his ministers, he will still be working with them. These are Nigerians, but what he's trying to do is to get it right first before now he can take decisive decision on what to do.
Yes. So, Governor, I just, because I want us to reach, cover as much ground as possible in this interview before you run away or before time is over. And we appreciate your presence. Okay. One other thing is the question of the treasury. You know, President Buhari came and said, I met an empty treasury. A few days later, he's distributing money to governors. And some members of the former regime have told us that they left enough money for the government to start running. And, you know, that this idea of empty treasury is not true. Or that if the treasury was empty, it was you guys and the state governors that emptied the treasury, not the federal government. What do you have to say to this?
Well, if Buhari used the word near empty treasury, I think he's being kind with the word. I think what you have is absolute lack, complete emptiness in the treasury. And unfortunate that I have to speak this to the hearing of the world. But the economy of Nigeria was poorly managed. And when people say to us that governors of a state, I'm sure you are not aware that out of the 100% resources of this land, and talking about what comes into federation accounts for the states and that federal government takes 56% of that money. And state government takes only about 24% of that money. And then look the balance of local government. So where then is the state? I'm talking about 36 states sharing 26%, while federal government takes 54%. So why would you think that a governor, how much comes to a state governor or a state government? How much really in the question? Do you believe that?
But you also have complete control of the local government treasury. You have access to it. You spend the local government money as well, in addition to the state money. at the state level? Because I assume in Imo State you don't have local government chairman elected, so you control the joint account of the state and the local government. That's a lot of money for you to manage as well.
That's not absolutely right. Where there are no local government chairman, you have what's called a transition committee, which presides over the local government as though there's an elected local government chairman. And if you want to go into detail of that, I can provide more information on that. But let's go back to the point before us.
Okay.
I'm just telling you about the funds. So nobody could have said the states are responsible for looting the treasury. No. But what happened was there was total mismanagement of resources of Nigeria. And there's true accountability. We don't even know how much NNPC has, our oil, our source of revenue. We don't even know how we have, what we make as a nation. No information whatsoever. And how would you say that 3 months before the end of the last administration, 6 months before, states could not pay salaries because what comes into a subvention account is so meager. Could you believe that some states in Nigeria gets just about 1.4 billion? How much is 4.4 billion? You'll be shocked what it is. And you have the salary burden to pay and all that. So let me say for a fact that it's unfortunate that Buhari came in at a time he has to come in. And I wish him well, but listen, the gentleman has an uphill task to face as far as the revenue of the resources of this nation is concerned. So, and we know that there's dwindling oil revenue because the price of oil has gone down from over 100 to now just 60 and sometimes below. It got down to about 40 something. So you expect that. And then the issue of oil theft, that over 400,000 barrels of oil miss in Nigeria every day. As you pump from the source, half of the oil goes into private jetties and go anywhere outside this country for smugglers. So we're facing a serious challenge at this time. Probably that calls also for us to look at diversification of our economy and looking at what to look at other sources of revenue other than depending on oil. Maybe it might be a lesson for us, and I think it should be a lesson. But take it that Muhammad Buhari met an empty treasury. Some result of poor management, some because of the global economic change that has affected our nation.
Yes, Governor, let me just take one step backwards. During the election, you were quite vocal. In fact, we watched you, and your video at the APC primaries went viral that we put up. But that did not translate to votes for your party in the southeastern part of the country. What happened? Well,
I tell you something. Thank you, because that probably is because what we saw in the southeast was not an election, really. It was what I call impunity. It was almost an attack on the people. People got it wrong to say that APC is not in the southeast. It's not true. APC is strong in the southeast, but the only strength of PDP was in the southeast and south-south. So the strategy of the then government was to make sure they capture the south side and southeast at all costs, and whatever impact they're able to make in the north, they'll make do with it because General Buhari is from the north. That was the simple thing, and the vice president candidate is from the southwest. So they felt that naturally, since the president and the vice president is not from either the south side or southeast, that was their catchment area, and they bring in the armed forces, everything that they had to do to take over that place. And literally, in most of the places, there was no election. But what we were able to do was they wanted to have a repeat of what happened in 2011, where they wrote 7.2 million votes for the then president of Nigeria. I mean, PDP wrote results of 7.2 million. And they wanted to come back with the same strategy. But this time, they met us face to face, literally at war with the military and with the police, and those who wanted to rig this election, because they had all these men at their disposal doing whatever they like. So we're able to stop them. And they were able to write results about 500,000 in Imo, 600,000 in Anambra, 300,000 in Ebonyi. We were able to stop them. So they could not write the 7.2 million. If they had written the 7.2 million like they did in 2011, General Buhari would not be the president. So you must appreciate what the Southeast went through and the South side. Imagine Rivers, as strong as Amechi would be politically, even if he's the weakest governor, there's no way he will stand and his candidate will lose to the other person with 1.4 million votes and he has nothing, even in his own village. That's telling you the level of impunity. It's a wrong statement to say I was vocal and we're not strong in the South. It's not. What happened is just that they wanted to make sure that Buhari does not get 25% in the Southeast and South-South. And if that had been done, we wouldn't have been talking about President Mohamed Buhari today as the President of Nigeria. So the Southeast must be commended. And that's part of the worries of the Southeast now, the National Assembly, where the Southeast APC is not getting any of the principal officers. I was saying, no, that is not fair to APC Southeast. And so I must tell you that we did our best. And in Imo was near a war. I'm sure you heard about it. Even when we won the election, they called for a supplementary election. And we see it. So for most people, are you there?
Yes, we're here. I'm listening to you.
And for most people, they have said to me that I went to election with a PDP candidate. I never went to election with a PDP candidate. I went to election with the army, the police, all the armed forces that they were using as a force of coercion to write the results. So APC is strong in the Southeast, believe me.
Yes. Governor, we come back to your state where you were governor before and you won the election again. And just as we're about going on air with you, we got this very well written and seriously circulated petition calling for your impeachment because they said you hadn't paid salaries for 11 months. Or in some cases, you hadn't paid salaries for 6 months or 4 months. And you hadn't paid pensioners in the state for 18 months. So what do you say to this? Because you are the second governor to be that is facing that kind of very hostile petitioning from citizens in their state, first being Osun State, in which clearly hasn't paid salaries for 7 months. What do you have to say to this?
Well, and you know, Sahara Reporter, that's another place I might have to advise you. Yes. Source of information and being able to verify information.
Yes.
Nowadays, as you know, internet is garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
And you can post anything. Anybody can. I can stay here now and say, listen, Sahara Reporter has been closed down for false information. Yes. That is not right.
That's right.
And people are gullible. So political opponents have decided to use media, listen, like yours and the internet to dispense rumors. It's not true. Let me tell you.
Okay.
Imo State is about one of the only states that has kept faith with salary for the past 4 years until these last 2 months. And that is verifiable. And the Imo people are there for you to make a call and then interview them like I'm speaking to you now.
Yes.
We've all met with all salaries. In fact, when others were paying 18,000 minimum wage, Imo State was the only state paying 20,000 naira minimum wage. We're paying commerce and conheads to health workers, counties, and all the extra funds we pay to make sure that our workers are happy. And our workers in Imo State are happy. And if workers in Imo State are being owed, I'm sure you have heard that they're going on strike.
Yes.
Because I am the chairman of APC Governors Forum. So when I make a speech or statement, I say, governors are not able to pay salary. People mistake it to mean Rocha's government is not paying salary. But I'm for the rest of the governors. And that's not to say. Today, as it stands, in some ministries we're owing just 1 month, and in some 2 months. Now, there's only one parastatal, which is called the Water Board. And I've said to them, I will not pay you because you should produce you should generate income to pay yourself. And I say for the past 6 months, I will not pay them. And how much is their salary? Some of them are for just 14 million naira a month. I say, this amount, if you cannot generate it, then you are not worth being called a parastatal. These are the only ones. And we've paid our pension. We've been paid gratuity to those whose gratuities are below 500,000, owed for many years, over 16 billion. So it's not right. It's not true. We're not owing 11 months of salary. Come on.
So, but you say you are owing 2 months.
Well, in some ministries, 2 months, and actual is 1 month for the last month when the situation became beyond what it is. And the workers, I had a meeting with them, and they're quite happy with it.
Yes.
At least understand I've been keeping faith with them. So, for someone to say I've not paid salaries for 11 months is a fabricated fallacy which does not reflect any practical realities.
Yeah, Governor, I have something that may not concern you directly but has been trending a lot, which is the crisis at the Federal Medical Center in Owerri. You actually went there, in your state, to intervene. And the workers said to you they want the people who are running the place, who have run the place in a way they disagree with, to be removed from office. What do you have to say to this? Now that you are close to the federal government, are you going to intervene and ask President Buhari or whomever is involved at the federal level to resolve this issue? Because it's been lingering for a while.
Well, thank you for understanding that I went there personally myself.
Yes.
But it concerns my people and my state, though it's a federal government establishment in my state. But I went there and I talked to workers, only to find out that the workers are not even talking about non-payment of salary. All that they say that they want the CMD, the woman, to leave the office. And what is her fault? That she's wicked. If the woman is doing the job and that she's wicked, I don't understand. I couldn't place the two. And I pleaded with them to go back to work. So while I look into the matter, they said they wanted the board to ask the woman, or the president to ask the woman to step aside, even if it's for 2 months, while they investigate her before they can go back to work. And I told them, you cannot eat your cake and have it. You have made your impact. But I've taken the matter with the president, and the president have asked me, in fact, to invite the permanent secretary, Minister of Health, and all concerned, and take a decision on that matter. So I'm still handling that. But it's a situation where how can you have almost 90% of the workers saying no to one person unanimously?
Yes.
So here again, you see the woman who is doing very, very well. She's changed the place with the infrastructures. And one of the arguments is that why is she building infrastructures without paying them their overtime allowance? You see, these are two things that you look at. So I believe that the best thing for them to do would have been to go back to work for the sake of the Imo people and for the sake of sick people, so that their mother can be looked into. If the woman cannot be there for whatever reason, she doesn't have a teamwork spirit, then we can ask her to leave. Then while somebody else comes in. But saying that she must leave before you go to work, we are not talking about the issue of salary, it's not within your area of jurisdiction, actually, as labor union to do so.
Yes. So there's another question about this growing movement in the southeast of the Biafran separatists who are calling for secession from Nigeria once again. To the extent now they have a radio station called Radio Biafra, or Biafra Radio, that is transmitting in the southeast, and people are saying there's a lot of messages there that giving people a lot of concern. What do you, as a governor, say to people who feel that they legitimately have lost faith in the Nigerian state, who are agitating for separation like they did some 40-something years ago?
Well, the issue of Mossop, as it stands today, is still something that is a bit, how do I put it? Not worrisome, but something that looks like a mirage. It's like the more you look, the less you see, because you cannot say who actually is behind this and where is this radio station. We've made inquiries to find out this radio station is not even in Imo State itself, so you might not even know who is broadcasting this. It could be somebody somewhere for some reason of grievances, or who want to create an impact, negative impact, who stay somewhere by the tree side. Nowadays, you can broadcast from anywhere, and people listen to you. So I don't think that Mossop has the backing of the Southeast, or any leader of the Southeast, or any Igbo man per se. The war is gone and gone. What we're asking now is the dignity of an Igbo, and not necessarily for this broker. So let me make the point simpler, is that we're looking into the matter. It's a security issue. It might not be appropriate for me to say all here, but just know that this doesn't have the backing of the Southeast or any Igbo man at all, not of any shade or opinion. It must have been some of these people, just like you have anybody write an agenda. It might be 2 persons doing this. It might just be 5 persons broadcasting from anywhere. So some of the media houses that emerge nowadays, some of them have only 3 persons who can record something and keep playing them on and on and on, and abuse people, trying to create tension, trying to create relevance, just like they have gotten your attention now, and we're able to discuss this on the World Sahara Reporter television, and so it's getting recognition now gradually, and that's what we want to avoid before you build a monster you cannot destroy. So what is important there? This is not something that has to do with any Southeasterner or any Igbo man calling for secession. Definitely not. No Igbo man is calling for that. But our eyes on it, lest it become like what you have in the north when Boko Haram started like a child's play, and we couldn't nip it on the board, and it has escalated to become of international concern. So that also we're looking at and making sure that it doesn't get out of hand to that. But it is assured, and I'm confident that the membership of this is just very few people who are creating this awareness, and see people who can be gullible that will believe them.
So last question, Governor, is to ask you, what should Nigerians look for? Because apparently nobody is clear about what President Buhari is up to, and you're an insider, and we have lots of expectation, especially in terms of the war against corruption. Buhari has said he's recovering money. From whom, from where, nobody knows. There are conflicting reports, and these days people are just wondering what is going on. What are the first three things you think Nigerians would see when he decide, or your party or the government decide to hit the ground running, that will make that will put smile on back on the face of the Nigerian people?
Well, you remember our slogan? Our slogan is change. I'm sure you're with us that. And I believe that if you keep doing the same old thing, the same old way, you'll keep getting the same old result. This is time for change. So we must do things differently. We must think outside the box. I think what Nigerians expect now will be when Buhari was sworn in. Now, take this number of people, lock them up, whether they are corrupt or not, push them to the cell so that the world will clap for me that I'm fighting corruption. They will expect that he will appoint ministers and swear them in the following day, and activities will start. This idea of flash administration. I think the man wants to get deep to the root of Nigerian problem. And he's not a man of many words. He has simply said what he wants to do. And I pray he succeeds. That's my wish. He said to Nigerians, listen, I will tackle the issue of corruption. And he said he's going to recover money. Believe me, he will recover this money. And sometimes, if the intention is to recover money, it's a two different things of whether the intention is to catch the thief or to recover the money. There are two different things. I think he wants to recover the money. And that is more important for our economy as we stand now. And I think he's doing just that. And the issue, and he has told the world that, listen, I will handle two major issues: insecurity, corruption, and power, electricity. And precisely that's what I'm here for. I'm here to look at the possibility of what I can do to get an emergency energy for the industrial takeoff of my state, because I've said to people, listen, this time around it's going to be industry, factory, job, employment, which is wealth creation. Now, here's his program. His program is this: I'll give you power, I'll do power, I'll stop corruption, and then I would tackle the insurgency. When he started that, he has gone to Niger Republic. He's gone to some few African countries. He was last time in Germany for the G7, talking to the world leaders. Everyone has a strategy. And as you know him and his personality, he's not a noise-making president. And I think he will get it right. I just want to appeal that we exercise a bit of patience to see what to expect. But what do you expect? Expect change. That we're going to do things differently from the way things have been done before. And if President Buhari can succeed in giving Nigerians power, even if it's just 20,000 megawatts of electricity, even if it's 15 or 20,000 to kick off our industrial revolution, that will be it. If this corruption will stop, and corruption starts from the head, let me tell you, nobody can stop corruption if the head is corrupt.
Let me ask you one last question. I know I asked the last question. This is private. When you went to Abuja to discuss the issue of the empty treasury and getting more money for the state bailout, we saw you in a private jet. I know you have a private jet. And you had put it up for sale a while ago. I actually was tracking it. but suddenly it seems that you are still using it. Does it mean that your condition improved so well? You kept the jet and you're just cruising around in it. It costs a lot of money to maintain a jet.
I like that.
Yes.
Just remember, you're talking to Rochas. Rochas before the governor and Rochas the governor. But what happened that day is that we had a late night meeting and we had to meet with Mr. President. That was important and I had to go. But I don't think anybody should equate me now with issues of riding a private jet because now I'm a governor. So it's not proper for me anymore. You should have also asked me, I thought you should have asked me, how is your Rochas Foundation? And how are you coping with those over 15,000 children from poor homes you are training, that asking for them to pay school fees all over the country? This is Rochas, and don't forget that. So I saw that, received some comments, but that's very good. And at least it has let people know that I'm still here. So it has nothing to do with my person and my government. If it has anything, don't forget I was the first to make sacrifice of my security vote. And I want you to try and come down to Imo State and see what is going on there and see what is called governance in the real sense of it. And with the number of projects that is going on and how Imo State is changing for good to the glory of God Almighty, I think that is what is more important. Whether I have met up with my promises to the people, and that should not also affect my private life. I hate poverty and I hate injustice, and I don't wish anyone poor. So that has nothing to do with the state of economy.
All right.
Just an adequate sacrifice for humanity, even when I was counted as one of the few privileged Nigerians that has a bit of wealth. I've not forgotten the downtrodden, and I still do it. So see me in a private jet, or if I chartered one of $7,000 an hour, shouldn't be a big deal. And we'll do that when there's need for it.
Well, we'll talk about it in the future at another interview. We want to thank you because we had to track you down, and we know you have a lot to do over there. And we also have other guests that are coming out. Promise now that we've been able to have this conversation with you, the first of its kind, I will talk more and more with you to see how governance is going in the direction of change as had been promised to the Nigerian people.
I appreciate
Just, yeah, Omoyele Showore. By name, I'm Showore. People call me by Showore. Yes.
Do you have an English name?
No, because I'm not an Englishman.
I like that. You're a great Nigerian.
Yes.
And now look at my hand over my forehead in salutation. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Governor, for coming on our show, and I hope to see you soon again.
Thank you.
All right, viewers, that's been Governor Rochas Okorocha, the governor of Imo State, talking about state of the nation and his state, Imo State. Don't go away. We have a lot more coming for you on this show today. And see you next time.
Hey, beautiful Sahara TV. Yo, man, my name is DTM. Now you're watching Sahara TV. Big up.
My name is Dr. Joby. You are watching Sahara TV. Everything African.
And Sahara TV came here to give me an opportunity to say hello to all my fans and to say that I love you. But on the behalf of Rent is Too Damn High Party, and I thank Sahara Reporter.TV for giving me the opportunity to be myself. Once again, we love you. I love you forever. Rent is too damn high.
This your boy Smokey Suarez. I'm at the Gramercy Theater. We on Sahara TV. Make sure y'all keep supporting it. Sahara TV, the #1 station in the nation. Holla at your boy Smokey Suarez. Peace.
Hi, my name is Ishmael Bear. I'm from Sierra Leone and an author, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa. Peace.
We are Mother Africa. You're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Stanley.
My name is Aluchi.
You're watching Sahara TV.
Everything Africa.
Everything Africa.
Saharatv, you're welcome. My name is Kwesi, a son, Bakon, seen by many as a menace to attempts to beautify the capital city, Accra, in Ghana. This part, formerly known as Old Fadama, but infamously nicknamed Sodom and Gomorrah, has been in the news lately after several attempts by several governments to tear down this slum settlement, which has also the reputation of being an international electronic dump site. The government of Ghana finally demolished the settlement, igniting protests from the disgruntled and displaced persons. Ghanaians seem divided on the issue. While some are calling for compensation for the affected ones, others are of the opinion that these occupants are occupying the place illegally and therefore deserve no compensation. Let's cross over to Ghana now to speak with Francis Aban, senior journalist with the Multimedia Group, who reported the demolition of Sodom and You're welcome to Saharatv, Francis. Hello, Francis.
Yes, hello.
Yes, you're welcome to Saharatv, sir.
Thank you very much.
And thanks for your time, sir. So first of all, tell us, what did you see when you got to Sodom and Gomorrah? What was happening?
Well, so last at about 9 a.m. in the morning, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly moved their equipment, bulldozers, into the slum area of Sodom and Gomorrah. We've known for a long time that the AMA had said it year in, year out that they would demolish structures there. We heard last week that it would happen. The people there were not sure whether it would happen or not. The indication was that they would break structures within a 15-meter radius. But that Saturday morning, it turned out to be more than the radius they had anticipated. So it went from 50 to 300 meters of land close to the Koli Lagoon. What that meant was that over almost 400 structures, wooden structures, were pulled down. Properties in those buildings were all crushed. Thankfully, no casualties were recorded on Saturday, and so no life was lost, no injury. But after that happened, a lot of people were affected. And if you know Sodom and Gomorrah very well, it's a slum settlement. In a small shack, you have about 6 to 10 people living in that room. So close to 40,000 people have been displaced since this happened on Saturday. And so on Monday morning, when the discussion had started about what had happened at Sodom and Gomorrah, then we heard the news about some demonstration of sorts from the people who've been displaced heading towards the seat of government, the Flagstaff House. The youth were angry, clad in black and red, angry and protesting at what had happened in their community, saying they had traveled long distances to come live in Accra to find means of earning their keep. And unfortunately, they've been denied that. They were not given enough notice, and so they went on a rampage. They destroyed lots of properties in town. But for those who were displaced there at Sodom and Gomorrah, it was sad. You could see women and children sleeping in the open, didn't have anywhere to go. For those who had come from the northern part of the country, they said it would take them about a week to organize themselves and even get the funds to go back to their villages. And so it's been difficult. Most of them sleep at the mercy of the weather, women and children. I met one guy who was 19 years old, Majid, his name. He just came from the north some 5 months before the demolition happened in search of a job and a better life. He's had to sleep in the open since Saturday. He left for Tamale about 2 days ago. He's gone back, reunited with family, but he says he's gone back to square one, and life will be very, very difficult for him moving forward.
Let me ask you, Francis, are you aware if enough or adequate notice was given to them? I know year in, year out, they're given some form of notice, and because the demolition never happens, they probably did not take it seriously. But do you know if they were actually given enough notice to move their stuff at least?
Well, the information we picked up as far back as last week, Monday, was that the AMA had gone there with a PA system and had announced that they would demolish some structures in the area. So for the structures to be affected, those living in were given notice. That's those within a 15-mile radius. What was the problem was that on that day of demolition, they increased the area for which they were demolishing. And so for those in the extra 250 meters, they had no clue, no idea that their structures will be affected. And so it came as a big surprise to them, and that was what actually sparked all the outrage.
Francis, you're saying that these structures were torn down on the spur of the moment. That's those outside of the 50-meter radius. They were torn down on the day of the demolition without any warning whatsoever.
No, they just moved in, told the people they were about to demolish their structures that morning. They had initially demarcated a certain radius of 50 meters, but they were increasing it considering the banks of the Kole Lagunda had to be cleared to allow for the dredging to take place and also for the waters that would come in when the rains set in.
All right. Okay, so let's move forward. We know that the primary issue is that the settlement is blocking a waterway, but we know that outside of Sodom and Gomorrah, there are other not so squalid settlements which also are located in waterways. Has the government given any indication that they're going to go ahead and demolish such structures as well?
Well, yes, the local government ministry as well as the Accra Metropolitan Assembly started the exercise of demolishing structures and waterways about 2 weeks ago after the June 3 fire and flood disaster that happened at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. So yes, they've been going around to certain areas to demolish structures, and they've indicated that Sodom and Gomorrah is just one of many areas that they will go to. We know a similar incident happened somewhere in Kwashiman about a week ago. Lots of structures were pulled down. The same is happening in all the settlements where the buildings or structures are found to be in the waterways. The only problem has been that for the other areas, they give due notice. People who are in those buildings are able to safely leave their homes, clear their house of their properties, and then the demolition happens. Unfortunately, for the Sodom and Gomorrah situation, and considering the huge numbers that one was looking at, it became pretty difficult. And I remember really on Monday when the demonstration happened, it took a lot of effort from the military to get the situation under control. You know that some demonstrators of the youth were injured in the process. Some had to deal with tons of tear gas in their eyes, nose, and mouth as they struggled to regain consciousness. But it's been a very, very difficult few days for the displaced residents.
Francis, how do Ghanaians feel about this? How are they responding? I mean, a while ago, there was debate as to whether these people should be given, these affected folks should be given any form of compensation or not. What is the general narrative in Ghana right now concerning that?
Well, the general narrative about the relocation of people who live at Sodom and Gomorrah is two-pronged, really. The first part for many is that slum settlement has been there for quite a long time. As far back as 2002, in a classic case of Issa Idi versus the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, where they had gone to push for the demolition not to happen, the court ruled that Sodom and Gomorrah must go because the slum settlement was creating problems, as well as it being sited in an area where these people had no right to live in that area. So based on that, there's been a lot of discussion saying that, okay, after so many years of this ruling, it's about time slum settlements are moved so we get, Accra's planning properly done. The other part of the discussion has been about, okay, demolition is an option, but how do you go about it such that you don't infringe on people's human rights and that the humanitarian element is properly catered for? That has been the major talking point. Government has said that they are providing temporary shelter at a location on the outskirts of Accra, Tokwase, to give these people who've been displaced temporary shelter as they consider their options and whether going back to where they came from or resettling in some parts of Accra. So that has been the major talking point. In terms of monetary compensation, it's still not clear as to whether these people will get anything at all in terms of relief items, in terms of money being given to them to restart their lives. That is not clear. But what has been clear is that for those who want to still stay in Accra, they are being given temporary shelter. The challenge with that already is that today we're learning that the government gave a promise that they will provide a shelter by tomorrow morning, Friday morning. Our checks on the ground have revealed that for the site at Tokwase, not even a single structure has been set up yet. So it will really be a miracle if it happens tomorrow that the shelter is set up. Another was supposed to be set up at IPM Kotuku, also here in the Greater Accra region, but on the outskirts. Also, we know that there's some work going on, but whether it will be ready tomorrow is another big question that many are asking.
Finally, Francis, the minister, or I think it's the mayor, has been summoned before Parliament. Do you have any news on this?
Well, the local government minister, Collins Dowda, has been asked to appear before Parliament to answer questions on how this demolition exercise took place, as to whether the humanitarian access was dealt with, whether any law has been broken in ensuring that this decision by government to clear people in waterways was done in a proper manner. The reason is that we know from 2 days ago that the MP for the area, who's also the Deputy Local Government Minister, Nilanti van der Poy, was in a crunch meeting with the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, at which some political party figures, and by that I mean NDC constituency executives, raised the issue that demolishing Sodom and Gomorrah was not the way to go. It would affect their political fortunes, and so that should not happen. At that meeting, the MP for the area, who is the Deputy Local Government Minister, told the AMA that that decision should stop. They should not demolish Sodom and Gomorrah. But the mayor was adamant. He did not give a response. He still went ahead and demolished a number of structures.
So personally, do you think it's going to affect the NDC in next year's election?
Well, listening to the commentary around, we've heard, for instance, the post of election say that, well, it's some 17 months to a major election, and so if the NDC would have any political fortune to look at, they will have enough time to recover. But for many, the uproar has been that, okay, if Sodom and Gomorrah houses a lot of people, and we're talking tens of thousands of votes here, we know political parties go there every 4 years asking them to vote for one reason or another. Certainly, it will have a certain effect on how things pan out in 2016. I cannot scientifically say that it will affect the NDC or the NPP in a positive or negative way, but certainly there will be some effect for both parties.
Good job reporting on this, and we thank you very much for your time, Francis.
Great.
Thank you so much. Sahara TV will keep the tabs on this story, and we'll bring you the latest updates as they come in. Hopefully, we'll get lawyer Egbert Fable to give us the legal implications of the government's action. That's demolishing Sodom and Gomorrah. Sahara TV, stay tuned. There's more coming.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We had the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bride A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Sahara TV. I'm going to respect to all the now. I'm going to
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denka the First. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go watch them. 5 and me I know they say but I go watch.
Attended to. There are many things pressing for Mr. President's time. So I tell you, he's a hands-on person and is tackling as many things as possible at the same time.
Okay, I agree with you that their needs are being met. However, not all of them, because last week we spoke with a journalist that visited some of the IDP, internally displaced persons, and many of them complain of not having water, electricity, and of being in a place that is overcrowded. So, but thank you for answering that question. My next question, though, is that very recently there was a story that the presidency wants to sell some private jets, and that story has been denied by the presidency. But a lot of Nigerians are wondering, well, is there any plan to sell some of the excess private jets owned by the Nigerian presidency, or Mr. President will keep all the private jets that he inherited?
Yeah, one thing you can be sure of is when those planes are sold, if they are going to be sold, it is not going to be an under-the-table deal, nor will it be something done in secrecy. The whole world will know. So if it is something that the president will do, you can be assured that you will get to hear.
I see. So, but you don't know yet if he will do that?
No. If he has a plan to do it, it will be announced that he's going to do it.
I see. So very recently there has been a lot of dramas going on at the National Assembly, but it looks like Mr. President has been silent about all that is going on with electing the Senate President and the fights at the National Assembly. Is there any reason why he's been silent?
Silent is not a word I agree with, because silent means to keep mum. But as Mr. President kept mum, I would say no. The very day that happened, June 9, when the two chambers elected their leader, the president issued a statement where he said he has taken notes of those elections and he wished that the process begun by the party had been concluded. He said so. So you can't say he has kept mum. That would not be quite right.
Okay, and what about the fight that broke out?
Yes, as we talk, there are consultations going on. If you local media reported here that Mr. President met last night with the House of Representatives Speaker. So the consultation goes on. Don't forget that Mr. President is a member of that party.
Mm-hmm.
So he cannot be aloof from what is happening within the party.
I see. So Nigerians appreciate the fact that Mr. President and Vice President have declared their asset, but it's yet to be made public, and people are wondering what needs to take place before this asset declaration would be made public.
Yes, there was a press statement on that, and I think that statement still subsists. And what did that press statement say? It said both the President and the Vice President had declared their assets and submitted the forms to the Code of Conduct Bureau. And when the Bureau finishes verification of the assets, then instructions will be given on how to make it public. I think that statement still subsists. That's still the position.
I see. So, Mr. President recently fired the entire governing board of NNPC, and people have been asking what's going to happen next. And just so you know, there are rumors that Mr. President wants to be in charge of NNPC himself. We really don't know what is happening. If you don't mind just enlightening us.
No, it's within Mr. President's task to fire the board of the NNPC. He has done that, relieved them of their duties. And that is just the beginning of the house cleansing he wants to do in the oil sector. If you listen to him, since he came to power, he has talked repeatedly of the rots in the oil sector. Remember, under General Olusegun Obasanjo, as head of state in the 70s, he was oil minister for 3.5 years. Mm-hmm. So it's a sector he knows. The sector he knows quite well. And now when he sees the rot that pervades that sector now, and he compares it with the time he was minister, he knows what exactly to do. And I think relieving members of the board of their duties is just a first step. There's a lot ahead in that sector yet.
Okay. So, but we have no idea what the next step would be?
Well, he has taken a first step. When you take a first step, you take others. So, as that first step was not taken in secrecy, all the others that will be taken will also not be in secrecy.
I see. Being that you are so close to Mr. President, people have been wondering when he would elect ministers. Do you have any information for us on this?
Talking of so close to Mr. President, no, I'm one of his personal aides. So if you are a personal aide to somebody, yes, you can talk to him, he can talk to you, and you can share ideas. We do that. When he is going to appoint the cabinet, it is prerogative. Yeah, it is prerogative. And we respect his decision on that. When he is ready to run with the list, I'm sure he's going to call us and say, no. If his cabinet list, the procedure is he writes the Senate President. and then the list can be made open through the Senate.
I see. So recently, Mr. President announced that he's getting rid of checkpoints. There has been mixed reviews, actually. A lot of people have been celebrating that because they believe that the soldiers have been extorting people of money. And also, a lot of people are expressing fear that how about security on the roads? I'm just wondering your view about this.
No. I think there was a misunderstanding of what Mr. President said. What happened was that during the week there was a security meeting, and the issue came up. And Mr. President recounted an incident of when he was traveling, and he just saw one soldier who created a long hold-up, and that soldier was just waving vehicles, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, not checking anything. And he has created a long stretch of traffic. So, Mr. President said, what then is the essence of that? If you equip that soldier or a policeman manning a checkpoint with the right technological devices, he knows he can detect whoever is carrying anything that is illegal or unlawful. But a soldier who stands there creates that long stretch of traffic, and you're there to get to him and he just waves you past with a finger. Serves no useful purpose. So what he told the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Army Staff who were at that meeting was, in non-essential areas, remove the soldiers from checkpoints. But in essential areas, leave them to continue with their work. But in non-essential areas, remove them. That was the instruction. And it was clarified the next day after there was a misunderstanding of the earlier instruction.
I see.
It was not meant to be nationwide. It said in non-essential areas, where soldiers have just been reduced to traffic wardens. They removed them.
I see. So we should expect them to still be on some roads.
That is the instruction. That is the correct interpretation of what he said. If, for instance, in places in the northeast, for instance, you can remove soldiers from the road. And some places that kidnapping is endemic, armed robbery is endemic, you can remove them from the roads. What he just said is from non-essential duties, using them as traffic wardens, remove those ones. That was the instruction.
I see. I want to talk a little bit about Delta State. There has been numerous witnesses and testimonies providing evidence that the 19th Battalion in Koko military base have been sponsoring murders, stealing oil, and protecting kidnappers in the area for money. And people are wondering if the presidency is doing anything about this, and also what the president is doing about protecting human rights and abuse by the police and Nigerian military.
I think this question should rather go to spokesman of the defense headquarters, the Prince of Locality.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to move on. Mr. President recently said he would recover stolen billions of dollars in the next 3 months. So people have been wondering how exactly this would be. Will the EFCC be involved? And we just want to know more.
Yes, all the agencies of government are under the control of Mr. President. Whatever agency he needs, it could be EFCC, it could be ICPC, it could be NIA, it could be anything, it could be police, it could be detectives, it could be anybody, any agency, including individuals that have information, can bring it forward. This information will be verified and they'll be followed up on. In fact, Mr. President went ahead to say that during the G7 meeting, President Obama promised him that let Nigeria just make the information about these stolen monies possible, available to the United States, and United States will assist in recovering those funds.
I see. This next question, I just want to know your reaction to what a lot of young people have been saying on Twitter lately. I'm sure that you've seen many of the messages about your office as well as that of Mr. Garba Shehu about how you've been tweeting and how you've been disseminating information. I'm wondering your reaction to what people are saying.
You know, young people can be very impatient. You don't blame them. They are young. We are not so young. We are in middle age, so we are more contemplative than them. We speak for a president. We can talk carelessly, we can talk recklessly, we can talk without weighing what they're going to say. Because in that process, you may misrepresent your principle. So I would just like to say to the people online, Twitter and all that, old and young, patience. Like the saying goes, easy does it. They stumble, they run too fast. Easy does it.
I see. So we understand that, but just keep in mind, he's also president of these young people as well, though.
He is. I tell you that in about a week maximum too, there is going to be a special assistant who is going to be in charge of online. He will engage more with these young people.
Okay, so we should expect more online interactions.
Oh, sure.
I mean, before this interview, just so you know, I went on your Twitter page and I noticed that the last time you sent out a tweet was June 23rd. So you are telling us that there would be...
June 23rd, yes, possible, yes.
Say that again?
Yes, you may be quite right. It was June 23rd must have been. Okay, yeah, this week, yes.
Yeah. So, but in terms of disseminating information, letting us know what Mr. President is up to, what are some changes we should expect?
You know, it is not all the information at my disposal that I can make available. It is not everything Mr. President says to me, for instance, that I quickly go and tweet. No. There are some meant for private consumption. There are some meant for my information. There are some just meant for me so that I can know how his mind is working. I should be able to design what to release to the public and what is meant for my private consumption. Even when a special assistant on online resumes, it is the things we pass to him that still passes online. Yeah. The information has to be sifted. You don't put everything out. Yeah. It's like that is what the people online want. Everything, every minute. No, it doesn't work.
And you are not the social media advisor, right? So there would be somebody working solely on social media. Right.
Oh, yes, working under my office, responsible to me. A number of special assistants are coming in.
Okay. So and my last question for you, though, recently there was some kind of fiasco about Mr. President, whether he said his age would affect his performance or he didn't really mean it like that. And you actually said that he's like old wine, that the older you get, the tastier you become, or something like that.
Exactly.
Okay, so do you mind clearing exactly what Mr. President was trying to say and what you were trying to say with that proverb?
You know, Mr. President was in South Africa, and we went to the Nigerian consulate in Johannesburg. I mean, he had a prepared text that I should have read, but he put it aside. He said he wanted to talk straight from the heart. And he began to talk to the people. And he told them that at 33, he was governor of the Northeast State. Northeast State today has had 6 states carved out of it. He listed the states, Borno, Yobe, Adamawa, Gombe, Taraba, and all those 6 states. He listed them. And then he said at 42, he became head of state. And now at 72, he is now president. He wished that he had been president when he became a governor. That was 33. That means he will have done a lot more for Nigeria, a lot more, because he will have the advantage of youth, the advantage of speed, the advantage of energy, and all that. It does not mean that his strength has diminished, but you can also say that he's a youth again. He just said he wished he had become president at that age. Then he would have done a lot more for Nigeria. But that does not mean he's saying that he can't do. Now, he can do, he will do, and he is doing. You need to see the work rate of Mr.
Yeah, I guess that's what Nigerians want to hear, that he will still do. It's just he will still do.
Even if you look at the remarks, if you look at the remarks in that same event in Johannesburg, he still went on to itemize what he will do. That he will battle corruption, they will create employment, the economy will be revived. He went on to say it in that same event. So that sentence that he wished he had become president at 33 and not 72 should not have been taken out of isolation.
I see. And you were trying to explain the proverb, right?
Yes. Now, a statement was issued on that.
I see. All right. So thank you very much, Mr. Femi Adesina, for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, viewers, that has been the Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to President Muhammadu Buhari, Mr. Femi Adesina. We hope you've enjoyed this interview. Stay tuned, we have much more to come.
I say roll it, shake it, African mama roll it. Oh yeah, wind to the left and wind to the right. Dance like you be zombie. Hi, bonjour, je m'appelle Museba. My name is Museba. Keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, it's your boy, Mr. Lumentin, aka Mr. Naughty, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa, and keep it locked.
She baddest. Lil Kesh is here, and you guys are watching Saharatv TV, Everything Africa.
Trust Sahara to give you all the scoop. Stay tuned. It's Niniola.
I go by the name of Jesse Jags, rapping Chocolate City. That's what it is, right? Shout out to Sahara TV. I'm the biggest fan of Sahara TV. We need to talk.
My name is Femi Anikula Pokuti, and you are watching Sahara TV. Don't stop watching. Arararara. Stop.
Hi viewers, welcome back. My name is Toyosi Phillips. Joining us all the way from Lagos is Mr. Olanrewaju Suraju. He's the chairman of the Civil Society Network Against Corruption, and we're going to be talking about EFCC, corruption, and the future of Nigeria. Welcome to the show, Mr. Olanrewaju.
Thank you for having me. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. So, let's start with Buhari's recent declaration about going after funds that were stolen. What do you think about that?
Well, of course, that is the expectation of, I can tell you, 99% of Nigerians, that, you know, the infractions of the past will have to be redressed. So this is the number one thing, and that Nigerians are expecting for obvious reasons, and also not only for Nigerians, including for himself, for this government, for the obvious reasons of the fact that where you don't even retrieve those money and you allow it to continue in circulation in the hands of those who were actually voted out of office, you run a major risk of using the money, of these guys using the money to sponsor some kind of rebellion and also frustrates the government. And also is the second obvious reason that the country is in the financial mess, and there's no going to be manna coming from heaven except where you can maximize the little that is available. And a large chunk of that is actually hiding in the hands of many of these characters who just left office.
Right, okay. But do you think he's actually able to get back these funds, seeing that some of the people who, well, everybody feels should be chased or should be, what's the word now, should be questioned, are part of his party members? So do you think he's able to actually get this done?
I mean, the truth that needs to be told to both the parties is the fact the key thing that you can see is a substantial difference between the party that just left office and the one that is just assuming quite just a few of individuals. Buhari himself being one of them. So the majority of other guys are still part of the former system that we Nigerians abhor and then just sent out of power. But the key thing is that with the fight against corruption, one thing that was missing before now was the political will. Where you have the public will and also the organizational will in many of the anti-corruption institutions, that wins in the absence of the political will. And what you then have is the complete erosion of both organizational and public will. Now, once the political will is provided, inevitably you would have no justification for not going after them. And since he had clearly stated that he belongs to everybody and actually does not belong to anyone, so Nigerians will really look forward to the practical reality and implementation or even execution of that without fear or favor or even the contradiction of such a statement. And it will be the key suspects with which this government would be assessed at the end of the regime, on how far it's gone in terms of correcting the wrongs that have afflicted this country in the past.
Right. Okay. Let's talk about EFCC. What can you say about some of their most recent arrests after Buhari's winning?
Yeah, in fairness to EFCC, it has actually remained, of all the anti-corruption institutions and establishments in the country, it actually remains the one with the few or a little modicum of respect within the system and also credibility within the country, where you would see a couple of others. Say, for instance, the ICPC, which preceded even the EFCC, became more like an orientation company, organization, where all you do is meeting with governors who are actually supposed to be under investigation, and all you see is the chairman of the ICPC having orientation programs with governors and all the rest of that. Take, for instance, the Code of Conduct Tribunal. I mean, this is also a tribunal where the chairman of a three-man panel was being accused of even corruption, and the other members of the panel refused to join in sitting over the tribunal. So, I mean, you can see the level of the rottenness, from the edge, and what exactly would you expect from such an institution. The police is also not free of all these situations as well. I mean, the police is even worse in terms of having corruption allegation and cases. Now, coming down to EFCC, it still happens to be about the only one where you can still have some measure of trust and also reliability. People would then take even civil cases or cases that are meant to be for the police to the EFCC because they still have a measure of also trust exactly in the EFCC to redress such violations than even going to the police. So it clearly shows that it has some measure of organizational will within itself. The public will, I can say, it is neither here nor there. There are quite a number of people that are also frustrated with the situation of the fight against corruption in the country. So they kind of also lump all of them together, including the EFCC. So they really don't give it a benefit of the doubt. And there's also the lack of also clear understanding of how these things work. Once you don't have that political will from the political leadership of the system or the country, there's no way, and I can tell you there's no way you can have a functional anti-corruption agency or institution. And that was what happened in the last regime. Even when we had Obasanjo's system, it was a bit also still possible because there was that political will on the part of Obasanjo to try and either for intrinsic reasons or for personal benefit or for vendetta to allow the anti-corruption institutions to do some work. So then they were able to work. And even at that time, the most significant achievements were attributable to the EFCC. So now, with the clear indication from Buhari that, he is probably not going to encourage many of those with anti-corruption charges or corruption charges or cases be part of the system. Quite a number of them are already running back to the judiciary, and the Nigerian judiciary, I should say judicial system, which includes both the police and the judges, are also worse in terms of engaging and encouraging corruption and corrupt practices, than even the anti-corruption institutions. So quite a number of them are running to the courts to go and also get some willing judges to quash their cases that were pending in some very ridiculous manner. And I'll take, for instance, the case of Bukola Saraki, who is the current Senate president, with the charges which he had with the special fraud unit of the police, and the same thing goes to people. I mean, these are in anticipation of their possible consideration for either ministerial appointments or even the Senate presidency that Bukola Saraki just extended to. So with a supported EFCC, with a clear political will on the part of the president most especially, we're likely to have that reinvigoration of an institution that can then also have the opportunity to display its organizational will to discharge its mandate, and then the public will can also be reenacted.
Right. So from what you're saying, what I'm gathering from what you're saying is that there was no political will during the most recent regime before Buhari.
No, there was nothing like there was nothing like it. Rather than having a political will to fight corruption, what you had was the political will to encourage and entrench corruption. So it's difficult to have it,
Okay, so there are corruption accusations now against Governor Akpabio. In fact, running into multi-billions of naira. What do you have to say about that?
No, I mean, if you look at the resources, that goes into states like Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, and then the development, the state of development in those states, there's no way you would not conclude that these administrators, when they were in office, were actually helping them the state's resources. And there was the avalanche of also petitions, allegations, and accusations and attacks. Beyond the fact that they enjoyed immunity in the period, they also had, because they had the presidential and the also federal might to ward off every investigating them. They had this protection up until now that would not really allow for investigation of atrocities that were committed in office. But I am not surprised, because now, either you like it or not, people are going to come up with several watertight allegations and petitions against these guys. There are quite a number of people who either their conscience would not allow them to rest, knowing the level of atrocities that were committed, or some of them that were sustained in the sharing of the loot, who probably could not complain before now because they were not sure of what would be the consequential effect of that on them. And now also some of them who actually are embittered about what the level of poverty still pervades in those states.
Yeah.
You would have quite a number of petitions springing up now. So you can be sure that many of the anti-corruption institutions will have a whole lot of work to do. Under this dispensation. So I am not in any way in doubt that quite a number of them, and that is why you can see quite a huge percentage of them running now to the National Assembly, especially the Senate, where they can do a the core and then try to see how they can muzzle their way out of the accusations. The flashlights and precisely.
Yeah, so talking about the National Assembly, there was an uproar last week over the dressing allowance. Is there any other part of the budget that bothers you right now?
No, all of it. It's not just a part. The whole of it. It is madness. It is saddening. And we just actually wrote a petition to the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. How can you have a parliament where the young people being paid wardrobe allowance? For as parliamentarians, they are paid hardship allowance. And you ask yourself, what manner of hardship do they go through? Isn't it crazy? This guy is research allowance. So how do you go on research to probably go and have time with your family? Or you go on holiday, or then you get allowance for that. And they get all manners of the whole thing borders on nothing other than corruption. And the other thing that they also, beyond these allowances, and this I can also tell you, is that those allowances they get are even insignificant compared to what they get under their committees. And that is why you see them perpetually having public hearings and investigations, because they allocate, and this is completely outside their mandate. It is not within the mandate of the National Assembly to investigate matters. No, it's not. They have oversight functions. They have lawmaking powers, but not in any way. Because if you investigate, what do? You don't have the power to even execute anything. And beyond also that is where you have them collecting what they call constituency allowances. These constituency allowances is not only about operating a constituency office, but also about implementing projects in your constituency. And once you have that line that separates the parliament, which is the legislative arm, from the executive, being blurred by these elements, then there can't be any form of transparency, accountability, or even oversight responsibility. So when you see them saying we want to investigate, the only thing they do at that time is to get money allocated for such purposes from the budget of the parliament. And the ministries or departments or agencies that are to be investigated are also twisted to even release some money to the parliament. So it's been a kind of fraudulent manner of managing the resource. And then you would be surprised. Now, they had a budget of about 120 billion for just 469 individuals. And you want to ask them to do what?
What is even, sorry to cut you short, but what is even surprising is that there has been a drop in the nation's revenue, considering that crude oil prices have slumped in the international market. Where do they plan to get these funds from?
Oh, no, they don't care. It is not, looking for where they would get the money from is not even the nature of the problem. I think what should bother us is what is the percentage of the revenue that you are allocating to yourself. So if you have already allocated 120 billion to yourself, this is more than the budget of, saying, for instance, about 15 states, or about 10 states across the country. Some of these states have a budget of, say, about 10 billion or thereabouts. And then it means you're spending money that were meant to have gone to, say, 10 million, 20 million people, also being spent on just 469 people. Who don't even have any means of generating in any way of even improving on the development. I mean, look at the ridiculous passage of bill that was also undertaken by the 7th Assembly, where they passed about 46 bills in 10 minutes. I mean, isn't it the highest madness that you can expect from any responsible individual? And many of these characters are also back in the assembly. So it is actually a major problem. But like you said, I mean, having a budget of 120 billion is to start asking the question which Nigerians are actually asking now, and that is the fundamental question. That it is not just going to be about allocation again. It is all just about to do what. So the Revenue Mobilization and Allocation Fiscal Commission need to review significantly downwards the allocations or allowances that were already fixed for the public office holders. And it is not just about saying you want to cut by 50%. No, we don't need your ridiculous 50%. It is to go in conformity with what operates at international standards. Nigeria cannot have a parliamentarian that is the highest stage in the world. It's not possible. No, it's not possible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for joining us today. But before you leave, what is the one thing, what advice would you give President Buhari now? What should be his first step, really?
Yeah, I think he's already going in the right direction. The first step is to retrieve all those free monies that are in the system. Any failure to do that, these characters would always frustrate and sabotage every other thing that is done in the public interest.
Yeah, my question actually is, how should he go about that if you were to advise him?
Oh, it is to set the anti-corruption institutions to start doing their job. It's as simple as that. No, it's to get the anti-corruption institutions to do their jobs by looking at the books. I understand somebody who probably was accused of stealing about 4.5 billion naira, $3 billion, was already offering to return 1.4 billion naira.
Wow.
I mean, how do you reconcile that?
Wow.
I mean, that is beyond the fact that he probably must have invested his money and then also dropped in some interest on that, is that you can't change the country by returning what you think or consider is convenient for you. No. They must return to the full measure of what was stolen.
Yeah,
and the anti-corruption institution, because it is not just only about retrieving, they have the capacity to go and employ the best lawyers that you have in town, and they have the tactics of also frustrating the prosecution process. And then they also have the reach to some of these corrupt judges that are still sitting on the bench.
Yes.
So it's important that they allow such an holistic work, and that even the anti-corruption institutions will beam the flashlight on judges, and then those that are also found to be in possession of undeserving amount of money and property are also brought to book.
Right. Thank you very much. Do you believe Nigeria can ever be corruption-free?
Oh, yes, I have that strong belief, because it's just about less than about 5% of Nigerians are involved in this. So if the instruments of correction, all the institutions of government that are responsible for imposing sanctions are allowed to do the work, you will be surprised that nothing less than 50% of Nigerians will be more than willing not only to assist the system, but to also volunteer information. And that is what you guys, our Sahara Reporter, also thrives on. Nigerians are willing to give you information that they would to conventional media, because they don't actually trust their level of independence, sincerity, and also commitment. But once they find a reliable and credible platform, they would be more than willing to troops and then also volunteer information.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's my
And
pleasure.
that was Mr. Olanrewaju Suraju, the chairman for the Civil Society Network Against Corruption, talking to us all the way from Lagos, Nigeria. Stick around. We'll be back after this break.
Hi there, this is Oliver Mtukudzi from Zimbabwe, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything in Africa.
Hello, this is Eva Bacola Toby, and you are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa. Mwah! I love my continent.
Hey, I'm Stella Damasis, and you are watching Sahara TV, everything African. I'm African, proudly so, Sahara TV.
What up, my people? You know how it's going down. It's the Golden Child of Africa, OBO, David O, and you're now watching Sahara TV, everything Africa. God bless. One.
Hi all, this is Idia Asian, a Nigerian and Cameroonian model. You're watching Sahara TV, everything African. Keep watching.
Affectionately known at home as Mukanya and to the rest of the world as the Lion of Zimbabwe, Thomas Mapfumo has been a witness and participant to the history in his native country, Zimbabwe, from the bloody years of the country's liberation war in the 1970s right through the present economic and political crisis and cries, Thomas Mapfumo has used his revolutionary, spiritually charged music to decry injustice and highlight the historical and cultural issues that underline the news headlines. Mapfumo is a musical visionary, fearless social critic, and certainly one of the greatest African band leaders of the past century. This is exactly how the Chimurenga guru is described in a book, Line Songs by ethnomusicologist Burning Eye of the Afro-pop worldwide. Dr. Mapfumo, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to start off with the book. I mean, this book has been almost 25 years, you know, in the making. Burning Eye has also openly admitted that he's a friend of yours and also a fan of yours. How was it after, during the preparation of this book? Have you managed to get your hands to it?
Yes, he actually sent me a copy. I have a copy.
Okay, so now this book actually reveals some very intimate moments that almost most of your musical fans do not know about you. I am from Zimbabwe, and personally, I didn't know that Mapfumo was not your father's name, but your stepfather's name. So in the book, this truth comes out that you were obviously raised by Mr. Mapfumo after your father had not been able to pay Lobola for your mother. So when was that decision like to pick up that name and keep it? Because now that's the trending name besides Mukanya or, you know, the Lion of Zimbabwe.
Yeah, the fact is that I was brought up by my grandparents.
Right.
And actually, I never saw my father when I was a kid until when I was a grown-up man. I went out there looking for him. But the very first time I met him. But, you know, my mother actually, she was responsible for looking after me, making sure everything was right with me. She did send me to school. She did everything for me. And I thank her very much because that's how I grew. But I grew up with my grandparents back in the country. Life there in the country was all about working.
Right.
Was a head boy, heading cattle and goats. We usually went out there to plow, to work in the fields.
Mm-hmm.
My grandfather was a hard worker. And, I spent almost about 7 years in the country with my grandparents. And they were also very much into traditional music.
Right.
That's how I became a musician, because I started loving music when I was a kid, when I was listening to these traditional tunes. And I was very much involved with the type of music.
Okay, so I know that at one point, obviously, you took your musical career somewhere where you were imitating the Beatles, for instance, you know, and all those other pop Western music. And then later on, you decided to go back to your roots because you grew up with the mbira instrument in your house, and your mother was actually a traditional musical singer. And when you started to fuse the mbira music with electric guitar, I also read in the book that at one point, I think this was Jonas Tolle, I'm sure one of your guitarists, who then imitated the sound of the mbira with the guitar.
I mean, this came about when I left the country.
Mm-hmm.
I was now living with my own parents in the city.
Right.
And that was the first time that I started listening to radio music. I was listening to a lot of bigger names, like Frank Sinatra,
right,
Everly Brothers, Elvis Presley, and all those other musicians. Cecilia Makeba.
Right.
Especially, there was a lot of music from South Africa too. So I was listening to that all that. I thought music was really very, very, very good. But then I felt well. I wanted to be a musician.
Right. So
surely that was my ambition. I wanted to be a musician.
So fast forward, sometime in the 70s, obviously during the height of the Chimurenga War, your music took a form of its own in the sense that you became a revolutionary through your music. I mean, there are songs like Gwindingwine, Chimurenga, and that's where that name originated, because for some reason the Rhodesian forces did not like the message of your music, and you were put through so many threats, trying to banish your music. But then at the same time, this was the voice that you used to communicate with the masses. How did that come about for you as an artist turning into a revolutionary like that?
Yes, I realized, after after following, a lot of other people's music, I started thinking, and I was growing up, I started thinking about myself, my own identity. And I just, started having a different mind. I said, I'm not supposed to be any of these bigger names like Elvis Presley, John Lennon, and the rest of the other world artists.
Right.
I'm supposed to be Thomas Mafumo. Right. So, what to be Thomas Mafumo? What am I supposed to do? And I started looking for my own identity. And I remembered very well, and I started thinking, well, I grew up in the country, and there was a lot of music. And I used to participate in that type of music myself too. So I just thought if I could take the music that was cultural music actually, change the music, make it appeal to the young generation. The music, I found the music was also just as good as the other music that I actually had been following.
Right.
When I did that, I found that, I was actually doing the right thing for my own people, because though I didn't realize music was cultural, but...
So this is the trend that has been with your music, and of late you've been accused by the Zimbabwean government of singing songs against them, and as a result, as we speak, you are in some kind of exile in Oregon, in the United States for the last, is it 10 years now? You have maintained, you are one of those musicians who have remained consistent on your policies about what's going on around you politically and socially, and this music has obviously led to you to where you are. What can you say as a musician in a foreign country, but still has a passion and love for your own country and what's going on in Zimbabwe? What can you say?
Yeah, what I have to tell you is that my music played a very important role during the liberation struggle. And I was supporting the struggle, hoping, that everyone was going to be free in Zimbabwe. It wasn't just freedom for the black people, but freedom for every Zimbabwean, right. even the white people who grew up there. This was my idea. But, look at what is happening today, I cannot be seen supporting, the wrong cause. I have to be with the people who put me where I am today, the poor people.
Right.
And that's where I belong. And I don't care whether you are white or blue or black. If you don't do the right thing for the people, I'll actually, I'll be very much opposed to everything that you do. So that's the situation that we have in back home today. Yesterday, I supported them because we were trying to, free everybody, to free Zimbabweans.
Right.
And to make sure that everyone in Zimbabwe was going to be free. But today, that's not the case with the Zimbabweans. There's the people, they don't have the power. The power belongs to those few who are controlling who are in top positions. That's not supposed to be.
Right.
Power must be with the people. Give the people the power, and that's what they fought for. And today, it seems we fought against racism yesterday, and today we are a racist country. I don't know what that means.
This is racism against the white farmers that have been kicked out from the farms?
That's very true. I don't want to be seen, siding with racists. I'm not a racist myself.
Right. So now, in what's going on politically, the president is 91 years old. He's been in power for the last 35 years. And they seem like no hope because amongst themselves in the ruling party, ZANU-PF, they are no longer friendly with each other. There's no more harmony. There's disunity. What do you expect of Zimbabwe's future? Do you think there might be a civil war? Because already there's serious squabbles going on in there. And there's been a history of people disappearing and people dying as a result of this political violence against each other just because they opposed someone's ideas. What do you think Zimbabwe is heading to at this point?
They need, the Zimbabweans need to be united. They need a strong opposition party. Somebody who is going to stand there for the people and say, if it means dying, I'll die first. That's what Mandela did.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? That's what a good leader does.
But people will say there's been Morgan Tsvangirai. Do you think that he made a mistake by uniting with the ZANU-PF at some point?
He did made a terrible mistake because people were looking after him. They were thinking he was going to save them from what is happening today. But look what happened.
Right. So you feel like he shook hands with the enemy?
That's very true.
Okay, now you've also been outspoken about people like fellow musicians who shy away from criticizing the government through their work. What can you say about that at this current moment?
Because most of them never saw the liberation war. They were never into that war. And they never experienced what we experienced during the Rhodesian, when the country was still Rhodesian. And they think Comrade Mugabe, as they call him, is untouchable. That's not to be. Most of them are brainwashed. And they must, actually do away with that. They have to think again. They have to be united. What is needed today is to do away with the rest of the ZANU-PF, government. Whoever was who is involved with this government. Yeah, and must be, done away with.
Right. Okay, so they shouldn't be trusted. Now, moving forward, we also have been reading news about vendors, because Zimbabwe is now a country of vendors. People are trying to eke out a living, and I hear that they're selling anything everywhere, any place. And recently, Zimbabwe the government was trying to embark on a cleanup, and these vendors are not budging because that's their lifeline. What do you think about what is going on in that scenario?
Because there's no rule of law. Everyone is corrupt, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So when everyone is corrupt, including the leadership, there's no rule of law, there's nothing, we're not moving in the right direction. And letting those people, turning those people into vendors, you are turning the country into, I don't know, Mamvemve.
Mamvemve?
Yes, yeah.
Right, torn to pieces.
Yes, yes.
Right. Anyway, so in closing, Dr. Mapfumo, we'd just like to find out if there's any new album in the works. I know you've just released one, and I hear that it was already being bootlegged in Zimbabwe, and you came out swinging to say that, you're willing to give out free copies if that's the case. How is your music being received from Exa?
Well, I'll tell you, my music is being received very well internationally.
Mm-hmm.
But back home, the music industry has been destroyed. It's a sad situation for the upcoming musicians, because they are not going to enjoy the fruits of their music like what we used to do when the country was still right.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us. That was obviously Dr. Thomas Mapfumo Mukanya, or the Lion of Zimbabwe, as he's popularly known by his legions of fans across the world. He's talking to us via Skype from his home in Oregon. This is Fungai Maboreke, Sahara TV. Stay tuned, we have more programming.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, aka Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
viewers, welcome back. My name is Adeola Fayeun. Very recently, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arraigned some fraudsters, including top government officials such as former governors. Now, to talk to us about how the EFCC can be more effective under this new administration and to assess their performance under the previous administration is Nigerian lawyer, socialist, critic, columnist, and human rights activist who also prosecuted some of the EFCC cases. Please welcome Mr. Festus Keyamo. Mr. Festus, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you for talking to me.
Sure. Let's start with something very recent. You recently said that the former petroleum minister, Alison Madwike, should be probed. And we're just wondering, is this about the $20 billion or something else?
Well, it's about a whole lot of issues. But in that my petition, I was very particular about what has come to be called the crude oil swap deals. Under this arrangement, we never knew that a lot of our crude oil were given to private oil companies in exchange for their bringing in petroleum products. Under one arrangement, they were supposed to take it out, refine the products, and then ship them back to Nigeria, either the petroleum products or their byproducts. And under the other arrangement, they were supposed to be given the crude oil. They would sell the crude oil in the international market and then use the money to import fuel, petroleum products, into the country. Now, there have been reports in the papers of late that under this arrangement, certain Nigerian companies, oil and gas companies, made very huge unwarranted profits because the simple reason is that they imported far less than the crude oil that they got. Under this arrangement, many of them bought private jets, they bought properties around the world, and began to live large, under the guise of this type of arrangement. And of course, certain individuals in the NNPC were seen as collaborators in this deceitful and grand plot. Now, before the minister left office, she actually picked up her pen and wrote a petition to the EFCC, inviting the EFCC to probe these individuals and these deals. And I asked myself the simple question. I mean, it's a bit curious that a minister who had supervisory authority over these individuals and these issues, and who had access to all these documents that he could have easily called for them, given queries to this, why would she wait to the last minute, to write a petition to the EFCC to probe, these deals? And I told myself, I said, look, it's not the first person that runs to a police station to complain that is always the victim of a crime. The person can also be the perpetrator of the crime. So we should not be fooled by the fact that he had to write a petition inviting the EFCC to probe the issues. As head of that ministry, under whom these acts were supposed to have taken place, I mean, she has to take some measure of responsibility. So I'm
wondering, though, after submitting this petition, if in any case they did not probe her, are you prepared to take further steps?
Oh, like I've always done. Like I've always done over my life, all the years. Remember, I had to go to court and threaten to prosecute Lawal, who was caught hiding dollars in his car before the state decided to wake up. These are the swept in the tape, even in the face of a tape, where they saw him confessing on tape, asking for bribe on tape. Nothing was done over a year. In fact, the matter has been swept.
We all remember that. And while we're still talking about cases, what should we expect of the Femi Fani-Kayode's case?
Oh, no, I don't know. It's up to the judiciary. We have done our best, and it's up to the judiciary.
I see. Also, a lot of Nigerians are wondering, because there was a report that the President Buhari has asked you to withdraw from prosecuting former governor of Bayelsa State, Simipri Silva. Is this true?
In fact, I laughed when I saw those types of comments on some sites and gossip columns, and I really laughed at all.
So it's not true.
cannot, will not, and will never, ever, do such a thing if you know who he is. Never. In fact, he has no idea at all as to what is going on now in those departments. He has been so distracted by the issue of insurgency, and he doesn't even know what is happening about the position for certain individuals for now.
I see. And so we should believe that you are bent on ensuring justice when regarding the former governor of Bayelsa State.
Oh, no, all I did was to return the file to the EFCC for someone else to continue the prosecution.
Okay.
I did not withdraw the charge. The charge was never withdrawn. At that time, at the point I withdrew from the matter, I only sent the file back to the EFCC for continued prosecution by another person. It was a decision I took myself. And for the first time, maybe I should explain to you, because I've never explained to anybody at all before.
Okay.
You see, under the ethics of the legal profession, in the ethics of the legal profession, when you find yourself in a position that you will not have the opportunity to use all your skills, you will not have the opportunity to have all the freedom to do a particular matter the way you would love to do it, and the way the law allows you to do it, and the way the ethics of the profession allows you to do it, especially prosecution, it is better to give it to another person who has the freedom, to do it. It will be more fraudulent. It will be more fraudulent if you find yourself in a position where you may be compromised or you may be too close to the accused person. It's more fraudulent to continue with that prosecution when you know, in fact, that accused person will meet you at different fora. You may meet over dinner. You may meet at party meetings. You may meet at different places. Imagine a situation, Adiola, where I finish from court prosecuting a person today. Tomorrow, the press now sees us going into a party meeting.
I see.
What would they think? I hope you understand me.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for the explanation.
Some people will continue with that kind of position in a fraudulent manner. And that is wrong. Even a judge, when you find yourself...
So you did that to avoid conflict of...
It is better to avoid conflict and confusion, and even, conflict of interest, to withdraw so that someone else who has the freedom will do the matter. That is the best way, and that is the way the ethics of our profession dictates for anybody to behave.
I see. Okay, so that makes it clearer. But while we're talking about former governors, do you have any update on the former governor of Akwa Ibom, that is ex-governor Akpabio, over being alleged to have stolen 108 billion naira? And apparently we're hearing that he's still living in the government house.
Well, I don't know about this. I don't have the details of that.
Okay.
I read, though, in some sites that he may be living in the former government house. That, of course, has not been confirmed or denied by anybody. And these days, I think we have to be careful about how we rush to comment on anything we have not confirmed. If these issues are confirmed, perhaps we'll go ahead and comment on them. But really, I have no information as to these allegations.
How about his case, about the 108 billion naira fraud case?
No, I have no information about that.
Okay.
The EFCC may have an information about that.
Okay. So I was reading an article where you said that President Buhari can appoint less than 37 ministers. And not only am I wondering the basis for this, but right now a lot of Nigerians are worried that Mr. President has not appointed any ministers. And I'm wondering your opinion about that as well.
Okay, your question is two-pronged, and I'll take them piecemeal.
Okay.
The first one is about the appointment of 37 ministers.
Less than
37 ministers. This is a situation where we find ourselves when we are all struggling to see how we can reduce the size of government and save a lot of costs, free up funds to do deliver essential services to the people. Now, I consider 37 ministers a complete drain, waste on national resources. And then we have to be extremely ingenious in interpreting provisions of the Constitution to help the system. The Constitution was made by man. It was not made, it is not immutable. The Constitution is not a document that was made to bring suffering to the people. Now, the Constitution says that the president must appoint one minister per state, in all the 36 states of the federation, and then one minister also for the FCC, making it 37. And the simple question you must ask yourself is that, one, is the president given a time limit within which to appoint ministers? And the simple answer is no. The president is not given a time limit to appoint ministers. Secondly, what time limit does the president have to fulfill that provision of appointing one minister per state? The Constitution does not say that you must appoint ministers within the first 1 month, or 2 months, or 6 months, or 1 year. If that is the case, then the government, you see, the simple interpretation is that the president has a period of 4 years during his tenure to obey that part of the Constitution that says you must appoint one minister per state.
It looks like you're answering my second question already, right? About the fact that a lot of people are worried that he has not appointed any minister.
Well, I'm answering to the legal angle, but I'm going to come. I'll also answer it, in even the practical angle, not the legal angle now. Now, if the president has 4 years within which to fulfill that provision of appointing one minister per state, what stops him really from appointing them piecemeal, from appointing them in batches? Well, there's nothing that stops him. It is his complete discretion to do so. One may argue that politically, all of them must be part of the Federal Executive Council at the same time and all of that. But really, come to think of it, it is not because a minister comes from a state that you get information about that state and what is happening in that state. It is absolutely not as a result of their being in the Federal Executive Council. So that argument will not stand. So I respectfully submit that since the president is not strong to appoint ministers in a particular time, he has 4 years to do so. If suppose he's delaying now, nobody can go to court to force him. Other presidents in the past, people forget really that there's no president in the past really that has appointed ministers earlier than July, after swearing in May 29. I remember the last time it's dragged on to about July also.
During President Jonathan's time?
Yes, I think under President Jonathan, under Yar'Adua also. I can't sure, but on 2 or 3 occasions it has dragged on to about July for them to be appointed. And guess what? People fail to realize that the ministries function without hindrance, even without ministers. People are thinking that government is at a standstill.
Some people are complaining, though, that a lot of people are complaining that so many funds are not being released in many ministries because they don't have a minister right now.
It's not the presence of the ministers that ensure the release of funds. Don't forget that President Buhari, I even made a regulation a few weeks ago, and that is what should really be the situation, that ministers should have nothing to do with funds. Ministers should have absolutely nothing to do with funds. The permanent secretaries are there to run the ministries.
So you are saying that even without ministers, ministries can function?
They function 101% without ministers. The reason is the ministers are only political heads to make sure that the government's overall vision and program are being implemented by that ministry and the way they run their they run the ministry.
So if the minister is not there, who signs in terms of getting funds?
The permanent secretaries are there. They sign. The permanent secretaries sign. They go on. They go on normally. It depends on the instruction of the president. Don't forget that all of them are bureaucrats who report to the president. I mean, look at the recent meetings they have held.
I see.
All right. The fact that there was no defense minister, let me explain this, I'm sorry. The fact that there was no defense minister, did this stop Buhari from meeting presidents of Chad, of Mali and all that? I mean, Chad, Cameroon and Niger. The permanent secretary of the Ministry of Defense the other day briefed everybody about what was going on because he is the person that has complete knowledge of what had been happening up to that point that they handed over to Buhari, and he briefed everybody fully as to the situation.
So what would be your ideal number of ministers if we are cutting down in the number of ministers?
Look, my ideal number of ministers will be far less than 37. I see so many ministries that are completely duplicated, and they should be merged. In fact, some ministries were merged in the past before, And all of a sudden, because they wanted to create jobs for the boys, they were split into 3 or 4. I remember there was a time, was it not Babangida or somebody, that we had Ministry of Youth, Sports, Social Development, and Women Affairs, something like that.
Okay, so if we should cut it down, would you say 30, 20, 10?
I think the ideal, something in the region of 19, 20 would be ideal.
19 or 20 ministries would be sufficient to run the affairs of Nigeria.
Nigeria, yeah.
Okay. All right. I want to move on to the next question. And as you know, during President Goodluck Jonathan's time, the EFCC was known to arrest so many young people, graduates, for internet scam, as well as the fact that so many people that were arrested were later released or bailed. A lot of us are wondering why the EFCC wasn't that effective under President Goodluck Jonathan, and of course, how they can be effective under President Muhammadu Buhari.
No, thank you very much. I think this is an area I really like to talk about. Listen, let us be honest about it all. The EFCC can only be as good as the president of the country wants it to be. It has nothing to do with the head of that agency. It has nothing to do with the operatives of that agency. It has nothing with their motivation, with how they appoint the person or not. It depends on the will of the president to make the EFCC function. Okay. Listen, all chairmen of the EFCC, they have been as good as the president allowed them to work.
Are you indirectly saying that Mr. Jonathan had to do with why they were not effective during his time?
Now, it is obvious. When I was shouting to the rooftops during the election, the electioneering campaign, that Jonathan did not have the appetite to fight corruption, I was speaking from the bowels of my heart. I was not speaking from the top of my head. I was speaking from the deepest part of my heart, because I knew this. He confirmed that much during his campaign when he was saying that people who stole very little amounts in the past were sent to jail by Buhari in 1984. And I said, wait a minute, is it about the amount of money you steal? Or is it about the breach of trust of a public office? So it is just the will of the president that makes the EFCC function or not to function. And that will would include, one, non-interference in cases. Because you know what? The biggest people or the biggest victims of EFCC are actually normally members of the ruling party. Don't you see? They are not you and I that are scrapping a living. It's not Adiola, it's not Kiamu, it's not Shawari. It's not the ordinary people like us. The people that the EFCC actually set up for are the politically exposed persons. And those who are politically exposed are those who are mostly members of the ruling party. If that is the case, 80% or 90% of the cases that come to EFCC regarding politically exposed persons, those persons have access to the president because the ruling party. I'm not saying they will just walk into the villa, but they know the chairman of the party who can call the president. They know the chairman of the chairman of the board of trustees who can call the president. They know the vice president who can go to the president. They know everybody who can talk to the president. They know everybody. So when you see that a particular period, you are not seeing a lot of politically exposed persons being turned into the EFCC, it's because the president has refused the EFCC to function and to pick them up. So it's as simple as that. They may not give direct instructions. Listen, it may not be that I am not stupid enough to say it's giving direct instructions. But really, normally, a chairman of the EFCC who wants to survive would normally, practically, go and clear things up in the villa before he takes certain steps.
I see.
The law does not say you should go to the villa. The law does not say, but if you want to survive politically, The honest truth is that you must find yourself with files at the villa every day or every week to say clear things or say, sir, we want to brief you about certain things that have happened. And after the briefing, if the president's face does not tell you to go ahead, if you want to keep your job, you wait for his face to tell you to go ahead before you can go ahead.
I see. So how can we avoid that under this new administration? How can the EFCC be
How you
more
can avoid that is very simple. Tell the chairman of the EFCC, I don't want to see you at the villa.
So Buhari should tell the chairman.
If the person is my best friend, arraign the person in court. We can explain later.
I see.
If the person is my best minister, arraign him in court. We can come and explain to me later after you have arraigned him in court. But arraign him first. Don't come and clear for me.
Are you saying these are things that Buhari should say?
Yes. Go ahead and perform your duties. I don't want to see you in the villa with files. A chairman of an EFC has no business going to the villa with files. When you arrange the person, as a matter of routine, come and explain to me what he has done. Even if my minister.
So it looks like you're advocating for the EFCC to be completely independent. And that leads to my next question about the idea of having an independent court handling EFCC. What do you think about that?
It is not the all-pure elixir. Independent court will not be the complete solution. It's not the silver bullet. It's not a single silver bullet that settles the problem. No, but it's a major step. One, because you will have courts that are specially equipped with gadgets, with stenographers and all that can hasten proceedings.
I see. So you would advocate for that? You would advocate for an independent court to handle
I will advocate for that. But I'll tell you why I'm advocating for that. There is no way you make noise about fighting corruption. Even if Buhari is different, he picks up 100 people every day. He slams them into prison, into court, into the cell. He tells them to charge them to court. No matter the volume of people you arrest every day, if you don't get convictions in court, then the whole effort is useless. It is all drama and nothing more. It's all drama. You must get convictions in court. That's our biggest pain in the EFCC. So we need to focus our attention on how to rejig the criminal justice system.
I see.
And not only, getting special courts. The second most important thing we must do is to make sure that we rejig the criminal justice system in such a way that we do not stay proceedings in criminal trials. The biggest problem we face today is the stay of proceedings in criminal trials that is bogging down the cases of 2007. The first generation governors, their cases are still in court.
Exactly. And I'm running out of time. I hate to interrupt you, but I just want to ask my very last question. President Buhari recently made a statement that he would recover stolen billions of dollars with the help of the U.S. and the Western world. And we're just wondering if this is something that the EFCC would be involved in.
Well, it depends on the president. The president has the complete powers to know which agency he wants to use.
Okay.
He can use the Office of the Attorney General. You can use the office of the police. You can use the police, the regular police. You can use the Interpol. Interpol is part of the police. You can use the EFCC. But he's the president and commander-in-chief. And he can use any of these agencies who are directly under his control to do his duties.
Thank you so much for your time. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to have one last say.
It's very simple. The present administration must build on the overwhelming support of Nigerians, must build on the trust Nigerians have reposed in them. They must not disappoint Nigerians. They must, as a matter of fact, face three critical areas. They can't solve all the problems in 4 years, but three critical areas that Nigerians will applaud them in the next 4 years. One, they must fight corruption frontally and get people convicted if they have committed crimes. Two, They must fight insurgency. The government must fight insurgency and bring Boko Haram to its knees. And 3, there must be light. Power must come back to Nigeria. Electric power must come back to Nigeria. These are the 3 areas they must concentrate all their energies and efforts in.
I see. Thank you so much, Mr. Kayamo, for joining us today on Sahara TV. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for talking to me.
Yeah. All right, viewers, that has been Nigerian lawyer, socialist, critic, columnist, and human rights activist, Mr. Festus Kayamo. I'm sure that you've enjoyed the interview. Stay tuned. We have much more to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what it do, what's poppin', what's going on? It's your main man, Banky W, a.k.a. Mr. Capable, a.k.a. the king of the Lagos party. You know what it is. Right now, you are tuned into Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Keep it locked. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Yes, this is your girl, and you're bearing the mother drum of Africa, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Yemi Osinbajo, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hello everyone, my name is Kemi Adetiba, media personality and director, and you are watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Ziggy Kora. I'm a lawyer. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hello, and welcome back, viewers, to Sahara TV. Hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far. And right now, it's time for the callback segment where we'd like to hear from you, the viewers. And of course, I'm joined by the one and only Adiola Fayin of Keeping It Real. Adiola, pleasure to have you back on the callback segment.
Hi, Humble Prince.
Yeah. Hello. Good.
It's good to be back on. How are you?
Oh, not bad, not bad. It's been an interesting week so far. And we're going to chop it up with the viewers. Hopefully, they'll call in. The number to call is 917-284-9811. Of course, we'd like to hear from you. And for today's topics, I'll let Adiola do the honors of that.
Okay, so first of all, this week, the U.S. Supreme Court legalized gay marriage in all the 50 states.
Yep.
And we're asking our viewers about their reaction to that, as well as, do you think that America will influence the legalization of same-sex marriage in African countries? First of all, what's your reaction?
First of all, like Obama said, it's a victory for America.
You're quoting Obama. Quote yourself now. Quote yourself.
What do I think about it?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think I'm kind of indifferent, I'll be honest with you, because coming from a Christian perspective, and here in the United States, I know we have to separate church from the church, from state and everything. But so, like I said, I'm indifferent. As a Christian, it doesn't align with my views, my personal views. But everybody's free to do whatever they want, and that's my stance.
Did they really impose it? Like the Supreme Court imposed it on all the states, or?
Yes.
Because I know that there were some states that.
Yeah, there were about. First of all, there were about 14 states that did not recognize same-sex marriage. So starting with, we had states like Alabama and everything. But the state in question that really drove this was a case called Obergefellder. Oh, I forgot the guy's name. This is Hodges. And this was in Ohio. So what happened was the guy, his husband died. He had married in another state, and the husband died, and the state refused to recognize him as the widower to his estate. And then they took this to the Supreme Court. So, and that's where that kind of.
But what do you think about that? They now made it in all states, like that they sort of imposed it.
Well, it's part of the law now.
Some people are saying that they imposed it. Some people are saying it's just,
Well, they modified the 14th Amendment, which is, so it's part of the Constitution now. So I really can't say they imposed it. I mean, it went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's supposed to be fair. It was a vote 5-4. Go ahead.
I just want to read some of what people have been saying.
Right.
There's been a lot of interesting reactions. This one is coming from Kunle Suleiman, and he said, this is complete madness. Let me tell you, whoever among them, that is Americans, that practices the style, we know them as drug addict people. We know them, we see them every day. Please just forget all this mess by thinking of something better. I guess they want us to think of something better.
Yeah, but go ahead. No, I just want to say this, though, that, people are asking, one of the questions we're asking is how does it influence Africa? We should also note that in 2006, or thereabout, South Africa did pass a same-sex
Yeah, South
marriage
Africa
law.
does allow same-sex marriage.
Exactly. Even though some people will argue that South Africa is not really
Africa?
Africa in a way.
So what
but
is it?
Exactly, yeah.
So Edwin Elias says, Hope Nigeria is their target. That's why PMB, that is Buhari, was invited. That's why Buhari invited them to come in and assist his government. Let me read that again. Hope Nigeria is their target. That's why Buhari invited them to come and assist his government. What do you think about that?
I think
why
that's
would
both.
you tie gay marriage with Buhari inviting?
Exactly. I think that's somewhat bogus. And that was kind of circulating, before the election. And when we interviewed Osinbajo, that was some of the questions we asked. Like, they were saying that he and Buhari might favor, might repeal the gay laws just to favor the West and stuff like that. So I think Buhari's visit in July to
he's coming next month.
He's coming next month, to Obama is totally unrelated.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the next one is by Maud Uzma. It looks like Muhammad Uzma, and he says the U.S. cannot influence or legalize same-sex marriage in sovereign states of Africa. Do you agree with that the U.S. cannot influence it?
I don't think they can, because if they, it'll be a long.
Don't you think they try to, though?
Yeah, they try to, by making some kind of threats, to take away.
Remarks, take away,
assistance, aids, and stuff like that. But I don't think, Nigeria, I think Africa is just so strong a continent, with marital values. And of course, religion does play a huge role. So for them to crack that.
A lot of Nigerians are very religious. We are a very religious country.
People, yeah. So again, guys, we'd like to hear from you. The number to call is 917.
Please call. We want to hear from you.
284.
Yes.
9811. Please don't be scared, man. I know Africans kind of frown upon this topic when it comes to gay marriage. And like I said,
we'd like to hear your views.
We'd definitely like to hear you. However, and and coming from a Christian point of view, however anybody wants to live their life, honestly, that's between them and God. So I'm indifferent.
And Joseph Eleke says, evil begets evil. USA is in for it. Hope we Africans won't copy this, because Africans, especially black people, always like to copy everything from white. Evil is evil and have no baptismal name. What? Okay, evil has no baptismal name. Please, let's call a spade, because even male dog have not done this. Talk more of humans.
But let's also, one of the reasons they were fighting for this was because, being that some states have now recognized gay marriage, what happens is says man and man marry, or woman and women marry, and they now adopt kids. They wanted to have the same rights as married couples, like a man and a woman have, when it comes to their raising kids and stuff like that, or the mutual benefits. Like, if I'm married to, so how, like in the United States, if you're married to somebody, you could extend your benefits to that person.
Yeah.
Right. So, but I don't think that was recognized for civil union. So that was something they wanted. They said, this whatever rights married couple have, like the traditional married people have, they should have the same thing, right?
All right, I'm going to read the next one by Falokun Martins, and he says, yes, America will try to influence Africa. That's what he means. Though it doesn't guarantee they will succeed in some countries, at least not in the Gambia, Uganda, Nigeria, to name a few. Why do you think he talked about Gambia? Gambia and Uganda. We just interviewed the Ugandan MP today that sponsored the anti-gay bill.
Exactly.
And Nigeria.
They have very strong opinions against the gay lifestyle in these countries. Where, if you're caught promoting or acting gay, you could spend the rest of your life with at least 14 years in jail. So I can say
Nigeria says 14 years.
I remember when
I think Uganda they said they should kill them.
unbelievable, man. Again, you know, one of the concerns that comes to mind is, you know, violation of human rights. I think, you know, that's where America comes in. You know, I think everybody should be able to live their lives however they want to be honest with you. I mean, how is two men sleeping together? How's that affecting me or taking at my back? Now, one of the concerns we have is what do we teach our children? And, you know, someone asked me that, you know, because when you talk to people.
Yeah, you have a son.
I have a son, yes.
Okay.
So and this is what I'm going to tell you, and it's not discrimination because my First Amendment rights here in the United States allows me to promote and advocate my religious beliefs. And my religious beliefs within that is that, you know what, the gay lifestyle it doesn't align with my Christian beliefs, and that's what I'm going to tell my son. My son goes to Catholic school, so they're probably going to tell him that already anyway.
You know, now I heard that they're restructuring some textbooks in schools now. Instead of defining that a family is father, mother, and children. Yeah. They're saying it could be father, father, children, mother, mother, children.
And rightfully so, because that, again...
As a dad, I wonder your reaction to that.
Well, like they say, you know, the first education a kid gets is from the home. Right, so the school could teach him whatever.
So
I'm going to teach him.
it's about teaching him right from home.
Yes, you know, again, we can't say this is wrong now. We have to watch our words because this is within the Constitution of the United States. Same-sex marriage is recognized.
So Henry Nana Okeke says, any country that says God is wrong and Supreme Court is right will be humiliated out of the face of the earth. It's still 14 years imprisonment in my country, and will remain so because we are God's people.
Yeah. See, I have a problem with that. I think that's a violation of human rights. Two men sleeping together does not warrant jail time, because if you're saying it's a sin, there are other sins. Corruption, fornication.
I guess my only concern with the Facebook comment that we read just now is when politicians that are stealing money will get this kind of, you know...
exactly. Punishment. Yes.
So,
yeah, sorry, I understand we have a caller.
Okay, we have a caller. Caller, please go live. You're live on Saharatv TV. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, and you?
I'm okay. My name is Joseph.
Hi, Joseph.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Last time you guys called me you put me on hold that you're gonna get back to me. I don't know why. What happened? So I'm calling to find out.
I'm so sorry about that. But now you're live with me and Humble Prince.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, okay. So what's going on? What is the topic, or what's going on for today?
We've been talking about the U.S. legalizing gay marriage in all 50 states. That's one of the questions for today. We've been asking for reactions.
Reaction about?
The U.S. legalizing same-sex marriage in all 50 states. That's the one we're talking about right now. Later, we'll talk about other questions as well.
Okay. Well, I don't know. For now, you know, where I am, it's like normal thing to them now, and something is growing every day. It's growing every day, and it's very common to the way that the last time I was in Walmart, I saw two ladies came out from their car, and it was a normal thing to them.
Yeah.
You know, where I based now in Cleveland here, so people around here, like, it was like a strange thing to them. So people that was driving around Walmart to do shopping, they saw them, it was like, everybody was looking at them like, what's going on with these two ladies?
Right.
You know? What's going on with these two ladies?
Right. Well, it's normal for them, but thank you so much for calling.
All right,
we appreciate it.
I have just like 2 more comments on this before we go to our next question, but please, we're hoping that people will call in 917-284-9811. Right. And the first one is by Ahmad Buba Giyawa, and he says, Antichrist countries are hell-bent on turning this world into upside down by changing natural laws of man. Two like charges will always repel one another. Unlike charges attract, we say no to gayism, lesbianism, etc.
Here's my point to that, man. You can't stop these people from sleeping with one another. let's face it, it's been going on for since the beginning of time. I mean, since the days of Sodom and Gomorrah. So however wrong it is, you know, if they feel, you know, again, these people don't feel like what they're doing is wrong. So how can we stop two men from sleeping with one another or two women from sleeping with one another?
I don't know.
Exactly. So, you know, since we can't...
not the right person to ask.
So since we can't really stop it, you know, trust me, it takes, you know, some people are saying that it lowers the morale of society and everything. You know, I don't know, man. Honestly, that's tough. You know, some of these people are good individuals, and you know, they're good individuals. We can't judge them based on their sexuality or their preference. And that's my point of view. Another thing I wanted to say was that people are saying that this is a slippery slope by allowing gay marriage because it's going to open doors for, you know, incest, bestiality, marriage and stuff like that. But hey, you know.
I think we have a caller on that note. Caller, you're live. Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Dami Lotson calling from Florida.
Thank you.
I want to contribute to the discussion about gay marriage and all of that.
Please.
I think, in my own opinion, I'm thinking that how far can the United States go? Because once you start this, some people will start also pushing for bestiality and all of that. Because, I mean, if you want to push for your right all the time and you want to do what is comfortable for you, I'm just thinking, how far can we go in pushing a free society? Actually, there is no free society, sincerely. And that's my opinion about it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to read the last comment on this question, which I really, really love. Please pull it up. It's from Skull Shehu, and he said, Astra Gafurulai, how do I say? Astra Gafurulai for the past, Alhamdulillah for the present, Inshallah for the future. That's what he has to say about the U.S. legalizing same-sex marriage this week. Astra Gafurulai, do you know what that means, right? Like, God forbid, something like that. Like, Astra Gafurulai for the past.
Right.
Yeah, so I think he's trying to say something, you know, with the way he put it. I thought it was very funny the way he put it.
Can I ask you what your take on it is?
Maybe we will not talk about my take.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that. But
no, it's good. It's okay. You can ask. We can talk after the service.
Okay.
But I have not really followed the news because I'm hearing that some states are not happy that. It's like it was forced on them by the Supreme Court. And you know, the one thing that the U.S. has always been proud of is the independence of each state. You know, like the police we have in New York, we have NYPD in New York, they have different ones in other states. I think we have a caller. Caller, please go ahead, you're live.
Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm calling from Germany.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Yeah. I just want to make a few comments.
Okay.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, whatever Americans want to do with their system, let them not export it to Africa. Let it remain with them in America there, because they are trying to influence some African states that should imbibe this to legalize gay marriages. So for us, it's Chris. I'm calling from Germany.
Live stream, you can hear yourself in the background. So, but we can hear you. You said for us.
What I'm trying to say, let America, whatever they want to do with their system or with their people, let it remain there with them. Let them not export it to Africa, because it's unreligious, it's un-African, sacrilegious. Just the way they don't want people to marry 2 wives or 3 wives in America. So we Africans, we are allowed to marry 3 wives or 2 wives.
How many wives do you have, sir?
I only have 1 anyway.
Okay.
So I only have 1.
Okay.
So they're against Africans marrying 2 wives and 3 wives. But
that's an interesting thing to think about.
but now they are trying to export these gay marriages to us and forcing it down our throat We don't want that. It's un-African. It's unreligious.
Thank you so much. Thank you. But Humble Prince, what do you think, though, about, so does that mean now that the Supreme Court can overrule, I mean, it's called the Supreme Court, but does that mean now that the states are not as independent as we think they are? I mean, not even about the same-sex marriage issue, but like with other issues, there's a push for legalizing marijuana. There's a push for, I forgot the name of this drug. So does that mean that the states are no longer like independent?
I think they still are. There are just some things that don't cross state lines. But I guess when there's an issue that the state cannot resolve, we have to go to the Supreme Court. And like I said, in this case, there was a case. I got the guy's name, Obergefell.
Okay.
Yeah, versus Hodges, and they didn't want to recognize him as the widower of his husband's estate, and they took it to the Supreme Court. And let's just say this case has been in the Supreme Court.
Okay, we have another call. Now people want to talk, and I'm about to skip. Well, after we take this call, we will talk about the fight at the National Assembly. So if the tech team can please have that video ready, and we'll play it before we talk about it. Yeah. But caller, you're live on Sahara TV. Please go ahead. Hi, Samson. Hello. Hi, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Adola, Miss Humble Prince. How are you all doing?
We're doing good, man. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm fine. Well, my own take on this issue is very simple. I don't want to be biased as a Christian, and even if I speak as a Muslim, it's not a big deal. But my own take on this issue is, have we forgotten that one thing about reproduction? Those people who fought for this right, if they forget one thing, that reproduction of life begins between man and woman. Even though the scientific have proven it that, well, I don't know, maybe insemination, whatever they call it. But to me, I see the issue to be being one-sided. I mean, to be end of human race. That's the way I see it. Because if we don't think in that, because I don't want to go biblical way, because not everybody in America is a Christian, neither are they Muslim.
Right.
But as a human being, I think we are calling for the end of the world.
Wow.
The human race is coming to an end. Just take a look of it. That means the population of the world is going to be shrinking right from now. Thank God, I'm sure this will not happen in Africa.
Well, again, it's happening in South Africa, though.
So what do you think? What's the situation like in places that it's been legalized? Has it led to the end of the world in terms of...
No, but I understand what he was saying, because that was my own take.
The caller's still there. Go ahead.
My own take about it is it's becoming a clear view now that the world is going to will start to shrink as in population. Fine, it happens in South Africa, but how many people practice this in South Africa? And can they boldly speak it out that they are gay or lesbian in South Africa?
Yeah.
I think my answer might be no, if I'm not sure of it. But well, I'm sure of the state I'm calling from, Texas. There is a divided state in Texas now regarding this issue.
Yeah.
And you see all the churches and everything going on that way. But I understand America, you have the right to do whatever you want to do and all
freedom.
That. But trust me, by this time next year, another thing will pop up, and that will bring a divided nation in the United States of America.
Yeah, Samson.
Thank you, guys.
Samson, thank you so much. But Samson, calling from Texas. Texas was actually one of the states that was affected because they didn't really have, one of the 14 states that didn't really have the, they had a ban on same-sex marriage, so now they have to oblige. But to what Samson was saying, somebody sent me an email yesterday. I'm just going to read it real quick. And they said, it is a depopulation program. 2 men will not produce children. This is why it's promoted by the rich elite who own the media. The rich see humanity as cattle and as animals. They are controlling the cows from breeding. It would also increase AIDS, HIV, and destroy the family and religions. And, and they're saying that, there's a huge conspiracy going back there. But I just want to say something real quick. Alabama has decided not to issue any kind of marriage license, period.
Oh,
yeah.
Any kind?
Yeah, I just read that report.
Any kind.
Any kind earlier. But,
wow.
I guess we have to go into the next topic. So.
All right,
yeah.
so we're going to the next topic. Earlier this week, there was a brawl at the Nigerian National Assembly.
Yeah.
The lawmakers were practically punching each other.
Yes.
They were. Did you see the video?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we actually have the video.
Yeah.
Can we please play the video of where the lawmakers were beating up each other? I'm so ashamed.
Despicable.
What? Did you see that? They thought each other's close.
Yeah, did you hear one saying, I'm a Yoruba man, I will fight?
I will fight?
Yeah.
Not, by the way, not lie. Some of these people saying I will fight, they have big stomach, they can't do anything. It's just shakara, eh? We have a caller. Caller, please go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, thank you for calling.
Yeah, thank you for the good work you guys are doing.
Thank you.
I had wanted to comment on the case story, this video on the National Assembly. I don't know which one to talk or whether I should talk on the National Assembly.
You can talk about both, but we'll make it 30 seconds. So go ahead.
Oh, okay. Now on the case stuff, to me, I'm going to take religion out of it. It's a complete violation of nature and the existence of nature. Like the the previous caller said, something, it's against the law of nature. And one thing that I think about is to bring out the child to this world, and you make a law that the child had no right to ask for the father or the mother. Because this gay marriage will end up in maybe somebody getting sperm or getting egg or someone else carrying the pregnancy. At the end of the day, the child will not know one of the parents. Either doesn't know the mother or doesn't know the father, and the law stops the child from asking where he or she comes from. That's a complete violation of the human rights of that child. So, and that is one thing that I'm concerned about, that these current people are not thinking about, the right of the unborn child, which of course, he or she should have a right to a father and a mother, but you're preventing the child from having access or to know more about where he comes from. That's on the gay stuff, and it's very disappointing to see what's happening in the world. But I will suggest that America should leave other countries alone, the way they left Saudi Arabia alone to do whatever they want.
And you want to talk about the brawl at the
the brawl, on the broad, the National Assembly. Well, I really don't want to say much, because what we have right now is just a display of togarism in the National Assembly.
Yeah.
I think Nigeria can actually survive without National Assembly. Let's assume there's no National Assembly at all. Nothing is going to change in Nigeria's system. So, as far as I'm concerned, they are irrelevant. I don't consider them as anything because they don't contribute.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
he just said they're irrelevant. Okay, the question is, do you have confidence? Do you still have confidence in the Nigerian lawmakers after this week's brawl?
Of course, I just wanted to say that was a huge blemish, a huge disgrace, despicable behavior from our
But this is not the first time, you know.
This is not the first time.
I thought they said we have changed now.
Exactly.
Hey.
People have learned from the past and moved on from
I wonder how these people were when they were young, like when they were in school.
Yeah, these are thugs in town.
Yeah,
honestly.
exactly. They must have been thugs.
And again, they were fighting over the differences of selections of the House, you know, selections. And
I don't care what they were fighting.
Over, right.
These are grown men. These people have wives and children at home. And imagine somebody saying, I think that is your daddy. Or for you, I think that's your dad, the one that they thought.
What's that lady's name? Obi
Ezekwesilili.
Yeah, she was just saying that they owe their children an apology. They're supposed to be
They all owe their children, their some of them have grandchildren watching that, and their wives.
Remember, this is a day and age of technology, so this is going to be,
it's such a shame, such a shame.
This is the kind of things you see people on the street doing, like they put on World Star Hip Hop. And these are actually our lawmakers.
You can't settle matters without beating up each other.
Exactly, in a more civilized manner. Are you serious?
My God.
How do these people settle matters at home?
Exactly my point. Like I wonder, because for you to fight outside, you must be fighting inside. Exactly. We have another caller. Caller, your life, please go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, caller. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, thank you for the great job you guys are doing.
Thank you.
So I want to make a comment about the fight in the National Assembly, and it's so unfortunate, but I just want to be devil's advocate here. A lot of countries, too, we've seen it on YouTube, a lot of other countries, even developed countries.
Yeah, Russia comes to mind.
In the National Assembly, too. So, and you know, our democracy is really young. And this change of government, a lot of people don't really like change, and they don't want progressive change. And Saraki becoming speaker, we know all the drama, how that happened. And I think that's the genesis of what's happening in the House of Assembly. And the presidency is really keeping distance away from this. And the party should have domination over what's happening in the House, because whatever the party says should be, because the party that wins, that has the majority, should have like a say, more power to make things happen in the House. But the reverse is the case right now. So that's why we have this uproar and clashes within the House right now. And I foresee, hello?
Yeah, go ahead, real quick, please.
I foresee in the very near future, things would change.
Hopefully.
Something would have to give way.
Thank you very much. Hopefully.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I said on my show this week that I'm moving to Nigeria. They need a woman that can straighten them up.
I think they do.
I'm just going to read quickly because of time some of the comments on Facebook. The first one is from Odoen Mark Dogo, and he said, my confidence in the National Assembly is even on an increased level now, self. I'm not sure if it's being sarcastic or if, you know. Definitely the next one is by Holy Temple, and he said the zoo called Nigeria is a failed nation, political thieves. Thank God Biafra will emancipate this year. We now go here, all hail Biafra. Now, what do you think about Biafra? I've been hearing, you know, I've been hearing about the Biafran radio.
Yeah, coming up and everything, you know. Let's see.
That's his solution to lawmakers fighting each other.
I don't know if that's an appropriate solution, but interesting.
He said we all hear about it. So, and the next one is by Amos Achiabu, and he said, I have no confidence in them before now. The shameful act they displayed during the election of the principal officer has justified my earlier stand. What a greedy and shameless set of humans calling themselves lawmakers. Day of reckoning is at hand. And the next one is by Yuanaka Kashimu, and he said, my confidence in the National Assembly got high because what's happening now is politics. I don't understand him.
I don't understand that, man. I think he's just being facetious as well.
And the next one is by John Osifa Lujo, and he said, I'm sorry if I didn't say your name correctly, but this person said, I beg you should have said lawbreakers and not lawmakers.
Exactly.
I totally agree with you, my brother.
Agree with him.
And go ahead.
Now, I wanted to ask you something, but people are saying that Buhari's keeping his distance from this.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
I asked his spokesperson
today
about that as well, but I think we have a caller. Okay. Caller, you're live. Please go ahead. Hello?
Hi, caller, you're live.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead, Abubakar.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been making effort to try to reach you guys several occasions.
We're glad we finally have you now on air.
Absolutely.
So please go ahead.
very unsuccessful. With respect to the National Assembly drama we witnessed, it's extremely embarrassing for Nigeria and also for Africa because, the whole world is looking at Nigeria, expecting Nigeria to be the model for new democracy in the whole of Africa. But, on a second thought, a simple educated guest will tell you that this problem you are having within the APC, or rather in the members of National Assembly, it's a manifest of wide differences, huge differences among the top APC leaders. It appears to me, and I stand to be corrected, that there's a big difference or problem between the top APC leaders. And as a result of that, as a consequence of the differences that those people have among themselves, that manifests to this fracas we see in National Assembly.
Yeah, Abubakar, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it shows that I think it's a microcosm of what they really are, honestly.
I don't
at
think
the heart
that
of it.
the fact that it has happened in other countries is an excuse for it to
Thank you.
keep going on in Nigeria, because this is not the first or second time. In fact, it happened twice this week. There was one in Benue State, one at the National Assembly. Like, are you kidding me? So because it happens in other countries, it has to continue.
No. You just took those words right out of my mouth, right? So we shouldn't emulate that. We should emulate good things. But if
there
they're
are
not
countries where it has never happened. Why can't we be like them?
Exactly. So if they're not climbing over fences, they're throwing blows.
Exactly. They were climbing over the fence one time like this. These people,
it's
they
a total
have too
disgrace.
much drama.
Honestly,
Innocent Anyam says, the brawl has no meaning for us. What have they achieved when they were together? I totally agree with this person. Like, even when they were not fighting, what did they achieve?
Exactly.
And then the next person, Deji Damilare Sanyaolu, said, what meaningful law have they passed in the last 16 years?
Well, they can jail. You can spend 14 years in jail if you're gay, if you're homosexual. That's one.
They did pass that, right?
Yeah.
And I think this is the very last comment. Oh, actually, it's not. Olorungu Ayodele said they are a bunch of idiots from time being. They don't have regards for anyone, just fighting for their pockets. With time, APC will break away and the defectors will go back to their former parties. Then will no one be able to impeach them. And we have another caller.
Yeah, interesting.
Caller, you're live. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead. You're live.
Right. What I wanted to say, first of all, I just have to thank you people because you have been a source of information for me as my television has broken down for 3 years now.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
What I like to say is that if you look at the National Assembly, it's the same old people that have been back
there. The same old people.
True.
The same old people. And therefore, you wouldn't expect a drastic change. All that needs to happen is they need to abolish the Senate, because it doesn't make sense. The Senate doesn't do anything. If you look at Senegal has just abolished the Senate, and the government is still functioning.
True. Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's a.
I didn't know that.
I will look into that myself.
Yeah, about Senegal abolishing their Senate.
Let's get rid of all these people.
Yeah, but that's what
they abolish it, and that cuts them. Cuts governance. Costs in governance as well. And because if you look at the Nigerian Senate, it's full of the ex-governors who has amassed wealth. They got, very, very heavy pensions as well.
Wow.
And
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So 2 callers now say, you know what, let's just get rid of them because they serve no purpose.
I'm up for that.
Honestly, and then we'll probably save the.
There will not be any more wardrobe allowance.
I was just gonna say that we'll save a lot of money on that.
We need wardrobe allowance, humble prince.
Yeah, we gotta do something about it. Yeah.
All right, let me read the last 2 comments.
Yeah.
This is from Olaoye Olododo, and he said, "You just made me ask myself, do I even have any confidence in them before?" That's interesting. And the very last comment by David Snope EJ said, "I never for once have confidence in Nigerian lawmakers. Are you talking of the people that passed 47 bills in 10 minutes?" That's what they did when Jonathan Center was about to end. Within 10 minutes, they passed like 40-something bills.
Man.
And the whole year, it made it 106 bills that they passed in the whole 4 years. I mean, in 4 years. In 4 years. So.
They had 6 years to do that, and they passed 47 in 10 minutes.
I know.
Unbelievable. I know we wanted to talk about Buhari dissolving the NNPC.
Yeah,
we didn't get time
but
to do
we
that,
didn't
but I
get
thought
to
that
that,
was interesting, and I can't blame him because we have those are the people responsible for the 20 billion. So
yep.
We don't want any more of that.
We have one more caller. Okay. Let's take this caller quickly. Caller, you're the last caller for the day. We're giving you 10 seconds.
Let's go.
You're live. Please go ahead.
Hi, Adela.
Hi.
I just want to find out from you guys. Are these people selected or elected?
They were.
Is this the best quality? Is this the best hands the country can offer? But it's a shame to see a lot of people in the assembly, and all they could discuss when people are not being paid for 7 months, and they are discussing wardrobe allowance. The governor has been governor for 80 good years. What does he need? Why does he have to come to the assembly to talk about wardrobe allowance? I think it's a shame on the fact that I elected them. I mean, they call themselves elected. I'm not quite sure they were elected. They were selected.
Thank you very much. You're absolutely right. It is a shame. I think they were elected though, but it is a shame. Yeah. It's a shame. So, anyway.
They ran, elections were held. They were voted for, so.
Humble Prince, you should contest for that position because at least we know you have our best interest in mind.
And
I'll vote for you.
Right.
All right.
Okay, so that's all the show we have, guys. Thank you for tuning in, and please stay tuned. We have more shows coming up, like The Gist.
The Gist.
Yeah.
Dr. Damages.
And of course, Keeping It Real with Adiola. But also catch us Wednesday for another callback segment on the radio show Live with the Humble Prince. Yeah. So guys, thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. We'll see you. Thank you.
Dinner. Okay, so I believe that everything should be equal, but I do believe that also, like, generally guys should be expected to, like, pay for our dinner.
If I am working and you are working and we are both working for our future, women need to understand you cannot depreciate from my pocket just because you are depreciating from my love. It does not add up.
I know that you wouldn't have a problem with it, so I'm happy to be here tonight.
I'm happy to be
here. Hope everything is okay, guys. Here's your check.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know that I kind of ordered a lot, but I know that I'm out with the man, so I know that you're going to pay for it.
The man?
Yeah.
Jehovah Nissi. Okay.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Oh, no, God is the man, you know? I never like to make myself the man in the situation.
You know, I usually get scared about this part because I know that I eat a lot.
A lot, wow.
I know that you're an understanding guy and you know what guys do. Guys pay. You're the man here and I know that you got it.
No, I'm the
yeah.
Jehovah Nissi. No, God is the man, okay? You don't have to give me all that credit.
Yeah, well, the guy usually pays, so you're gonna pay.
The guy before we start going into that, I actually did not come with cash.
I didn't come with cash, but you can pay with your card.
My wallet does not keep cash.
You're the man, so
easy now. Why are you hasty?
I had such a great time tonight. I think
Hi. Oh, this is.
Carrying bags. Why is it that guys just feel as if they shouldn't carry women's bags anymore?
In no way was I born to spare my own backbone for your own endeavors.
If my hands are tired, or generally, I just feel like guys should offer to carry our bags. Like, what else are guys made for?
Women at all times, even when I'm weak, even when the doctor says I cannot carry any bag by myself, women will say it is your responsibility. Why is that?
That is so heavy. Can't you help me carry it?
You know the doctor said no heavy lifting for the next 3 days.
But babe, it's only 5 pounds. What kind of a man are you?
I can't. The doctor said so.
I'm out with a guy, right? I'm out with my boyfriend or my bae or whatever, and another guy tries to talk to me. That's disrespectful, and I expect the guy to stick up for me and protect me.
If a guy is 10 times bigger and 10 times stronger, you must see that in no way do I want to lose my life because of yours.
Like, I'm this woman, you're not gonna let another guy just talk to me like anyhow.
There is no amount of love that you can tell a man that would make him want to put his life in danger or die. Am I Jesus Christ? Am I supposed to give my life for you so that you can live? Assuming I now go now, the guy now beats me up, he'll still take you away. What's the point?
You are gonna start something that you could not finish tonight. Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me. Don't touch me, I don't know you. And babe, do you think? No?
Excuse me, sir.
Babe!
Wait.
Babe, are you gonna let him talk to me like that?
Oh, sir, I didn't see your gym membership. Okay, listen, I can tell you her favorite restaurant and what she likes to eat.
Wait, what? Babe, this is the part when you stand up for me and be the man?
Can you stop raising your voice? You are being disrespectful to this young man. Please, sir, I didn't mean to even collide with you.
Are you serious right now?
Babe, I'm very serious. Actually.
Who is this guy? You gonna let him talk to me like that?
Baby, please, stop raising your voice, okay? He's the man for you, okay? Love you. Stay in touch, okay? Bye.
Where are you going?
Stay in touch.
Babe, I don't even know this guy. What?
If it's cold out and you know that I'm looking extra cute for you, showing cleavage and skin and all that, and I get cold, the right thing to do, guys, is offer me your jacket. Is that so hard?
Just because you chose to come out the house with your skimpy thing, your little black dress, and killing it and slaying it like all these, bad bees do, does not mean I have to pay the price for that by giving up my jacket. I was smart. I was a wise man, and I came out with my jacket. Why couldn't you do the same? And now I have to pay the price? Just kind of ridiculous.
Give me your jacket, please.
No, I got pneumonia. That's gonna give me a cold. I'm gonna die.
But babe, if I don't get it, I'm gonna get a cold.
But I have pneumonia. Pneumonia.
What kind of a man are you?
The king of comedy, the one and only king of comedy, one of Nigeria, turned 50 this week. Celebrities from all over wished him a happy birthday on social media during the day, and then there was a turn-up session at night at Muson Center. 50 is not a small number, it's not. So I am wishing you a happy belated birthday. Meanwhile, guess what his wife gave him? Guess. An S-Class, a Mercedes-Benz as birthday present. It doesn't get better than that. Well, actually, it does. A private jet would be much better. But yeah, she did well. She did well. So cool. Welcome to the Gist. I'm your host, Toyosi Phillips.
The Gist.
Welcome. I have a good show for you today. Joining me later in the studio is Latasha Ungube, editor of Pride Magazine and a columnist with Vanguard Allure. She has a weekly column titled Side Talk and Catwalks, and her most recent one made me gasp. In it, she talked about a run-in she had with Mo Cheddar, and honestly, if I were to describe Latasha in one word, it would be fearless. She'll be joining me later in the studio. So let me give you this week's gist. See, people's destiny can turn around in 1 second. 1 minute you're outside the door, the next minute another door is open for you with red carpet. So I told you last week how Wizkid's MTN contract was not renewed. Guess who signed him on in less than a week? Glow. Imagine, glow. 1 week you are yellow, the next you are green. And you guys know that Uncle Mike, yes, it's my uncle. Uncle Mike, Adenu guy, doesn't play. Rumor has it that he signed a 2-year deal said to be worth about 100 million naira. I told him my uncle does not play. Hi, uncle. And even if it's not 100 million, I'm sure it will be close. So congratulations to Whiskey. Talking about endorsement deals, Olamide renewed his Etisalat contract this week for another year. He posted this picture on Instagram and captioned it, #renewal, #Etisalat, thank you for believing in me, #Shakiti Bobo. This week, Asha announced that she'll be performing in London in August. She has performed in other cities in Europe already, including Paris and Barcelona and Hamburg. So yes, London is going to be graced by her presence soon. She'll be at Covent Garden, so you guys can work on getting your tickets now. Still on Nigerian artist, Shey got signed this week by Island Records, the UK division of Universal Music Group. Now, Island Records is home to Dizzy Rascal, Drake, Jessie J, Ariana Grande, so this is good stuff. Hopefully, though, she'll be allowed to express and stay true to herself. Regardless, it's still a wonderful platform, so congratulations. And it's nice seeing celebrities flaunt their baby bumps. Karen Eagle, who won Big Brother Africa in 2011 and got married last year, shared pictures of herself this week looking beautiful in this figure-hugging dress. Now, pregnancy specialists say she looks like she's in her second trimester. Me, I don't know. I just know that she looks good, and that's a beautiful dress. And actress Stephanie Okereke was also seen with her baby bump. She got married in France in 2012, and this will be her first child. She was invited to the Buckingham Palace by the Queen of England this week for a youth leaders event, and she was there with her husband, who looked quite dapper in his suit, just everything fitting properly, just looking very nice. Yes, it was nice. It was really nice, actually. Seeing Nigeria represented at the Buckingham Palace event, they were there, and so was this young Nigerian girl, Nkechi Azinge, who was honored by the Queen herself for the Sickle Cell Foundation that she runs. She was one of the 4 Nigerians honored by the Queen. You go, girl. And what's entertainment news without the Kardashians? Please, it's time for a new segment on this show called
Kardashian Update, Kardashian Update, Kardashian Update. Yay!
Let's start with Kim. Apart from her getting a surprise guest this week at her hotel room in Cannes, some woman was knocking on her door at 4 a.m. She was visibly drunk, and then she started flashing, she just opened her clothes, close it, open her clothes, close it, till the police came, whatever. Anyway, just another day in the Kardashian life. But apart from that happening, news went around this week that she selected only male embryos during her IVF treatment, hence the boy that she's having now. So, we had 2 debates in the office. The first was the pronunciation of embryo. Some said embryo, some said embryo. But don't Nigerians say embryo? Is it not embryo we call it? Anyway, Google says embryo, so I'm sure you can tell which side of the debate I was on. The second debate was the issue of pre-selecting the gender of the baby. Someone even said that there's technology now to choose up to the color of the baby's eyes. I don't know. Is that not like playing God? But again, technology is amazing. It has improved the quality of life of billions of people around the world, but where do we draw the line? I don't know, really, just thinking out loud. Let me know in the comment section, will you choose the gender and color of your baby's eyes if you could afford to? Let me know. On to Scott and Kourtney, still in the Kardashian family. Rumor has it that Kourtney has kicked Scott out of their house, that he was caught cheating. With who now? I don't know. But you know that Scott makes a living of hosting parties. So he's always in one city or the other hosting parties. And when you host a party, there have to be shorties. And when shorties are there, anything can happen. So, yeah, Scott was allegedly caught cheating. And he has been allegedly kicked out of the house by Kourtney. I hope they fight through this one. This is not the first time he will be out of the house. And guess who is counting down to August 10? Kylie Jenner. That's when she turns 18 and people can stop accusing her boyfriend Tyga of dating an underage girl. Tyga, by the way, dropped an album just like Beyonce did. Suddenly, nobody knew, and apparently is getting good reviews. And he's also starting his own reality show on MTV this summer. It's called Kingin' with Tyga. This is a clip from the trailer.
A gold chain. Me and my crew, Terrell. You want me to spend the money to mess it up? You know how we do it. Catherine.
Why do I have to carry this?
SB.
Better have a plan B, bruh.
And
that's almost 40 grand on the toilet.
You're gonna do some crazy things.
Now, wow. What the quite serious. Okay, we'll see. And that's the end of Kardashian Update.
Kardashian Update, Kardashian Update, Kardashian Update. Yay!
Moving on to Mariah Carey. Mariah seems to be a happy girl right now. She's been spending a lot of time with a new friend who happens to be the 4th richest man in Australia, worth over $4 billion. Kai! What can Mariah do that I cannot do? There were rumors this week of her already talking marriage with this guy, with her new boo, but E-Online says that's just a rumor, that they've been together for less than 2 weeks and she's just enjoying being courted and is technically still married to Nick Cannon. Their divorce is not final, so she can't be getting married to somebody else, but good for her. She actually seems happy in all the pictures that we've seen of her with this guy, so good for her. And Holly Madison from Girls of the Playboy Mansion has released a book. See, I really want to read this book. It's called Down the Rabbit Hole, and in it she talks about Hugh Hefner. In fact, she talks a lot about Hugh Hefner. In fact, the book is about her time in the Playboy Mansion and how it was being one of Hef's girlfriends. This Baba, I don't know how he was doing it with all these girls. She talked about being emotionally and verbally abused by Hugh Hefner and some other weird things like the group sex they had and what sleeping with him was like. She went in. Of course, Hef released a statement saying something about her just looking for attention because she has been irrelevant for what, 7 years now that she hasn't been on the show. But Holly is happily married. She has a show in Vegas. She was on the Wendy show this week and she actually said that she felt it was the right time to share her story. So it's not about her looking for attention or trying to make money. But who knows, really. She said it's the right time. She felt it's the right time for her to release a book. We have to go on a short break now. When we get back, I'll be joined by the fierce and fearless Latasha Ungube. She's going to be talking about the full-figured fashion week that she attended, as well as the incident with Mo Cheddar. This is going to be juicy. You're watching The Gist. Guys, welcome back. So with me in the studio is journalist, contributor, multimedia personality Latasha Ungube. She has written columns for Complete Fashion. She's the editor of Pride magazine, and she currently has her own column in Allure magazine every Sunday called Side Talk and Catwalk. Yes, it's nice to have you here, Latasha.
Yay! I'm so happy to be here in New York with you. Great. On the Toya C. Phillips. On the Gist with Toya C. Phillips. I don't know why it feels like it should be the Toya C. Phillips show, but
I'll get there. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so you're in New York. How's New York treated you?
It's been amazing. The weather has been great. I've never come to New York in summer before, so this is like a really strange feeling of seeing like that kind of sun. I went out for brunch on Sunday and the sun was burning my waist. It was burning my waist. I felt like I was about to become Suya. I was like, no, I can't go to America and come back and be darker. It's not done. No way.
That's why a lot of people like to come in like winter.
I know.
And this thing. But you came for the full-figured fashion week. My bad. I apologize. Full-figured fashion week.
Full-figured fashion week.
Why doesn't it get as much attention as the...
regular fashion week. Well, first of all, this is its 7th year, which is still very like infantile. That is like in baby terms. In fashion, that's like a baby. Okay. I mean, Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week has been on for like decades, so it will take a while. And then also there's like, I don't want to say it's a new movement because it's not new to have like fuller figured women and even men on the streets or whatever, but I think the idea of them being in fashion, being fashionable, being trendy, wanting to be trendy is becoming new in the fashion world. So now you have designers who are focusing more on that. You have a lot more celebrities who are on the plus sides, on the plus side of life, black and white, Americans and Africans. So I feel like our mentality worldwide is changing. Therefore, I mean, it's only natural that there would be something like that dedicated. And also, I guess if you're passionate about something, you have to do something about it. Nobody's just going to, it's not going to happen by itself.
Yeah.
Somebody has to make it happen. And Miss Gwen DeVoe, who is the founder of Full Figured Fashion Week, has taken that cause on, and she's doing an amazing job. It was a really awesome experience. I was treated so well. I got front row.
Okay,
it was
now.
beautiful. I had an amazing time. And then there was also the Curvy Con.
So I was gonna ask about that. The Curvy Con, was it together with the Fashion Week?
Well, it was in the same week, but there were two separate events. Full Figured Fashion Week ran from Sunday till Sunday, and they had different events. There was like pop-up shops, there were seminars, town hall meetings, 2 runway events. There was an all-white party and all that. Curvy Con was 2 bloggers, 2 plus-size bloggers. Chastity Garner of Garner Style and Cece Olisa, who is actually a Nigerian girl, of Plus Size Princesses. What it is both of them decided, you know what, we are like online BFFs, whatever. It would be awesome to meet other plus size bloggers who have a huge following. And I'm sure loads of people know people like Gabby Fresh, Amber Riley, Kiara Sheard. Kiara Sheard was amazing, by the way. I got to meet her.
Selfie with Kiara Sheard.
It was off
like,
the hook.
hey.
Like, she saw me, she loved me. She was like, I love you, I want to take a picture. I love your glasses. I'm like, you know what? Okay, no problem. Take my picture, whatever. Let's have a selfie. But you have to tag me. And she's like, oh, sure, I'll do it. I was like, oh my God. You know, it's like normally you take a picture with a celebrity,
And
you post it
then,
on your Instagram. But then she took it, and I watch her on BET. I love her. I love their show. She's so humble, so sweet. It was awesome.
So I saw your last column, the side talk and catwalks.
Yes.
You wrote about
a myriad of things. I talked about
4
Nigerian
different things,
men,
actually,
shout out, you know,
the married men,
married men,
but
you know.
one thing caught my eye. One thing in particular caught my eye. Your incident with Mo Cheddar.
Yeah.
What was that about?
You know, I have no personal. There's nothing personal, like personal beef with Mo Cheddar. It was very simple. We went to an event. It was a tea party, a fashion tea party, and I went with a girlfriend of mine, Juliet David West, who is a huge fan of Bella Naija, by the way. Yes. Shout out, Jules. Got your camera and your show as well. Yeah. And we both attended the show. Yeah, we both attended the show, and we were asked to sit. You know, one of the organizers who invited me, she was like, "Oh, we can sit down on this table." And Mo Cheddar was there, and I've interviewed her before, so you know, I nodded, "Hi, hey, what's up?" You know, that sort of thing. We sat down. Then she said to us, "Oh, that song was sitting there," and I thought I heard her say her dad. When I was like, "Your dad? Like, why is he here?" You know, like, not why is he here, but like, oh, okay, you know. And she's like, "No, my bodyguard," and I was like, sorry, you're what? She's like, her bodyguard. I'm like, oh, okay. He's here? She's like, yes, but he stepped out to get something. I'm like, okay. So if he comes back, my friend is supposed to stand up because your bodyguard was sitting there, and she'll find another seat elsewhere. But like, if he's your bodyguard, shouldn't he like be standing like behind you, protecting you? She's like, oh, then you know, they're just like friends now. I should treat him like a friend. And I was like, okay, great. You know, no shade. You guys can be friends, whatever. But like, hello, bodyguard, sit down. Come on.
Okay, well, I'm trying to play the devil's advocate here. She's dating a prince, right?
Okay, great.
So she needs a bodyguard. So you don't have a problem with her having a bodyguard? Whatever she's doing.
Personally, right now, I'm looking for a bodyguard, actually, because I'm like light-skinned. I don't want anyone to come cook me. I don't want to get dark. I don't want the sun to like beat me. No, I'm being serious here.
So you want a bodyguard that'll carry umbrella for you?
Who doesn't? Like, don't you want one? I want someone that will be like, you know, lift me up when I'm tired. You know, my feet hurt. I just want to walk. I want to go get something across the street. He'll carry me on his shoulders. I do. But like, you know, that's good. But when I go to an event, he's probably going to have to stand behind me because it's for people who were invited to this show. So you invited Latasha. You didn't invite Latasha's bodyguard. If Latasha's bodyguard is there, his bodyguard will stand behind her.
Okay. Let's talk about entertainment news. That's what this show is about. Mariah Carey. You know, she broke up with Nick Cannon.
Yes.
And now she's dating apparently the 4th richest guy in Australia. He's worth $4-point-something billion. Now they met like 2 weeks ago, but she spent Father's Day with him with her kids. Now people are upset.
Why are they upset?
How do you take kids away from their father on Father's Day and then have them spend it with a new guy?
Where was their dad on Father's Day?
America.
Okay, did he say he wanted to spend time? Has he come out to say he's mad at the fact that his kids are with a billionaire in Australia?
We don't know.
But like, you know, it's Mariah now.
It's Mariah.
Mariah is the diva. She's like, she'll do whatever she wants.
Before we round up, I saw in the same column you talked about Toke.
Oh, I didn't.
Well,
I didn't actually talk about her.
married men.
I talked about married men.
But
I
you
talked
sent
about
like you sent some love to
the
Toke.
Morning Rose.
Yeah.
She's a very good friend of mine. She was actually my first friend in university. I was her first friend. Yes, so we've known each other from day one. Like we were like teenagers and whatever. And the whole thing, you know, came as a huge surprise. It came as a huge surprise to me, you know, and I'm like, is this necessary?
Yeah.
You know,
it's a lot.
It's a lot to deal with. I don't think, to be honest, it's not a new story. It's not a new type of story. Where we come from, this stuff happens all the time.
Yeah.
The only thing is she's this big media personality and it reflects somewhat not so great on her, you know. But then if we take her out of it, like I said, it's not new. It happens all the time. But you know, like if you guys have to the men, if you have to do it, you know, like, you know, just like protect yourself. If you can't protect yourself, at least protect your woman, protect her ego, protect her pride. Pay your side chick to be quiet. Pay her in dollars, pay her in pounds, pay her in bracelets and diamonds. But beg her to keep it quiet. I don't want any woman popping up on my timeline making announcements that I'm not ready for. Consult me. Let me know. Do you know what I mean? Find a way around it or don't do it at all.
Find a way around it or don't do it at all. Thank you, Latasha. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so I have to catch up with her, but we'll be back after the break.
Bye, Lagos.
It was fun talking to Latasha. She brings it all the time. She brings it. Thank you so much for coming, Latasha. I appreciate it. And we've come to the end of the show, people. Thank you for watching. Now, this is episode 20, and I'm actually thinking of having a giveaway by episode 25. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Follow me on Instagram at The Gist with Toyosi Phillips and at Toyosi Phillips, and let me know what you think a good prize for episode 25 would be. Quarter of a century, we are going places. Meanwhile, or in the meantime, I'll be thinking of the rules, or I'll be thinking about the rules of the competition. It's going to be so interesting, and I'm so excited. Okay, thanks for watching, guys. Thank you. Please like this video and subscribe to this channel. I'll see you guys next time, and remember, you can be everything you want to be.
Africa must set up its own ICC to try Europeans, says Robert Mugabe. You know the man, the president of Zimbabwe. He wants Africa to set up their own ICC.
Why not?
To try Europeans.
Why not?
And he was serious. He brought money, seed money, for the court to start.
Yeah?
Never mind, it was US dollars. he couldn't bring enough Zimbabwean currency. The plane was filled with the currency and it's not worth anything. I regret my inability to pay salaries, says the governor of Washington State. What's his name again? That guy. And we, the Nigerian workers, we regret to inform him that we are still alive. 7 months after he did not pay us our money, we are still alive. Mr. Governor, do you care how we feed our children? Do you care? You regret to tell us you can't pay. Nonsense.
Wow.
Demons frustrating Ajokuta Steel Complex, says the Speaker of the House of Rep. This is your Speaker of the number 4 man in the country, says that demon is the reason why Ajokuta Steel has not functioned in 30 years. Let me tell you guys, Newton's fourth law of physics says that with people like this running your country, it's garbage in, garbage out. APC senators in physical combat over sharing of principal offices. Oh, yeah. People were surprised. But don't worry. No Abada was torn in the process. No, none. So the wardrobe allowance they are getting will stay the same. No increase. Now, this is good. David Mark sacks his son, younger brother, and 120 personal assistants. He told him, go. There's no money to pay you anymore. But let me tell you guys, don't rejoice until he sacks his mistresses. Those are the people that cost money. Those are the ones that cost money. What? I thought you were one of them. Senators' allowances 9 times higher than their basic pay. Did you get that? Their allowances, they are 9 times more than the basic pay.
Oh, wow.
That's not even the surprising thing. The bribe they get for killing and passing bills is 18 times higher than their basic pay. That is the news. The other one is nothing. You don't know? Buhari vows to recover billions of dollars stolen by Jonathan and his ministers in 3 months. In 3 months, he's going to do that. When the news got to Dubai, somebody peed in his pants. I don't want to mention his name. People are asking me, who is this guy? You have to come to my website, www.drdamages.com. Today is the 6th anniversary of the death of Michael Jackson. And all through today, I've been so touched. I've been listening to Smooth Criminals by Michael Jackson. Anyway, and I realized for the first time that the criminals at the National Assembly in Nigeria, they are not even smooth. They're not smooth. Buhari has already surpassed Jonathan's achievement, says APC. They say that Buhari has done more than Jonathan. And they're right. He has traveled in the last 3 weeks. He has traveled more than Jonathan. More than Jonathan did in the first 4 weeks. Yeah.
Wow.
It is shameful to import toothpick, fish, egg, sugar, wheat, says the CBN, Central Bank of Nigeria. They said it's shameful that we are importing toothpick and we're importing eggs, sugar. I said nonsense. Nonsense. If we import our finance minister, you can import anything. Did you guys get it?
What? If you have a finance minister.
If a country that imports their finance minister can as well import anything.
Anything. Anything, my
Yeah.
brother. You too. You can import Dr. Damage yourself.
I thought that was real. It's time for your email. It's time for your email. So, do we have emails today?
Every day, doctor.
Okay, let's black and red.
Why not? Did you say black and gray?
No, red.
Oh,
I can
okay.
see. No,
Red is fire. Fire.
And black is danger. All right, let's hear the emails.
Okay. Our first email is from Yusuf in Ankara, Turkey. He writes, "Hello, doctor. I wonder, doctor, you are a former governor. You are a former minister. You are a former senator and a newly elected senator in the 8th Assembly. Yet, doctor, you claim to have no shoes on your track and no clothes on your wardrobe, that you want to squeeze Nigeria with billions in these critical economic conditions. Doctor,
I thought you were
are
saying
you
that
really
with
serious about the mantra of change, or is it just propaganda's political jargon? Here is my concern of today. It's taken from the 419th minute of Mama P's speech.
He's taking over my
And
show.
it goes, just listen. You can't be talking of change without wanting to change.
That's deep.
If you know...
That's deep. You can't
Okay,
be
let me
talking
be
about
serious.
change without wanting to change. I like
That's
that.
just number one.
Wow.
Number two, if you need change, you must want change. You must want to change if you need change.
Wow. This is deep.
Number three,
He's taking
if you want to change, you must need change.
This is it. Comedy is hard.
It's
Go ahead.
not done, no. He said, then you are a bus conductor. Who needs heaven without wanting to die?
Ooh,
That one is
I
deep.
can put it together. Mama, what can you say to this? Told them, my friend. Told them. There's nothing to add. If you want change,
Oh boy.
you must be willing to change.
Why not?
Is it not what Michael Jackson said? I'm talking to the man
In the mirror.
I got it. I got what you're saying. Next.
Our second email is from Patrick Okonkwo. That last name sounds familiar. He writes,
What? Patrick who?
Dear Dr. Damages,
Yes.
it is obvious that you are already missing GJ. You are seriously running short of materials. Your last show, episode 187, was so boring. You even had to bring back Dig Out TB Watch. Sorry,
I thought this guy is my friend. Okay, thank you, my friend, for your condolences. It is not easy, my brother. That is why I'm begging Buhari to appoint his ministers. We need more targets to hit. We need people like the new Labram Maku and the new Doinoku and so on and so forth. Just having Buhari and Saraki just messing, there's no material. We want more people. Get these ministers in. Let's have materials. But thank you so much for your condolences. I'll be all right. Next.
Okay, our third email is from Chichi.
Oh,
She writes,
Chichi.
You know
I
her.
know Chichi, yeah.
I'm
yes,
sure.
She's my friend. Yes.
Dr. Njakri Damages, my name is Chichi, and I rarely write on issues as this.
I appreciate
But I am really pleased to hear that Adiola is back.
Ooh.
Both of you are my favorites.
Oh,
How could she have thought of throwing in the towel? Her questions to Mugabe were on point. That's what journalism is about. You act as the conscience of leaders who kill theirs and become a pressure group in the democratic process. Anyway, I'm happy she's back on course. I rarely read Nigerian newspapers, and so I rely on you and Adiola to pick out and investigate, as well as give us a balanced view on important topics. Please keep it up. Kudos to you and Adiola. I like the way she interjects Yoruba language with her Oyinbo accent.
Now, thank you so much, Chichi, for writing. Don't mind Adiola. Her shakara too much. It's too much. She says now once every month she will threaten to quit her show.
Hey!
Because she enjoys the attention that people give to her. Let me tell you, I called it quit once and nobody noticed. so I quickly came back and
You came back?
Continued. What did man go do? Next.
Doctor.
What did man go do?
Oh,
I
God.
tried it.
Our fourth email is from Musa Rabiu in Zaria City, Kaduna State.
I was in Zaria for 6 months. Yeah, doing
Doing
my
what?
internship.
Internship?
Yeah. I lived everywhere. Go
I'm
ahead.
sure. Hello, Dr. Damages. I just want to say a word of kudos to you for entertaining us all the time, and of course making us to forget our sorrows. Keep it up.
Oh, thank you, my mom. So thank you so much. As our man used to say, we are because you are, and you are because we are, and together we shall overcome. One day. We shall overcome one day. Next.
Our fifth email is from Mohammed Nagogo in India. He writes,
That's my friend.
well, as a leader, you people should be your number one priority. But now in Nigeria, the case is that politics is now a business. You invest and you get your profits. If the salary should be cut and campaign money should be more than all the salary, you will get all these people should not be fighting over power.
That is, you are right. You are right, my man. The reason why they are fighting, throwing chairs on each other and risking their lives is because it's business. They want the money back. Some of them are owing their grandpa, their grandma. They borrow from their girlfriends and they promise them once I get there, I will bring back the money. That's why they are fighting. They want plum positions where they can stay and collect bribe. That's it. That's it. There's no other reason. They're not going there to make laws. They don't even know how to write anything. Nonsense. Next.
Okay, our sixth email is from Abubakar. He writes, dear the greatest of all doctors, even though
These are the kind of emails I like. No, read it for me.
Even though I'm a big fan of yours, but this is my first mail to you.
I appreciate it.
purposely write to advise you not to follow the footsteps of Adiola, because being such a precious assets in that profession, you will result in many people dying of heart attack.
Yeah.
Please, doctor, keep up the good job.
Oh.
Lastly, I'm still advising you to marry Tomato Juice before Niger politicians will snatch her from you, because I know you are aware of what happened recently in Edo State.
My friend, I can see
Marry
that
me.
you don't like me at all. Huh? You want me to return to my village carrying my property in a polythene bag, or Ghana must go back. Just look at her hair alone. That will bankrupt Donald Trump. The politicians are already making offers to her, and I can't compete with them. And Ruben Abati, I don't know. Have you heard from him again? Anyway, as for my second wife, let me announce this now that we're talking about wives. As for my second wife, Mamudoka has given her permission. She said you should go ahead and marry a second wife. Only under one condition. She's the one that will pick the wife for me.
Lucky man.
Which is bad. She's looking at people her size, and that, that's not good. Anyway, next.
Our final email is from Moses from Ukraine. He writes, Dear Doctor, we don't need Dr. Damages anymore. Now we need Dr. Solutions. I need your permission to change your name, sir. We have many problems in our societies because of moral deficiency. For education to be effective, moral development as a course must be studied compulsorily.
What?
What is it by every student in every school and university.
What is this Moses of a guy talking about?
I don't know.
Apparently, you've never heard that the solution of today is a problem of tomorrow. A damaged tree becomes firewood. A damaged firewood becomes coal. A damaged coal becomes fuel. The fuel, the one you use to roast corn.
That I will eat.
Now, let me tell you. Damaging things is part of the solution. Go and check it. Look up your dictionary. Nonsense. Next. That's it.
Final.
That's all the time we have for emails. Please keep sending your emails to drdamages@gmail.com.
And
follow us on Twitter at
Dr. Damages.
Now, here is my concern for today. It's taken from page 419 of the book, Life is a Mystery by Madonna. And she says, a lot of people are afraid to say what they want. That is why they don't get what they want. Yeah. It looks simple, but that's true. Yeah. You know that they will deal with us if we... Okay. Until next week, I'm Dr. Damages. I diagnose.
You heal yourself!
So this is the 6th anniversary of Michael Jackson's death. What do you feel?
Don't you see me dancing?
Dancing? Dance? What is that?
I'm a dance machine.
Dance machine. Oh, Lord.
Who is that? Who is that? Doctor!
See you guys.
Who is that?
I don't know. There are people here.